After thinking, he bit his lower lip hard, sensing that something was happening. Sweat poured down his face in hail, and his eyes widened with fear. The boy looked at himself in the mirror, and his fingers immediately plunged into his copper-red hair. His eyes instantly filled with rage as he realized who exactly he saw in the reflection. Realizing that he was now one of the weakest characters, he grabbed his head and pulled it up, shouting loudly. His shout echoed through the trees as he knew full well that he had become Hyuk-ryong-un, the young master of the demonic sect. The boy sat in his room with his head bowed low and pondering over his unhappy situation. He bit his finger, trying to figure out what had really happened. The first thing that came to mind was the real name, Lee Si-woon. He was a completely ordinary 32-year-old citizen who was no different from the others. And now, looking at his reflection in the mirror, he thought about how he could end up in a novel that he himself had written. Looking up, Lee Si-wong began to recall everything that had happened, trying to find something out of the ordinary. The guy remembered how he disassembled the boxes after moving to a new apartment. When he was done with them, he stopped and exhaled noisily. His hand automatically reached for the soda can to catch his breath. Taking a sip, he reaches for the phone, unlocking it with one hand. When he saw the message, he froze in shock with his mouth hanging open. Under the photo of a woman with short pink hair, it was said that the famous actress Yoo So-ra fell into a coma immediately after a terrible accident. In the next moment, things that were near him flew in different directions with a roar. Lee Si-woon sat down next to his laptop, thinking that there was no way the world could ever have a quiet hour. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw the screen of his equipment. The laptop screen was glowing, although no one had activated it. A slight smile appeared on his face when he saw that the folder with his old work was lit up on the screen. He ran his fingers across the touchpad and then clicked a few times, opening a martial arts novel he had written himself 10 years ago. As he remained sitting on the floor, Lee Si-woon read his creation from beginning to end, created by him as a student. Suddenly he stopped, seeing the words that he needed to return as a hero and wondering what that could mean. The boy reached out to the laptop, the screen of which began to glow with a bright blue light. His eyes filled with fear as the blue light completely enveloped him. And now, being in Hyuk-ryong-un's body, he raised his hand again and looked at his reflection. The boy grabbed a strand of bright red hair with his fingers and lifted it up, remembering how he opened his eyes and saw himself like this. Realizing that he doesn't have the memory of Hyuk-ryong-un, the boy hung his head glumly again. He rose to his feet, crossing his arms over his chest and analyzing everything he knew about the man he had become. Suddenly a thought flashed into his head, which froze him. Clutching his head, he muttered, trying to understand what was happening. First, memories appeared in his head where he stands with a predatory smile, holding two beauties in revealing clothes in his arms. In the next flashback, he was shouting loudly, and his face had a grimace of rage and hatred. The man he was trampling at that moment tried to move as little as possible, so as not to annoy him once more. In the next episode, he was sitting on the back of one of the boys, demanding a drink while the old teacher tried to get him to train. Lee Si-woon clutched his head, running his fingers through his hair, unable to bear the flood of memories of Hyuk-ryong-un's life. He gasped for air with his mouth wide open, thinking about what a scumbag he was. Realizing that this was an ordinary secondary character, the boy's face showed rage, and his eyebrows crawled up to the bridge of his nose. Looking down at his body, he remembered another existing problem. He remembered how at one fine moment he was left without a weapon, and the image of the boy with blonde hair, who deprived him of his weapon, flashed in his memory. Lee Si-wong looked up, his face pale and covered in thick drops of sweat. He fell to his knees, clutching his head again, and screamed, realizing what he had gotten himself into, and all because he was created only for the main character to kill him at the very beginning. He himself knew practically nothing, so he served to pave the path of the main character. Holding his head, Lee Si-woon tried to think of a plan to return to his world, as he was not going to die. Kneeling in the middle of his rooms, he stared blankly in front of him, trying to figure out what to do. Digging through his memory, the boy found out that Hyuk-ryong-un was a young master of the demonic sect. At the same time, the fortune that the boy had, taking into account his high status, came to mind. Thinking that something should be done, he lowered his hand to his knee, slapping it loudly. Raising his head, he growled an oath that he would definitely survive and return home. This not a little alarmed his local servants, who were scared to death, thinking that their master had lost his mind. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Lee Si-woo thought that Hyuk-ryong-un really had the appearance of a rebel. He looked down again, feeling his body and thinking that it was too weak. The boy raised his fisted hand, remembering that he could use Mugong's power in such a case. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor slabs. Li Siwang paused, taking a deep and concentrated breath of air as he prepared to test the power within him. Suddenly, a whirlwind arose that lifted the hem of his robe and individual strands of hair upward. Suddenly, his face lengthened as the boy remembered that Hyuk Ryong-un possessed one of Mugong's techniques, which was called the Heavenly Wave Sword. Trying to concentrate, he closed his eyes and lowered his head, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. From the feeling of energy flowing through his body, Li Siwang clenched his hands into fists and raised them up, raising a whirlwind. Getting into a fighting stance, he closed his eyes and began channeling his energy to strike. A vortex of energy also began to gather around his hand. Straining to the max, Li Siwang roared wildly. In the next moment, he made a swing with his hand and released a stream of energy, delivering a rather powerful blow. A triumphant smile appeared on his sweaty face, and wild excitement lit up in his eyes when the attempt was successful. Suddenly, Li Siwang felt a sharp pain shoot through his back and entire body and opened his mouth in a soundless scream. He was lying in the rays of sunlight coming through the window, and his whole body was writhing in terrible convulsions. The boy turned his head towards the door and shouted loudly, trying to call the healer. The door opened and a young girl with long dark hair appeared in it, who came at the owner's call. Seeing Hyuk Ryong-un on the floor crumpled, she froze in fear, not understanding what was happening. The boy's face was already turning blue, and a swarm of bubbles flew out of his mouth. His appearance terrified her, causing her to scream wildly. After some time, there was already a vase with various incenses in the room, from which a light, translucent smoke was coming. At this time, the doctor carefully inserted needles into the patient's body, trying to cure him with acupuncture. Lying covered in needles like a porcupine, Li Siwang stared blankly at the ceiling of his room. After finishing, the healer turned his back on him, leaving him for a certain time. Raising his hand, clenched into a fist, the boy mentally scolded himself for trying to use the force without proper preparation, and the muscles could not withstand it. Li Si-woon, his face twisted, wondered why his character's body could not perform such a basic technique. An image of a warrior appeared before his eyes as he remembered the technique of the Hyuk Ryeong family, which produced the most demonic cult leaders. It was difficult to learn, and it also required a lot of chi energy. As he continued to study the ceiling, he thought about the fact that Hyuk Ryong-un himself had abandoned his training and now failed to use the simplest technique. Trembling, he tried to sit up on the bed, realizing that he had not developed his inner ki, and his movements were far from graceful. Closing his eyes, he put his hand to his head, cursing softly, thinking about why he got into such a weak body. The boy walked straight across the yard into a large, luxuriously decorated building. As he pulled the needles out of his body along the way, he thought about the fact that he had too little time to think of a plan to return. The building turned out to be quite a large library, where Li Si-woon planned to find answers to the questions that interested him. Walking over to one of the shelves, he took out one of the books. However, when the boy pulled her, several more books flew out and fell on the wooden floor with a clatter. Ignoring this, Li Si-woon opened the selected literature, quickly flipping through the pages and searching for the information he needed. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something that made his eyes widen. Fortunately for him, the book was written in Chinese characters, which was not a problem for him to read. Studying literature, the boy sat cross-legged on the floor among the scattered books, trying to find information about the cult. It said that the cult members did not call it a demonic, but a divine sun and moon cult. Li Si-wang carefully read the history of the cult, which stated that it became widely popular during the reign of the Yuan dynasty. Looking at the image of a white-haired man slashing enemies, the boy read that the cult had freed Zhu Yuanzhang from the rule of the Yuan dynasty. After that, he was able to overthrow the ruling dynasty and take the emperor's throne himself, founding the Ming dynasty. However, the new emperor, realizing who the Sun and Moon clan were, feared their power. This led to the fact that the first days of his reign were marked by the expulsion of cult members. Because of this, the members of the cult were forced to move from the central lands to more distant points of the empire. The third-generation cult leader hated humans for this, so he gathered enough strength to return to the central lands. But his plans fell apart, as he was opposed by Murim and the imperial army, who made an alliance with each other. Instead, the 15th cult leader, Hyuk Ryong-moon, managed to capture the western foreign region, after which he directed his forces to the Central Plains. After reading the history of the clan his character belonged to, Lee Si-woon finally remembered why Hyuk Ryon-woon had to fight the main character. At the festival that was about to begin, the 15th clan head was to choose an heir and announce a plan to seize the Central Lands. Lee Si-woon closed his eyes in doom, as he knew perfectly well, as an author, exactly who would become him. The successor was to lead the cult's troops into the Central Lands for their return. Hyuk Ryong-un, who will fail in the succession contest, will join the main forces and go to the Central Lands. However, the meeting with the main character will begin with taunts and end with the death of Hyuk Ryong-un after the first blow. Straining his memory, Lee Si-woon remembered that there were only 2 years left until the festival began. Getting to his feet, the boy decided to do whatever it took to find a way to become stronger by this deadline. In his look, you could read a wild determination not to die from the first blow of the main character. He pulled out a sheet of paper and slammed his palm down on the table with a loud thud. Lee Si-woon took a paintbrush and applied it to the letter, leaving a few drops of ink. Lying on the floor among the books, he wrote down everything he remembered about the protagonist's journey. At this time, an elderly man and a young servant girl were already on their way to him. He looked at her with a stern look in his gray eyes, questioning whether he correctly understood the purpose of his arrival. Without lowering her head, she confirmed that he was here to train the young master. It seemed strange to the man, and the girl explained that it happened after his strange awakening. Having heard from the maid that the young gentleman had been writing something for several hours, the man asked in amazement whether he had learned to write. After receiving an affirmative answer, the elderly master froze in surprise, addressing the girl. Clearing his throat quietly, the man sent her away, sternly ordering her to keep quiet about the young man's condition. Wasting no time, he flew up the stairs, going up to the library. However, he stopped in front of the door of the building, doubting whether he should go inside. Exhaling, the master wondered if the reason for such behavior was that the master had not fully recovered, and how to treat him in this case. Dare to enter, the master found Hyuk Ryong-un, who was standing on his knees, frantically writing something down on a piece of paper. Hearing him being called, the boy exhaled and shot his eyes in the master's direction. Returning to the guest with his face smeared in ink, he gave him a slight smile, greeting him. Seeing Hyuk Ryong-un being polite and smiling, the master recoiled in fright, glaring at him, and when he rushed headlong to find him a chair, he thought that he had gone mad, because he had never been seen like this. In the memory of the old master, the memory of how this same young master threw everything he could get his hands on, calling him ridiculous and chasing the world away. The man was so immersed in his memories that when a red-haired boy with a chair in his hands appeared in front of him, he recoiled in fear. Looking at the elder's frightened face, Lee Si-woon thought about how crazy Hyuk Ryong-woon must have been. The man, wasting no time, asked the young man if he had any problems. Placing his hand on his chin, the boy asked if the elder was only worried about Hyuk Ryong-un or his wallet as well. The stunned man replied that both options were correct. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-woon asked how much money he could get if he sold some of his possessions, which made the elder think of trouble. The guy conciliatorily raised his hand, answering that he knew perfectly well what he was thinking about now, but assured that there were no problems. However, the elder was not satisfied with such an answer, so he persistently asked why he wanted to sell his property. Lee Si-wong explained that he considered money as ammunition that could be used for the worst things, but the elder still didn't understand. So the boy simply waved it off, demanding to simply say the amount of money he currently possessed. The elder, not letting up his pressure, persistently asked why he needed such information. Chuckling into his fist, the boy asked the elder to imagine that someone had died and then come back to life, and thought of changing something in him. As he stood up from his chair, Lee Si-wong wondered why such people would accumulate wealth that they would not be able to use after death. Towering over the old man, he ordered to exchange all available property for money. Looking at the figure of the young gentleman, the man, stammering, responded with agreement to his order. In the next moment, Lee Si-wong covered the elder's hands with his own. With a big smile, the boy said that he was counting on him completely in this case, and it would be good to start now, because they still had a lot of work to do. As the elder was leaving, Lee Si-wong shouted after him to remember to keep a record of all the treasures he had and the money from the sale. Uncertainly glancing over his shoulder, the elder thought, oh, even if the master died and came back, he had the impression that he was a completely different person. A few days later, the boy was admiring the pile of money he was able to make by selling only some of his belongings. Sitting among the chests filled with gold coins, he wondered if this gold would be enough to carry out his survival plan. He rolled up the scroll that contained everything he knew, thinking that he still had 2 whole years. There was a cold calculation mixed with excitement in his eyes as he thought about the fact that it was his duty to prepare such a plan. Lee Si-woon paced around his room, trying to roughly translate Hyuk Ryung-un's fortune into modern currency, which was about 2 million won. This did not seem enough, and he began to analyze the current situation. The main character was supposed to appear at the festival, so now he is safe. However, much remained to be done. The main character had to find a cave, and there was already an artifact in the form of a katana waiting for him. After that, the main character was supposed to become the most powerful in the world. Scratching his head, Lee Si-wong thought about how it was possible to write such a third-rate wall. The thought returned to his head that while he had money, it was necessary to prepare for the next step. The next step was to visit the Heavenly Demonic Library, to which the boy went without wasting time. It contained all the martial arts knowledge the cult could muster, so the security here was decent, in the form of 2 ambles. Looking at the container of knowledge, Lee Si-wong knew that he needed to master martial arts in order to save his own life. Bowing low, the Ambala guards opened the door to the library for him. Standing in front of the bookshelves, the boy thought that there were far fewer of them than he had imagined. After some time, he already had a whole stack of books in his hands. Finally, he found the book he was looking for, Saving Life Through Meditation. Sitting down directly on the floor, the boy opened the book, carefully reading the text. It was said that one who learns this technique gains a wonderful 6th sense, and this, in turn, gave an opportunity to evade the attack while using the openness of the opponent. In addition, he could sense the strength, emotional state of opponents and all traps. The boy's eyes lit up with childlike excitement as he decided to learn this technique right now, while the hero would learn it much later. Staring at the battered cover of the book, Lee Si-woon thought about becoming the only one to own it, which would increase his chances of survival. He raised the book above his head, realizing that the main character would eventually master this technique, which would mean the death of Hyuk Ryung-un. His gaze dropped to the floor where the rest of the books he had chosen still lay. He enthusiastically began to examine the books, picking them up from the floor. One described the technique of scaled armor, and the other the art of the 9 battle moons. The first made it possible to increase protection against the sword without even wearing armor. The art of the 9 battle moons allowed for increased strength. Lifting the 3 books above his head, Lee Si-wong realized that with them he could build a foundation that would make him invincible. Putting his fist forward, he joyfully shouted that this way he would definitely be able to survive. So the training should begin. At this time, a merry party was going on in one of the restaurants. One of the guests turned to another, asking if he had heard of the latest rumors. Dan Pyong, who was approached while holding the girl close to him, mentioned Hyuk Ryung-un, who was believed to have risen from the dead, saying that he was crazy. The one who asked agreed that the boy was a flower, but now he has changed in an unknown direction. Hearing about the changes in their mutual acquaintance, Dan Pyong propped his chin with his hand with interest, listening intently to the interlocutor. He explained that as soon as he heard that Hyuk Ryung-un had recovered, he decided to visit him at the West Manor. But one of the servants stopped him, citing his busy schedule. Such information brought a slight smile to Dan Pyong's face. In his opinion, the only thing Hyuk Ryung-un could do was drink and throw tantrums. The interlocutor replied that he had thought the same, so he decided to check for himself, learning that he was stuck in the Heavenly Demonic Library for several days. Dan Pyong, hearing this, choked on his drink and started laughing because he didn't know that Hyuk Ryung-un could read. He clarified whether the boy was going to leave their gang and organize his own, but another version was spinning in the head of his interlocutor. He assumed that Hyuk Ryung-un was planning to participate in the Heavenly Demonic Festival. Hearing this, Dan Pyong just froze with the bowl raised to his mouth. He coughed, spitting out the remains of his drink, completely ignoring his shocked interlocutor. Cursing, the man slammed the goblet against the table, causing the drink to splash. Placing his palm on his chest, Dan Pyong vowed that if Hyuk Ryung-un won the festival, Dan Pyong himself would become a slave. At the same time, he called on all those present to witness his oath. One of the men, who was Dan Pyong's brother, raised his finger and said with a smile on his face that he remembered his words. Dan Pyong himself laughed loudly while his first interlocutor calmly took a sip. The man wondered if Dan Pyong could be so sure of losing Hyuk Ryong-un if he put his freedom on the line. Hyuk Ryong-un himself, in whose body Lee Si-woon got, was lying on his stomach in the library at that time, studying books with selected techniques. Feeling discomfort in his ear, he scratched it. It had been bothering him ever since he came to, and he had a hypothesis that bad things were being said about him. Sitting down and putting the book down, the boy thought about the fact that learning martial arts would be much easier with a master than on his own. Lee Si-wong stretched sweetly, kneading his battered body. He hurried to the exit, thinking that it was time to call one of the masters. With a wide smile on his face, the boy was surprised that the idea of a master had not occurred to him earlier. Just then, an elderly elder passed in front of the library, thinking deeply about something. Hearing the voice of the young gentleman calling him, the old man turned in fright, looking over his shoulder. Standing in the doorway, the boy handed him a piece of paper, demanding to find everyone whose names were written there. Looking at the leaf, the elder wondered who all these people were. Lifting his chin proudly, Lee Si-wong replied that all the mentioned persons would be his teachers. Not believing his ears, the old man raised his head and once again asked the young man if he had heard correctly. The boy calmly confirmed what was said and asked to bring them to his personal training ground. Hearing him call the site a pile of scraps, he lashed out at the old man in a daze, who immediately hurried to cover his mouth. Looking down at his feet, Lee Si-woon wondered how long it would take to clean up the site started by Hyuk Ryong-woon. The elder replied that, under his personal supervision, the cleaning would take a day, and the site would be ready tomorrow, which completely satisfied the gentleman. Suddenly the boy stopped, smelling an unpleasant smell. Bringing a hand to his nose, he muttered that he hadn't taken a bath since he'd locked himself in the library, and now he smelled far from a rose. In the evening, lying in a bathtub filled with hot water and enveloped in warm steam, Lee Si-wong was finally able to relax with a wide smile. Hearing someone's steps, he raised his head and looked at the guests in surprise. They turned out to be two young, beautiful girls who immediately began to undress. The boy took a deep breath, and closing his eyes, quietly asked the girls to leave him. One of them, a brunette with gray eyes, looked at him in fear, asking why he was chasing them away. Lee Si-woon raised his hand to stop her, and in a more commanding tone ordered them to leave him alone. However, the girls continued to look at him with puzzled looks. This finally brought the boy out of himself, due to which he burst into a wild roar, chasing the girls away. Already sitting at his desk, Lee Si-wong sighed loudly as he pondered how he should enjoy a life that was in danger. All the walls were hung with sheets of paper, written down with various facts and options for actions. Looking at them, the boy thought that he needed a very reliable plan to save himself. A servant entered the office, informing about the arrival of the secretary, upon which he stood up, inviting the guest into the office. Looking at the wide smile of the red-haired boy, the visitor tried to understand why he called him for a conversation. One of the options was that he managed to dig up incriminating material on him, so the man immediately began to go through the options in his mind, what he could do. Looking at the garmiter on the floor in the young master's office, he was surprised, because he heard that he admired only wealth and luxury. Paying attention to where the guest was looking, Lee Si-woon handed him a bowl of steaming tea, begging for the bedlam. Before getting down to business, the boy bowed his head, apologizing for possibly distracting the secretary from urgent matters. This behavior shocked the man, and he cried out in fright, surprised at such courtesy. At his request to speak to him casually, Lee Si-woon smiled but agreed to grant the request. There was a tense silence at the table, which made the guest uncomfortable. Folding his hands in a castle, the young gentleman began with the fact that he had heard gossip, as if the secretary was well acquainted with certain combat techniques. This news made the old man very surprised, and he even questioned whether he had heard correctly. Lee Si-woon slammed a book on one of his chosen techniques onto the table in front of him. To the surprised look of the secretary, the boy replied that he perfectly understands that one should not underestimate any technique because of its simplicity. Without taking his eyes off the book, the secretary asked what exactly was required of him now. Crossing his arms, the boy replied that the secretary was the author of a detailed manual for the use of one of the first martial arts, which he did not fully understand. Hearing these words, the man froze in fear, and large drops of sweat ran down his face. Leaning on the table next to him, Lee Si-woon stated that he wanted him to teach him this technique in person. Wild horror was reflected in the eyes of the death-scared secretary. He jumped up on the spot. fervently assuring that he could teach the young master absolutely nothing. Glancing at him from under his forehead, the red-haired boy asked if the secretary had heard the rumors about him. Hesitantly, the secretary replied that rumors had made Hyuk Ryong-un the weakest member of the cult, a drunkard and a womanizer. Seeing how quickly he covered his mouth, Lee Si-woon smiled, assuring him that everything was fine. He revealed that he wanted to become stronger anyway, as his cult had always focused on learning martial arts. Hearing the boy's words about the importance of a solid foundation, the secretary, unable to stand it, jumped up from his seat, shouting that he completely agreed with him. Judging the old man's reaction, Lee Si-wong squinted, realizing that now was the time to make the final attack. He clutched his head, thinking that no one in his cult could understand his thoughts. Speaking about the fact that he was worried about the departure from the ideals of the cult, he did not forget to observe the reaction of the secretary. He was already silently watching the boy, his eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were folded into a lock. As he watched the scene that unfolded before him, Lee Si-wong even thought that he could very well pass the honey to the cootie. Beating his chest, the secretary passionately assured that he had created his own martial arts because the existing ones lacked balance. Hearing that he was surprised that it was the young master who saw the potential of his work, Lee Si-woon replied that he did not know how far he would go. In the next moment, the secretary fell on his knees in front of the boy, apologizing fervently for not seeing his potential earlier and believing the rumors. Stunned, Lee Si-woon rushed to the man and put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to raise his head. With a smile on his face, he reassured him and assured him that he was an indispensable member of their cult. Lifting the old man from his knees, the boy suggested that they work together to improve their cult's fighting potential. Folding his hands, the man with tears on his cheeks vowed to lay down his life if it would help the young master and thanked him for the expressed trust. Looking at the secretary, Lee Si-woon thought that he could never have imagined that he would react so vividly to his words. Another reason was spinning in his head, which prompted him to choose the secretary as a mentor, namely that Secretary Jang Murian was the one nicknamed the demonic tactician. So his mentorship greatly increased the chances of survival. Left alone, the boy took a brush and made a note in the notebook about the successful recruitment of the secretary. Looking at the moonlight, he thought that the start was pretty good considering he had such a strong character on his team. He was one of the greatest characters in the hero's path, as it was his plan that helped trap the protagonist. And after the election of the second young master as the successor of the head of the cult, the secretary became one of the most important figures in the opposition to the Murama alliance. Reflecting on the fact that he knows the plot, since he is the author, he nevertheless admitted that no one would call him a genius. Sitting down on the bed, Lee Si-wong thought about his next move. Yawning widely, he plopped down on the bed, promising to think about it later since he was too tired. The morning of the next day began with a surprised look from Secretary Jang Murian. Placing his hands at his sides, Lee Si-wong replied that he had prepared materials that would make his studies much easier. Examining the scrolls of records, the secretary agreed that they contained records of systematic training, but only the basics of physical training. To which the boy replied that he had decided to change something a little in the systematic training of the cult, as he had found several problems. Raising his fist up, he asked his master if they don't consider food to be the main thing in everything, recalling one of the folk proverbs. The secretary looked at the boy in shock, realizing that what he himself had let in had come from a completely unexpected direction. Lee Si-woon thought that for such a brilliant discovery, he should have just remembered the plans and diets of a standard modern gym. The guy raised his thumb up and offered to develop this very method. After that, they began training, in which Jang Murian showed up on the rather tough side, forcing him to push up 90 times at first. After push-ups came the turn of pull-ups, the number of which was also controlled by the master, and the training program included lifting 2 stone dumbbells. After 2 weeks of training under the modern system, Lee Si-woo was already evaluating the result, which was noticeable even in spite of his good genetics. At another training session, Secretary Jang Murian announced that the last stage remained. Winding circles in the yard of his house, the boy agreed with a smile on his face. The master held up a notebook, making some notes in it. Noticing this, Lee Si-woon thought that he was, as expected, changing the program he had designed to match the martial arts training. The boy could feel how Hyuk Ryong-un was getting stronger from training, and at that time a guest was standing in front of his house who decided to visit him. The visitor thought about what the master of the house could be doing if visiting a brothel was the first priority in solving his affairs. While he was immersed in his thoughts, an elder came to him and informed him about the training of the young man. Hearing this, the guest looked at the elder in a daze, wondering if he had heard correctly. The elder, with a smile on his face, confirmed that 2 weeks have passed since the beginning of training. A drop of sweat rolled down the guest's face, because Hyuk Ryong-un had never trained even when he was in the heavenly demonic pavilion. The man rushed to the elder, assuming that he was training to be more attractive to girls. However, he offered to follow him and make sure of the truth of his words. The dazed guest only managed to stand with his mouth open, looking after the elder. Martial arts training was in full swing. Taking a deep breath, Secretary Jang Murian praised the students' fighting skills, which were getting better and better each time. Taking a fighting stance and sweating, Lee Si-woo answered the teacher with a smile. Suddenly a voice came from behind him asking what the hell was going on. Turning his head, the boy saw a man named Sang-won-hu and asked what he was doing here. Straining his memory, Lee Si-woo remembered that Sang-won-hu was a member of the 4 divine gangs that he tried to stay away from. Skipping the answers, the guest immediately asked the master of the house what he does and why he does not come to them, to which he received an answer about training. Hearing this, Sang-won-hu asked if his friend had gone crazy at times after the mysterious resurrection. Such words led to the idea that Hyuk Ryong-un was considered a snob, since they ran around rubbing his ass like that. Looking at the red-haired man, the man noticed that even his facial expression had changed since the last meeting. He came almost close to him, looking intently into his eyes, suggesting that someone else had settled in, which made the boy recoil. However, he quickly pulled himself together, waving his hand and shouting that he did not have time for such delusions. When asked where he was in such a hurry, he answered that after coming to his senses, he began to regret his past and decided to correct it. The boy returned to the master, planning to make another approach, but saw how the old man was twisted. The sight of this picture made him think that today they had gone a little too far. Hearing the guest cursing for training, he turned to him again, noting that with such an attitude he looked quite trained. A sly smile bloomed on Lee Si-woon's face as he decided to try and use Sang-won-hu as a sparring partner. Attacking him, he jumped up without waiting for the man to agree. Seeing Hyuk Ryong-un attacking him, Sang-won-hu screamed in confusion. In the next moment, he was simply punched in the chin. The impact was so strong that Sang-won-hu was thrown from the spot he was standing on, his back facing forward. Lee Si-woon stared in front of him with wide eyes in shock. Sang-won-hu, with his feet on the floor, drove some distance back. He raised his head and, looking at his opponent, began to demand that he stop. Lee Si-woon looked determinedly at his opponent as he contemplated his next move. In the next moment, Sang-won-hu was already dodging his fist, avoiding the attack. Taking a fighting stance, the red-haired boy asked if Sang-won-hu was okay. Lee Si-woo asked if it had been a long time since he had a match with such a trained opponent, so he offered to train with him. Upon hearing the offer of training, Sang-won-hu asked in confusion, and his face was covered with sweat. The red-haired man put his hand on the man's shoulder, offering to train with him for a month. However, he did not take the offer seriously, calling his companion instead, and was about to leave. However, Lee Si-woon raised his finger and added that for a month of constant training with him, he promises to give him the much-desired blue horse. At this suggestion, Sang-won-hu turned his head with interest, a lustful glint in his eyes. The boy had a predatory, creepy smile on his face as he remembered how he had gotten Hyuk Ryong-un, and now he was going to get his revenge. The next day, they started training together, which, however, turned out to be an extremely difficult test for Sang-won-hu. Raising his pale face, profusely covered with sweat, to the sky, the man cursed the red-haired man on what the world stood on. He ran in front, throwing his partner on the run so that he would catch up with him. He told him that he, nor anyone he knew, had ever trained like this before. Secretary Jang Murian explained with satisfaction that the goal of training is to increase external strength and, at its expense, internal strength. Sang-won-hu looked at the master in confusion, swearing at the training methods. At this point, Lee Si-woon intervened, reminding him that he was still ahead. Sang-won-hu thought about the fact that they both belonged to high-born families and had been forced to train under special programs since childhood. Looking at the red-haired man's back, he thought about the fact that no program targeted physical strength, and programs and drugs could now give an advantage. Secretary Jang Murian blew his whistle, stopping the running practice. Hyuk Ryong-un and Sang-won-hu stopped to catch their breath, but the latter's stop was accompanied by complaints. The redhead turned to his partner, asking if the horse was worth it all. He did not have time to answer, because the whistle sounded again nearby. Secretary Zhang Murian, who approached them, ordered Sangwon-hu to run 5 more laps. Shouting obscenities, he started a new run again. As he did so, he imagined a horse with sky-blue skin and ultramarine blue hair. He was motivated by the fact that he only had a month to suffer for such an animal. While Li Si-wang was pondering, Secretary Zhang Murian approached him with a proposal to introduce such training for ordinary soldiers as well. At this time, an extremely tortured Sangwon-hu returned to them. The redhead agreed, arguing that they had a guinea pig, and the results would be visible in a month. A month later, he and the secretary, looking at the tortured Sangwon-hu, were discussing the training schedules of ordinary soldiers. They froze in fright when they heard a loud groan from the body lying at their feet. Body barely raised his head, managing to speak only about the fact that the month had passed and reminded him of the promised blue horse. Li Si-woon, towering over him, replied that he had really worked hard for a month, and he was used to keeping his promises, so he could take the horse for himself. Sangwon-hu, shouting Hyuk Ryong-un's name, jumped up so sharply with all his strength that the redhead even got scared. The man once again asked in fright whether someone else had taken up residence in the body of his acquaintance. Li Si-woon thought about the fact that he was right in the grand scheme of things, but decided that even after confessing, he wouldn't believe him. Sangwon-hu approached him, asking if he was training to win the festival. After thinking about it, the red-haired man did agree to his partner's guess. However, Sangwon-hu met this answer with a very frightened look, and hearing the words that he is one of the first to inherit, the man generally rushed to shake him by the shoulders, warning him against his brother. If Hyuk Hyun-woon's brother heard about his plans, he would immediately rush to get rid of him. Sangwon-hu rushed to plead with the redhead to stop training, and instead suggested that he just enjoy life. Looking at this, Li Si-woon thought that he really cares a lot about Hyuk Ryong-un, and he is even starting to trust him. Taking the man's wrists, he calmly removed his hands from his shoulders, and with a smile said that he thought participating in the festival was a good idea. Sangwon-hu started yelling in his face, wondering if he had gone crazy, to which the redhead gave a small smile and replied that it probably was, and that was why he wanted to ask him to help him. He explained that he wanted to change the absurdity of the divine cult, which was completely focused on the eldest son. After all, the younger sons have no choice but to join various gangs to enjoy life. And it was thanks to the victory at the festival that he directed the situation in a different direction. However, he needed a companion who would worry about him more than himself, so he hoped for Sangwon-hu's help. He listened to the red-haired man with his mouth wide open. After that, clinging to him with tears in his eyes, he offered to found a new cult, devoid of discrimination. Looking at Sangwon-hu, who was pouring tears into his kimono, Li Si-woon thought about why everyone in this world was so emotional. He put his arm around his shoulders, thanking him for his support, and he, in turn, thanked him for his good thoughts about him. Sangwon-hu asked what they should do now, as he had no idea how exactly they should win the festival. Looking at his friend, Li Si-woon replied with a smile that he needed help with one matter to begin with. Later, standing in the treasury, the red-haired man watched the chests with money, which became an order of magnitude more. Looking at the gold, the boy estimated that the fortune was now about 10 billion won. Admiring the fullness, he decided it was time to move on to another point of the plan. The next day, he and Sangwon-hu extended their training. Li Si-wang threw punch after punch while the opponent dodged them by putting up blocks. The next moment he jumped up, kicking hard. Dodging him, the redhead exclaimed enthusiastically, marveling at such skill. Sangwon-hu laughed, asking if that was all his opponent was capable of. However, in the next moment it was no laughing matter, as he was preparing for a new attack. The last thing he noticed before being punched in the face was Li Si-woon's fist, wrapped in black bandages. Sangwon-hu fell to the floor and admitted that he could never defeat him, so he asked for a break. Li Si-woon agreed to let him rest, and he jumped up and continued training on his own. Sitting on the floor, Sangwon-hu watched his friend with admiration, thinking that doing this in the heavenly pavilion would be better. To which Li Si-woon replied that he was busy with entertainment at the time of training in the heavenly pavilion. Sangwon-hu suddenly remembered how he had been called a martial arts master in his youth. Looking in front of him, the red-haired man pulled the corners of his lips up, portraying a slight smile and sinking into memories. A memory flashed through his mind of how Hyuk Ryong-un, as a boy, stood in the middle of the field, taking a fighting stance. A beautiful woman with red hair was watching him. At one point, his fist flew into the face of another boy who was his opponent. He fell to the ground, putting his hand forward and acknowledging the victory of Hyuk Ryon-un. He turned, hearing enthusiastic shouts from the crowd behind, and saw the two figures of his parents. Placing his hand on his mother's shoulders, his father shouted at him, calling him a martial arts genius. Hearing such high praise, the boy smiled widely, scratching his head. However, happy memories were replaced by pictures with a long funeral procession. Mourners in white walked in the rain, wiping away bitter tears. Hyuk Ryon-un himself was walking in the rain, mourning his own mother. It was after this that he completely abandoned martial arts. He did not exert himself at all, cowardly picking on those weaker than himself, and his environment consisted only of gang members, girls, and alcohol. Now, the emptiness in Hyuk Ryung-won's soul, caused by the loss of his mother, has been replaced by the desire to survive after the inhabitation of Lee Si-woon in his body. Hearing Sang-won-hu address him, the redhead froze and turned his head in his direction in fear. After stopping his training, Lee Si-woon approached his partner, talking about another favor. The purpose of the service was for Sang-won-hu to introduce Hyuk Ryung-un to someone else, but he didn't understand who he was talking about. The red-haired man leaned over and whispered the name of the right person in his ear. Upon hearing the name, Sang-won-hu screamed in fright, calling his friend crazy. With a sly smile, Lee Si-won confirmed his friend's guesses. Unable to find the words to say something, Sang-won-hu just froze with his mouth hanging open. The person Hyuk Ryung-un was referring to was Sabu Seong, the best archer of the Divine Wolf Group, who were one of the key forces of the cult. So after some time, the archer was standing near one of the hotels in their city. He was glad that Sang-won-hu had written to him, since it had been a long time since they finished the Heavenly Pavilion, but he was surprised by the choice of location. The door opened, and Sang-won-hu himself appeared on the threshold. He threw himself on Sabu Seong's neck, hugging him and showing how happy he was to see him. Hugging his friend back, Sabu Seong let out a breath, realizing that even if Sang-won knew about his background, he clearly didn't care. He took his shoulders, agreeing that they really hadn't seen each other for too long. The archer paid attention to the form in which his old friend stood in front of him and asked him about it, because he had never had a wild desire to train. Not knowing how to start the conversation, Sang-won-hu awkwardly mumbled something back. Hearing the voice calling him, Sabu Seong froze in fear, because he knew perfectly well who it belonged to. Standing before him was Hyuk Ryung-un, who folded his arms and bowed his head in a welcoming gesture. The archer looked at the redhead in shock, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Sabu Seong's reaction, Sang-won-hu slapped his forehead, realizing that exactly what he expected was happening. Remaining in the same position, Lee Si-won opened one eye to monitor what was happening. Sabu Seong's eyes began to glow with a red light, and the veins on his face and neck swelled. Realizing that the determined archer was far from peaceful, the red-haired man thought that he would die before meeting the main character. And it was justified, as Hyuk Ryung-un had often bullied him during his 4 years of training at the Heavenly Pavilion. Standing surrounded by his friends, the redhead scoffed that he couldn't even parry his blow. Sabu Seong himself tried to clear his throat, ignoring the wild laughter of the rest of the gang. He cackled, glaring at all of Hyuk Ryung-un's followers present. A clang was heard, and in front of him Sabu Seong saw a single coin spinning on a stone slab. He looked at the red-haired man with hatred, clenching his teeth tightly. Hyuk Ryung-un looked at him with a mischievous smile, reminding him of his status as the leader's son. He pointed a finger at the coin, telling Sabu Seong to take it for himself, to friendly giggles from the rest of the gang. The archer looked after the 4 men who were walking, merrily discussing their own. He took the moment that was thrown to him and clenched it in his fist so hard that it trembled. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. Sang-won-hu approached him, trying to distract him from that humiliation. Sabu Seong rose to his feet, promising to take revenge on Hyuk Ryung-un one day. He raised his fist, swearing that after graduation, he would join Sirius's group, challenge the redhead to a duel, and then kill him. After listening to all this, Sang-won-hu looked nervously at his friend, not knowing what to say to him. And now Sabu Seong stood before his hated enemy, his eyes burning with rage and hatred. Without taking his eyes off the redhead, the archer asked Sang-won-hu if he had decided to speed up his vow. He immediately rushed to his friend to stop him and explain the situation. However, it did not help, and in the next moment the archer was already bearing down on Lee Si-won, bringing his fist to strike. However, the red-haired man quickly got his bearings and in an instant sat down on the floor, bowing his head low. Watching this scene, Sa Buxiang froze with his fist raised to strike. Not believing his eyes, he looked at his opponent with a completely confused look. The redhead's action shocked even Sangwon Hu, so he called his friend by name. Sa Buxiang laughed, calling Hyuk Ryong-un's acting funnier than before. Lee Si-wong raised his head to look at the archer and replied that bowing down to someone was admitting one's own defeat. However, the archer rudely replied that he had to sneeze deeply at the redhead's bow, so it was better for him to get down to business right away. Lee Si-woon smiled and asked to just listen to him first. Sa Buxiang smiled, promising to listen to him as long as he passed his triad reception. Realizing how such a trick could end, Sangwon Hu shot his eyes in the direction of the archer in fear. Lee Si-wong got up from the floor and bowed gratefully to Sa Buxiang. In the next second, he was already dodging his blow, which the archer delivered with fanatical hatred on his face. Raising his fists, the boy looked scared at Sa Buxiang's movements, realizing that if he could still strike him, nothing good would come of it. Not giving up, the archer, baring his teeth, was already preparing to deliver another blow. Lee Si-woon jumped back, and the impact to splinters shattered the wooden floor of the room they were in. The face of the frightened Lee Si-woon was covered with sweat from the tension in which he was. At some point, he saw through another attack, and So Buxiang grabbed him by the shins. Having done this, he knocked the redhead off his feet and pinned him to the floor with force. Seeing the hopelessness of his opponent, the archer, with a wild gleam in his eyes, raised his fist for a decisive blow. Seeing a blow of such force, Sangwon Hu screamed wildly, terrified for the red-haired man. When he was released, Seo Buxiang froze, trying to comprehend what had happened. Hyuk Ryong-un was lying on the ground with his arms crossed, putting the block in front of his face. Seo Buxiang stared at him in disbelief, not understanding how he had learned such a thing. The red-haired man put his hand forward, reminding the archer of his promise with a smile. He looked at him darkly, giving exactly 1 minute. Sangwon Hu smiled as he invited the archer to join the conversation. Lee Si-wong stared at the trembling hand, wondering how he managed to parry Seo Buxiang's punch. The three of them sat down at the table, pouring sake into their goblets. Crossing his arms over his chest, the redhead looked at the archer and said that he could use his strength. Lifting one corner of his lips, Seo Buxiang replied that he did not understand what he wanted from him. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Lee Si-wong enlightened him that in the Divine Wolf Squad, everyone except Seo Buxiang used swords and spears. The archer took this as an accusation of cowardice because he used a bow and arrows as a weapon, to which the red-haired man replied that he wanted to master the art of archery, and right now. Hearing this, Seo Buxiang lunged at Lee Si-woon with his fists, but Sangwon Hu rushed to stop him. The redhead rushed to explain that he meant nothing bad when he asked to be taught shooting skills. The sword-wielding warriors of their cult looked down on ordinary archers. Lee Si-woon explained that he himself finds the shooting skill very useful because it gives him an advantage on the battlefield. After his words, Sa Buxiang stopped, and he and Sangwon Hu looked at the red-haired man dumbfounded. The archer turned his back on him when he asked if he wanted his talent to simply die. After hearing an affirmative answer, Lee Si-woon shared that he wanted to create a strong archer unit and put him in charge. Upon hearing such a prospect, Sa Buxiang turned to the red-haired man and glared at him in bewilderment. However, when he came to his senses, he again burst into a tirade about the fact that he still considers himself superior to him, because he believed that he was making fun of him. In response to this, Lee Si-wong simply silently removed the cover under which the three chests stood. An interested archer came closer, asking him what it was. The red-haired man opened one chest and took out a coin from there, promising to give him 3 such chests if he agreed to his offer. Enraged, Sa Buxiang grabbed Lee Si-wong by the scruff of the neck again, still believing that he was mocking him. However, the red-haired man calmly explained that he had no intention of mocking the archer. Hearing Hyuk Ryong-un calling him the most talented archer, Sa Buxiang froze in surprise. Lee Si-woon explained that his talent was the reason why he was invited here. Looking determinedly at his interlocutor, Lee Si-woo declared that he was going to become the successor of the demonic cult. After these words, Sa Buxiang grabbed his head, calling him an idiot who had always been a crazy fool. Upon hearing this, Sangwon Hu and Lee Si-woon both smiled as the redhead added that since he was already considered crazy, he would make the most of it. However, Sangwon Hu disagreed that he was just crazy, which he immediately announced by crossing his arms over his chest. In his opinion, Hyuk Ryong-woon was a completely over-the-top poppycock, to which they both giggled. Looking at their interaction, Sabu Xiang recognized that the redhead was no longer like the one who had bullied him. If before his eyes were empty and indifferent, now they were filled with wild determination. After pondering all that he had heard and seen, Sabu Xiang sat down at the table with his arms crossed over his chest. Seeing this, Sangwan Hu and Li Siwun looked at him with wide eyes. The redhead also sat down at the table, wondering if he had finally changed his mind. The archer agreed, but warned that he was only doing so because he had become interested in the resurrected Hyuk Ryong-un. Li Siwun smiled as he raised a carafe of sake and offered to celebrate their collaboration. Having already sat decently at the table, Sabu Xiang added that he could not understand what was happening, no matter how much he racked his brain. Li Siwu, looking down at the floor, apologized to the archer for what happened at the academy, arguing that he was an idiot. He replied that he still does not trust him 100%. At this, Li Siwun wondered what he would have to do to earn his trust. In response to this, Sabu Xiang replied that this would require learning to shoot the bow in perfect trajectories. Absolutely not expecting such an answer, the red-haired man lashed out at his interlocutor in a daze, pondering over his words. However, the archer took this reaction differently, believing that now Hyuk Ryong-un is showing his true colors. Memories of how he learned archery at the academy appeared again in his memory. Hyuk Ryong-un stood behind, saying that he never thought it necessary to be able to shoot if one possessed the qualities of a real man. Of course, he was not alone, but in the company of his constant friends, the same fools as himself. However, Sabu Xiang ignored them, trying to aim as accurately as possible before firing. He thought about how his father pulled the arrow out of the target after another successful shot. Little Sabu Xiang was incredibly excited about this, and he told his dad about it. The man patted his son on the head, causing a wide, toothy smile from the little one. His father was the first archer in the demonic sect, and it was he who taught him how to hold a bow. For both of them, the bow was a source of pride. Sabu Seon remembered how Hyuk Ryong-un treated him with contempt for choosing a bow as a weapon. But now he couldn't understand why the red-haired man was smiling from ear to ear. Suddenly, he jumped up, surprised that this was the only condition, because he himself planned to ask the archer to teach him the art of shooting. Li Siwang gave a thumbs up while smiling widely, which looked completely strange, so Sabu Xiang questioned again. The red-haired man confirmed his desire to study with a crazy smile. The archer's face expressed an extreme degree of wild surprise and bewilderment. He grabbed the decanter and tipped it over with a volley, pouring sake down his throat. Li Siwun watched with round, saucer-like eyes as he lowered the vessel onto the table with a thud. Wiping his lips from the drink, Sabu Xiang promised to teach him all the intricacies of archery with a predatory look. The redhead ducked reflexively as the archer handed him a decanter of sake, worried that the owl would hit him in the face due to inertia. Sabu Xiang looked at him from under his forehead, offering to drink the contents to the bottom. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, the red-haired man accepted the challenge, grabbing the neck of the vessel. He tipped the decanter, throwing his head back, draining it of sake. Crossing his arms across his chest, Sangwan Hu's eyes were like those of an owl as he watched his friends interact. Although he was actually glad that things were going well between them, and he didn't have to take them apart. At least not yet. And then, suddenly remembering him, they handed him a small decanter so that he would also join in the celebration. Sangwan Hu started to refuse, but his lips were taken and a decanter was placed on him, changing his plans and revealing the true intoxication. The next sunny morning found Sangwan Hu on the bedroom floor, while Sabu Xiang lay with his head hanging from the bed. The archer opened one eye to assess the situation, making a titanic effort to raise his head. He sat down on the bed, leaning his head on his hand because it hurt so much. Straining, he tried to remember what had happened before. A picture appeared in his head, how he, holding Hyuk Ryong-un by the scruff of the neck, shaking him, shouting abuse in his face. With tears in his eyes, he decided to tell his abuser what he had to go through because of him, while he tried to apologize once more indistinctly. Holding his head, the archer thought that he must have lost a little self-control. But the fact that the red-haired man drank liters of alcohol and his character did not change suggested the idea of real changes in him. His thoughts were interrupted by the creaking of the door as a maid came into the room where they were sleeping and brought them clothes and food. Sabu Xiang thanked him, but warned that he would like to meet with the fourth young master first. The girl bowed, informing that the young man was practicing with a bow on the training ground. This news shocked the archer, so he questioned whether he had heard correctly. The girl bowed and asked him to follow her. The training target was studded with arrows, none of which, however, reached the center of the marked square and did not enter its perimeter. Looking at the results of his work, Li Siwang took it as his own shame as Sabu Xiang approached him. Seeing him, the red-haired man greeted him, asking how he slept. Holding up his bow, loaded with a new arrow, he said that he had started training on his own, but they had not yielded results. Sabu Xiang looked at him with one eyebrow raised skeptically. Seeing this, Li Siwang assumed that everything was wrong, starting from the rack. Putting a finger to his chin, the archer replied that, in principle, such a stand can be used when hunting. The red-haired man raised his head proudly, answering that he learned this stance during the Great Hunt. However, Sabu Seong himself was more interested in who the devil archer Hyok Ryong-un called him to be. Bypassing a clarifying question, the redhead handed him a bow, asking him to teach him how to shoot it. Sabu Seong stood up, drawing his bowstring and staring intently ahead. Watching this, Li Siwang's eyes widened in surprise, wondering how cool it still looked. Pulling the bow to its maximum, Sabu Xian released it, sending the arrow flying. She flew into the center of the drawn square with such force that deep and small cracks followed the target itself. Li Siwun's lower jaw dropped down, leaving him standing with his mouth wide open. He turned to the archer and looked at him with a look full of admiration. He shot him a look, wondering if he understood the difference between hunting and attacking. Having heard the promise that after training he would be able to shoot in the same way, the red-haired man enthusiastically insisted on starting classes. Sabu Xiang replied that he had a training session with the group at noon, so he offered to start training immediately after. However, Li Siwun, undeterred, offered to start immediately since there was no need to attend joint training. He recalled that the archer had made a contract with him, which stated that he would leave the Skywolves group and join him. Sabu Xiang remembered how he had succumbed to the red-haired man's persuasion under Sangwan Hu's cheers of approval. Realizing what he had done, he lunged forward, and his face was covered with sweat. Li Siwun handed him the scroll, saying that this contract belonged to him. Unfolding it, the archer exclaimed that he had given him too high a salary and down payment. Running his eyes over the contract, he noticed that according to the contract, his salary was 10 times more than the salary in the Divine Wolf. The red-haired man, not without pride in his eyes, noticed that the most worthy should earn adequate money, paying attention to social benefits as well. He also said that he had ordered the delivery of boxes of gold to his home, as he would not have been able to carry them himself. Li Siwun hugged him by the shoulders, telling him that he was counting on him. Looking carefully at the archer, the red-haired man suggested that they work together in the name of the future divine cult. After receiving the agreement, Li Siwang mentally noted with a smile on his face that so far everything was going according to his plan. He just managed to recruit the best archer of his novel, who will one day be called Devil's Archer. The boy thought that in his novel, he and Hyuk Ryong-un never crossed paths, but the archer suffered in an unscripted environment. He mentioned that according to the plot, the second young master was supposed to organize a unit of archers, who would be called Devils, against the Murim Alliance. And it was Su Baxiang who was to become the leader of the Devil Archer squad. However, now he had decided to organize his squad, so there was a possibility that it would not possess the necessary destructive power. A sudden idea flashed into his head, causing him to freeze in fear. He needed not only a squad of archers, but also a strong special squad, whose members would be capable of anything. Sitting at the table, Li Siwang thought about the fact that now he somehow had to organize the formation of a special unit. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and the boy looked up, tearing away from the book. The guests were Su Ba-seon and Sangwan Hu, whom he asked how the preparation process was going. The archer handed him a scroll, reporting that he had listed the names of those he considered to be the best archers in the Skywolf group on this list. The redhead turned his gaze to Sangwan Hu, asking how the formation of the special squad was going. He replied that a commander is needed for such a unit, so its formation is more complicated. He said that if it was his personal unit, there would be no problems, but there are requirements that must be followed. Placing his hand on his chin, he pondered his friend's words that it was necessary for the squad to receive benefits from the cult, such as weapons, a platform, and so on. And now the best way to get a squad was to capture an existing group, and since there were many factions in their clan, one could try to absorb one of them. Li Siwun even wondered if they had any, to which he was told that he was even familiar with them. Shaking his head, the redhead began to go through the options, wondering which group Sangwan Hu could be talking about. He smiled, suggesting that Hyuk Ryong-un does not remember the name of the group, which he himself created. Hearing the name of the Gang of Four Heavens, the redhead was surprised to find that they were registered as an official group. Sang-won-hu revealed that despite the overwhelming funding from Hyuk Ryong-un, their group sometimes benefited from the sect's subsidies, and the actual manager of the group was not the red-haired man himself, but Dan Pyong. Lee Si-woon still couldn't figure out who was registered as the head of the gang, and found out that it wasn't Dan Pyong. After hearing the news, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, realizing the scale of the problem. However, after a moment's thought, the boy walked past his allies and headed for the door, telling them it was time to leave. When they asked where, he replied with a smile that they were going on a visit to visit Dan Pyong. Hearing this, Sang-won-hu rushed to him in fear, asking if he wanted to ask him to hand over the band to him, to which he received an affirmative answer. He tried to remember what kind of person they were talking about, and that he would not agree to just give up a festive life of alcohol and courtesans. To which Lee Si-woon replied that if he didn't want to give up the group voluntarily, they would force him since they didn't have much time. Sang-won-hu offered to discuss this whole situation over alcohol, having agreed with Dan Pyong beforehand. Hearing the refusal, the man was surprised, looking at the red-haired man as if he were crazy, because he wanted to go there without preparation. Lee Si-woon resolutely headed for the door, a beaming smile on his face, and despite his grumbling companions. Even after they left the house, Sang-won-hu asked if they would be in trouble, because Dan Pyong was not a man who would make concessions. Looking at the interlocutor, Lee Si-woon asked if a polite request with sad eyes would help in such a situation, to which he received confirmation. The redhead thought that the conversation with Dan Pyong should take place before he was drunk. Otherwise, Bu Xiang would have a hard time. He turned his head towards the archer who was riding, deep in thought. Looking ahead, the redhead noticed that they had arrived at their destination. Dismounting from their horses, they approached the gate and Lee Si-wong knocked. The old man opened the door for them, who immediately began rehearsing them, asking what they needed. However, when he saw who was in front of him, he immediately fell silent, fearfully looking at the guests. The old man began to bow fervently, welcoming the fourth master back, while he apologized for knocking too loudly. After the apology, the red-haired man asked the old man where he could find Dan Pyong, to which he was told that he was taking food. At the offer to convey something to the master, Lee Si-woon smiled and assured that he would take care of the matter himself. Not daring to object, the old man merely agreed while the three visitors entered the house. They found the owner of the house alone at the dinner table, pouring sake into himself. With absolutely no shame, Lee Si-wong opened the door to the room right from his foot, announcing his arrival with a loud noise. This could not have been noticed by the host, who turned away from the decanter and cast a poorly focused look in the direction of the sound. He bared his teeth, growling wildly and recalling his order not to let anyone in. In a rage, Dan Pyong tossed the decanter with the remaining sake, banging his fist on the table. Stretching his hand forward, Lee Si-wong stopped the vessel with one movement, preventing it from flying towards his face. Not hearing the sound of broken glass, Dan Pyong raised his head to see what was happening. A picture appeared in front of his eyes, in which Hyuk Ryong-un was holding the decanter he had just thrown with a predatory smile on his face. Grimacing, Dan Pyong adjusted his clothes, surveying his newly arrived guests with a crooked look. As the redhead placed the decanter on the table, the master of the house greeted him and Sang-won-hu. Then suddenly his eyes fell on a third figure who came with his friends. Bu Xiang's presence was a real surprise for Dan Pyong. Lee Si-woon regarded the master of the house with a hateful look, realizing that he looked more like a thug than expected. The boy sat down on the chair, throwing his legs out on the table right in front of Dan Pyong's nose, scattering the plates of food. He folded his hands in a lock, measuring the owner of the house with a stern look. An angry Dan Pyong rudely asked him what kind of circus he had arranged here. Lifting his chin proudly, Lee Si-woon thought that even though he was a fool, he was still Hyuk Ryong-un's right-hand man. Dan Pyong again sucked on the neck of the sack decanter. Immediately after that, the man grimaced, letting out a loud and smelly belch. Lee Si-woon covered his nose at the flow of air with the scent of a rotting corpse, and wondered why Hyuk Ryong-woon had chosen such cattle as his closest person. Dan Pyong raised the decanter, toasting that the return from the dead had finally ruined Hyuk Ryong-un. The owner of the house, placing a vessel on the table, took out a long pipe and lit it, filling the room with smoke and wondering what the guests were leaning on. With a cheeky smile, the redhead informed him that he had come to collect what belonged to him. Upon hearing this, Dan Pyong froze, staring at Hyuk Ryong-un in fear, a large drop of sweat rolling down his face as he realized what he was about to hear next. Holding his head proudly, Lee Si-woon announced that he wanted to take the Gang of Four Heavens from him. After these words, Dan Pyong angrily scolded the redhead with obscene words. He glared at him, flaring his nostrils, and asking if he was going to participate in the succession contest at that time. Lee Si-woon stood up, confirming his guess that the Four Heavens Gang would become an official battle unit. In response to this, Dan Pyong only laughed loudly, splashing saliva in all directions. Clenching his fists, he recalled his words that Hyuk Ryong-woon would never be able to do this given his incompetence. Even so, Lee Si-woon smiled widely, demanding Dan Pyong's words that he understood everything. The reaction made the dark-haired man squint, and his eyes widened as he picked up the words to respond. He grabbed his pipe and swung to strike the redhead, yelling an obscenity. However, Lee Si-woon calmly raised his hand, stopping the cradle with one finger and showing complete indifference to such a lunge. At the statement that he was ready to forgive him in exchange for the gang, Dan Pyong squealed loudly. The redhead calmly watched as he brought his fist in and directed it towards his face. He raised his hand and grabbed his opponent's hand with a loud sound, squeezing it tightly. His eyes filled with anger as he spoke to the brunette, demanding to simply give him the gang. Dan Pyong froze in fright, trying to free his hand from its grip. In the next moment, Lee Si-woon slapped the brunette bream across the face with a loud thud. The blow was so strong that Dan Pyong even slightly lost his balance, and blood spurted from his mouth. Turning to his opponent and showing a broken lip, he screamed that he did not dare raise a hand against him. However, his bold tirade was quickly cut short by another strong bream that Lee Si-woon once again lashed out at him. Without stopping, he began to hit him blow after blow, at the same time climbing on top of him and not giving him the opportunity to retreat. Sang-won-hu and Sa Bu-xiong watched this in silence, while the former had a slight look of worry on his face, while the latter clearly liked the picture. Finally, the extremely beaten Dan Pyong held out his hand, begging to end it all. However, Lee Si-woon, bringing his hand in for another strike, replied that the answer was not correct, prompting the correct word order. Towering over him, the redhead sternly asked him who was the leader of the gang, receiving a chuckle in response. Wiping the blood from his face, Dan Pyong replied that Kang Dae-shik was the leader of the gang. Upon hearing the name, Lee Si-woon let out a shocked breath as he lashed out at his opponent. They got on their horses, preparing for a new journey. Sitting in the saddle, Lee Si-woon pondered the information he had just received, looking straight ahead. He returned to Sang-won-hu, asking if Kang Dae-shik was a member of the assassin squad, to which he was told that he was also a good master. Sang-won-hu also explained that Kang Dae-shik has a pretty bad reputation, so he goes by the name of Dan Pyong. Lee Si-woon let out a breath, admitting that it was a waste of time for such a person to be the leader of a pitiful squad like theirs. With a big smile on his face, Sa Bu-xiong asked if they were going to visit Kang Dae-shik now. However, the red-haired man replied that they would visit him a little later, and he himself thought that Dan Pyong was scared to death. He remembered putting his finger out to stop the cradle, and mentally advised himself that he had learned the scaly armor technique, or he would have lost his finger. Lee Si-woon remembered how he had dealt blow after blow to the dark-haired man, realizing that he hadn't done much damage to it. Turning back to where Dan Pyong's house stood, the redhead thought that Hyuk Ryong-un's physical training was far from ideal. Later, one day began with Dan Pyong screaming wildly outside Hyuk Ryong-un's house as he demanded he leave. Several ambles stood behind him while he himself stated that he was not ready to attack during the redhead's visit. Standing on the balcony looking at all of this, Lee Si-woon thought about what Dan Pyong was hoping for by arranging all of this at such an early hour. After changing into more suitable clothes, he went out into the crowd. One of the men tried to calm Dan Pyong down, realizing how things could end. Pulling his hair back into a ponytail, Lee Si-woon smiled, reminding himself that if Dan Pyong wanted to attack him suddenly, it showed his inexperience. The man who had been talking to the redhead raised one eyebrow when he heard Dan Pyong's wild cries behind him. He stomped his foot on the ground, scattering small stones in different directions and cracking the slab. His eyes lit up red and a translucent white mist began to gather around his body. Taking a fighting stance and looking sternly at his opponent, he said he was ready to show him his skills. Lee Si-woon, fully prepared for battle, commanded him to attack with a smile on his face. Thinking that a strong warrior obeys the bark of a weaker one, the red-haired man wondered where his weapon was. Hearing that the opponent would fight without weapons, Lee Si-woon also decided to fight with his bare hands. Kang Dae-shik reminded that the weaker one is allowed to use weapons, so he asked him to at least take something, but he refused. With a smile, Kang Dae-shik said that they hadn't seen each other in quite some time. But the only thing that had changed was the level of confidence with which Hyuk Ryung-woon spoke. At this, Lee Si-woon smirked, calling Dan Pyong a weirdo, which just made the dark-haired man mad. With a smile, Kang Da-shik promised to give the redhead the right to strike first. After analyzing everything that he saw in front of him, he decided that he should take advantage of the moment of surprise. After thinking, Lee Si-wong began to gather momentum for the attack. He jumped into the air, determined to end this fight after the first blow. Looking at the clouds of dust in front of him, Kang Dae-shik wondered what technique his opponent was using. However, as soon as he recognized her and wondered how the redhead knew her, his eyes widened as he sensed someone behind him. Expecting to see his opponent there, he turned around, but it was empty behind him. Suddenly, the man froze, hearing a loud and satisfied laugh behind him. Kang Dae-shik turned his head, his eyes filled with fear, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. In the next moment, Hyuk Ryung-woon was standing in front of him, bringing his hand into strike. Lee Si-wong's eyes filled with red light as he channeled all his energy into reception. Kang Dae-shik bent in half as the redhead charged him with all his might straight into the solar plexus. In the next moment, he threw the opponent away, which caused him to fly forward with his back for several steps. Seeing this, Dan Pyong turned blue as he realized what a mess his current situation was. Everyone present who came with him also appreciated the training level of the fourth young master. Arcing through the air, Kang Dae-shik landed on his back, landing right under Dan Pyong's feet. The only thing the black-haired man managed to do, looking at the pale face of the courtesan, was to be quietly surprised. Meanwhile, Hyuk Ryung-un was slowly approaching them, determined to continue if he had to. He raised his hand and waved a finger, beckoning Dan Pyong to come to him. He obediently trotted up, with his head strongly bent in his shoulders, fearing another bream. Looking intently at his former associate, Lee Si-woon asked if bringing the gang leader to him could be considered an act of wanting to join his group. Pondering over the answer, Dan Pyong began to bleat something unintelligible, and his face was covered with sweat. Unable to bear it, Lee Si-woon raised his hand and, keeping a completely pragmatic expression on his face, smacked him on the back of the head. After hearing an affirmative answer, the red-haired man hugged him by the shoulders, saying that he would gladly accept that and every member of the gang into the squad. Lowering his head and looking down at his feet, he agreed that everything would be as the redhead wanted. Seeing Sabu Seong approaching them, Lee Si-wong shouted loudly, ordering everyone to get ready. The archer had a small bat in his hands, and he listened with a smile as the red-haired man gave orders to the squad. In his eyes shone a wild desire to start re-educating all present members of the gang. They, in turn, expected to see anything but not the archer who was bullied by Hyuk Ryung-un at the academy, and also in the role of commander. Hearing his new friend begin his rigorous training, Lee Si-woon smiled as he mentally wished the gang members good luck. Crashing on the bed in his room, the red-haired man shouted triumphantly, raising his hands up. Trying to catch his breath, he began to analyze his battle today. He could not have thought that his combo of two different techniques would work immediately after using the third one. But his main problem was that he could use the techniques he knew only when the opponent's vigilance was lowered. However, he exhaled, focusing on the fact that the main goal still remained to survive and return home. Over the course of several weeks, the training of the new squad gathered momentum, becoming more and more strict. Dan Pyong, barely breathing and with a sweaty face, diligently ran more than the first circle, trying not to anger the master. Rolling his eyes, the man thought about how cute he agreed to all this bullshit. Sang-won-hu was watching with a smile at this time as Sabu Seong growled at them, ordering them to increase their pace. The man thought that the status of the deputy leader of the unit made the archer even more reliable than he already was, and this really gave Hyuk Ryung-un a chance. Lee Si-woon approached them from behind, ordering Sabu Zian not to let those rascals down. The archer returned, and with a smile agreed to be as severe with them as possible. Seeing how the enraged Sabu Seong began to lash out at the squad members again, the redhead laughed that it was not so easy to lead. Lee Si-woon approached Sang-won-hu, suggesting that they change the name of their unit to the Black Lion. He explained that since they aimed to make the future of the cult better, The name should also speak of change. He took a scroll from his pocket, eager to show his friend the new symbol of their organization. Accepting the scroll from his foot, Sang-Wan-Hu stared at him in surprise. Unfolding it and seeing the symbol of a lion's head with an open mouth, he could not hold back an enthusiastic exhalation. Seeing the childlike delight on his comrade's face, Lee Si-woon thought that he had simply plagiarized the logo from his world. Placing a hand on his chin, the redhead expressed that they remained weak, despite the 30 archers that came with Sabu Xiong. At this time, the members of the gang started another round of jogging, barely staying on their feet. While thinking about what their squad needed, Lee Si-woon remembered that the demonic pavilion graduation ceremony would be taking place soon. According to his plan, they should agree to join him while handing the associate a small book. After unfolding it, Sang-Wan-Hu asked Hyuk Ryong-un if he was seriously going to do everything that was written in the book. He replied with a smile that his friend already knew the answer, so he simply asked for help in finding a blacksmith. The courtyard of the demonic pavilion was filled with young graduates and recruiters from various squads. Students huddled together, emotionally discussing which of them would join which squad. One of the recruiters who represented the Fire Dragon unit talked about the high level of welfare in it. Suddenly, all the graduates turned their heads in unison, paying attention to the squad that was approaching the pavilion. On the dark flags fluttering in the wind, a large lion's head stood out with an open mouth, and the members of the detachment themselves, dressed in black armor, were wearing masks helmets made in the form of a lion's head. Looking after the squad, the graduates whispered in the crowd, discussing whose squad it was and why it was called that. Examining the squad leader's armor, they pondered that it was made of black iron, which was more expensive than gold. A smile bloomed on Lee Si-woon's face as he realized that everyone present was now looking specifically at his squad. Already, when the sun returned to the horizon, in the house of the red-haired leader, the entire floor was covered with armor. Freed from their heavy uniforms, they lay flat on their backs on the floor of Hyuk Ryong-un's quarters, trying to catch their breath. Sweating all over, Lee Si-woon breathed out that he almost died from such exertion. Sabu Xiong added that it was only after a day in such armor that he understood why it was not necessary to wear it every day. Sang-Wan-Hu looked at the redhead, wondering if what they did would really help. Lee Si-woon gave a thumbs up, saying that delivering a clear and intense message is the foundation of marketing. However, instead of understanding, he noticed that his friend was looking at him as if he were crazy. Squinting, the red-haired answered that he should not kill himself. Instead, he assured that people would definitely come to their detachment. In the morning, a whole yard was waiting for the three friends, filled with people wanting to join their squad. Sang-Wan-Hu and Sabu Xiong watched this with open mouths, and only Lee Si-woon clearly expected this exact result. Sang-Wan-Hu turned to the redhead, asking if he planned to receive everyone. He smiled and replied that he wanted to start by looking at the level of physical training of the newcomers and choose the worthy ones. The boy thought about the fact that he was going to organize a division in this world, the symbol of which would be the logo of his modern world. As he daydreamed, he didn't even notice the childish delight that Sabu Xiong and Sang-Wan-Hu were watching him with. The next step was to improve his status and influence within the family. Now he needed to meet with the second young master, Hyuk Ryong-jin. The next morning, he was already standing in the house, bowing and greeting. The figure he greeted had his back to him, but turned at his voice. To begin with, Lee Si-woon decided to deal with his elder brother's ally, namely the third young lady, Hyuk Ryong-wol. The red-haired man looked at his sister, thinking that it was with her that the alliance would be concluded. Seeing her brother, Hyuk Ryong-wol made a pretty face, saying that she understood his request, so he can go. She turned her back on him, indicating that the conversation was over, but he offered her an alliance. Hearing this, she cold-bloodedly observed that he had nothing, but he dared to make such an offer to her. A mask of fury appeared on the girl's face as she began to demand from him that he beg her to save her life. Dare to open his mouth, Lee Si-woon repeated the alliance's offer on equal terms, as he has an offer she can't refuse. Waving off her brother, she repeated her order to get away. Seeing his sister's complete indifference, the boy decided to go to the A-Bank, saying that the second young master chose the first. Carefully watching the reaction of the third young maiden, Lee Si-woon noticed that it did affect her, causing at least some kind of reaction. He replied that her plan to keep the first master in check by forming an alliance with the second young master would fail since the two were already allies. Looking at him from under her forehead, Hyuk Ryong-wol asked how he knew all this. With a sly smile on his face, the boy replied that he could not tell her how he knew all this, because he could not say that he invented everything himself, as the author. The girl came close to him, asking if this was the reason why he wanted to make an alliance with her. Hearing the agreement, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, considering the situation. Hyuk Ryong-wol looked at her brother, saying that he was offering an alliance on equal terms, but she would get nothing out of it. Lee Si-woon replied that he could offer to make the entire Rahu clan her ally. This proposal made her think hard, since this clan was considered the most numerous in the capital. Hyuk Ryong-wol asked how he plans to lead the Chanyu clan if he is not recognized in his native Rahu clan, to which she received a promise to change everything soon. And he planned to do it, descending into the Devil's Dungeon in the near future. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryong-wol widened her brother's eyes in fear, not believing what she was hearing. Before her eyes appeared a picture of stairs strewn with skeletons. Since this is a dungeon in 300 years, no one has been able to pass and return from it alive. Looking closely at her brother, she asked if he understood what it meant to do what he had just declared. Turning his back to her, Lee Si-woon explained that this was the only way to prove to everyone the seriousness of his intentions. Turning to face her, he threw over his shoulder that he would look forward to hearing from her upon his return from the dungeon. After talking with Hyuk Ryong-wol, Lee Si-woon returned home, where he started looking at the new recruits. Scratching his head, he looked over his notes on the Devil's Dungeon, which was the training center for the heavenly demon. Completing the dungeon was considered an ancient tradition, which was supposed to give the recognition necessary for the successor. Having finished reading, the boy held his head, chastising himself for making up so many things. Now, biting the nail on his thumb, he wondered if the second young master would be able to pass him, but his chances were 0. Realizing that there was no other way out, the boy loudly slapped his hand on the arm of the chair. He rose to his feet, looking ahead resolutely and ready for any challenge. Therefore, having prepared well, after some time he already climbed the stairs to one of the mountains. Having climbed the mountain, he froze, looking in front of him in surprise. The entrance to the dungeon, which was located on a small plateau, was closed by a grate, and 2 ambalas stood near it. One of the guards took a few steps towards the boy. The grate slid aside with a thud and screech as the man opened the entrance to the dungeon. While she was being held open, Lee Si-won pragmatically took a few steps towards the dungeon. Closing his lips tightly, he looked resolutely in front of him, promising himself that there was no way he would die here. In his hand was burning a torch, with the help of which the boy at least understood where he should go. Realizing that the time had come, Lee Si-won began to untie the knot on his chest. Spreading it out, he saw a jacket, helmet, and gauntlets from the equipment. Putting on his helmet, the boy mentally reported to himself that the final preparations for the test were complete. Hearing the sound that came from somewhere deep inside the cave, Lee Si-won turned his head sharply in his direction. Having done this, he saw that a whole black cloud of gnats was flying at him, which meant the beginning of the first test. Devil mosquitoes stung a person, poisoning him with their saliva, which caused glitches, and there were several hundred individuals in the swarm. Looking resolutely at the cloud of insects, Lee Si-won was glad that he had prepared for the test by taking the artisan's countering technique. Throwing away the torch, the boy took a fighting stance, seeing the poisonous mosquitoes coming towards him. He pulled out his sprayer, spraying poison right at the swarm of insects. Lee Si-woon exclaimed that the mosquitoes clearly did not expect this. His face took on an expression of fanaticism as he saw them fall to the ground dead. A few minutes later, the boy was already admiring the way several hundred dead bloodsuckers littered the ground. As he took off his helmet, Lee Si-woon thought that he had dealt with them not as effectively as the second master, but just as effectively. He approached them, tilting the torch towards them and burning the small bodies. After that, the boy thought with a smile on his face that he had managed the first task of the Devil's Dungeon. At this time, the second young master, sitting at the table and having breakfast, met the morning guest. Hyuk Ryong-geum, putting his hands on his sides, asked his brother if he was too apathetic. While sipping hot tea, Hyuk Ryong-jin asked if he should give up now just because Hyuk Ryong-un went to the dungeons. Surprised, the first master recognized the truth of his words, but asked if he himself planned to descend to him next month. The boy thought about his words, but replied that it didn't change the presence of the redhead there right now. Grimacing, Hyuk Ryong-geum replied that he was completely uninterested in Hyuk Ryong-un, as he didn't even want to acknowledge him as his brother. After those words, Hyuk Ryong-jin took a few slow and deep breaths. He slammed the teacup on the table with all his might, sending up a few small splashes. Noticing his brother's reaction, Hyuk Ryong-geum recoiled in fright, realizing that he had blurted out too much. And although the gray-haired brother looked calm, he knew that he was actually in a rage. The first master immediately rushed to apologize for not being able to hold his tongue. Hyuk Ryong-jin took the bowl in his hands and gave his brother a look with deep blue eyes, noticing that they had dedicated themselves to the cause of the cult. So that was something to think about. Hyuk Ryong-geum smiled, scratching his head in embarrassment. In the next moment, he was already drawing his sword, preparing to defend himself against Hyuk Ryong-jin, who was already standing next to him, attacking. Staring at his opponent in a daze, the first master swung his sword, deflecting his attacks. Taking a fighting stance, Hyuk Ryong-jin thought with a smile of how many other people knew about his brother's seriousness. Meanwhile, Lee Si-woon slowly made his way through the dungeons, lighting his way with a single torch. Suddenly, he put his arm around his shoulder, hearing how his lung began to shake. Thinking that it was necessary to prepare for the next test, the boy stuffed pieces of cloth into his ears. He hung a small amulet around his neck, which should also help. Taking out a black handkerchief from his pocket, the boy tied his eyes tightly with it, hoping to practice blind. Throwing down the torch, he descended from the bare ground onto the tiled floor, swinging his sword in front of him. Red circles with various symbols and lines suddenly lit up in front of him. Lee Si-woon mentioned that all hidden fears would be unleashed here, and the local fog made them as realistic as possible. He knew that Hyuk Ryong-jin would simply dispel the fog with his martial arts, and he also understood that he could not allow even a moment of doubt because it would mean defeat. Finally, his sword again scooped up not the stone floor, but the wet earth. Hearing this, he cautiously stopped and lifted the blindfold from his eyes, revealing a panorama of the view. The boy was standing in front of an arch that led into the depth of the tunnel, opening a view of its impenetrable darkness. Looking at the poison pearl around his neck, Lee Si-wong thought that the method of passing the second test was also different from his brother. Hiding the amulet, the red-haired man thought about the fact that everything was too simple and there was only one last test left. He took a flask from his pocket and slowly uncorked it. However, immediately after that, he suddenly covered his mouth and nose with his hand, feeling how the contents of the flask smelled disgusting, thinking about how to drink it. However, after thinking carefully, he realized that if he wanted to survive, he would have to drink the liquid. Lee Si-wong took out a vial of another liquid from his pocket and poured its contents into the flask. After that, he set the flask on the ground as he prepared to leave. Without waiting for a reaction, the boy rushed away, trying to get as far away as possible. Lee Si-wong hid behind the nearest boulders, which revealed the flask under the arch. A sudden guess shot into his head, and he used the ghost-walking technique to avoid unnecessary sounds. And also, with a clenched fist, the scaled armor technique to provide better body protection. Out of the darkness under the arch appeared a dirty lapega with long claws and scuttled on the ground, sending echoes through the cave. The monster breathed hoarsely, spraying saliva in different directions, and long black hair fell down, covering its face. The creature, which resembled a person, crawled on the ground, pulling out a long tongue from its mouth and covering it around. Lee Si-wong, hiding in the shelter, watched the underground monster, not believing that such a thing could really exist, and was quite dangerous. The boy saw how the monster, using hearing and smell, tried to find what it felt acutely, since they had no sight. His face was covered in sweat as he began to think about the fact that he was able to anoint himself with an odor-repelling salve, and all he could do was stay still. According to his plan, the creature should have paid more attention to the flask with a more interesting smell than him. And so it happened, and the monster bent down, putting its nose as close as possible to the neck of the vessel. Suddenly her eyes opened wide, and she threw the flask away from her with a wild roar, spraying saliva. Seeing the creature begin to squirm, Lee Si-wong decided that it was time to act. He jumped up, leaping high over the comatose creature. Looking at her convulsions, Lee Si-wong thought with a smile that adding red chili powder and some volatiles to the flask was a good idea. Suddenly, the boy turned pale, hearing a hiss from the depths of the cave, similar to what he heard from a monster. From there, similar monsters crawled towards him, looking for a way with their noses and orienting themselves to the noise that was happening near the entrance. Lee Si-wong lay down on the ground, cursing and staring at the approaching monsters. He by no means expected that there would be not only one monster, but that there would be a whole pack of such monsters. Instantly finding his bearings, the boy hid behind the boulders, mentally praying that the monsters would disappear. Sweat rolled down his face in hail, until he, frozen and hiding from the repetitions that crawled by him, leaned his back against the stone. Seeing that they didn't notice his presence, Li Si-wong had already relaxed and smiled. Suddenly, one of the monsters turned towards him with a wild hiss, sticking out a drooling tongue, causing him to tense up. The creature fumbled everywhere with its tongue, trying to find its victim, which it felt was very close. The boy felt a cold sweat pour over his face from the wild tension. Seeing how the monster towering over him roared as it announced that it had found a victim, Li Si-wong turned blue in terror. Realizing that he had failed to hide, the boy screamed wildly. He took a spray gun from his pocket and, pointing it at the monster, released a dose of poison. The underground monster swung its claw, planning to use its long claws. Orienting himself, Li Si-won crouched down, and his claws slammed into the pile of boulders he was hiding next to, hiding his head in his shoulders and covering it from the stones. The boy thought that in such a situation he would have to break through the crowd all the way to the exit. Stepping on his heels, the monster extended its paw, chasing the redhead. Struggling with their hands and feet, the monsters caught up with him, emitting wild growls. Thinking that they could smell him, Li Si-wong regretted the futility of using the very smelly salve. Trying to break away, the red-haired man screamed loudly as he went. Turning his head, he saw that the monsters were lagging behind, and mentally thanked his training, which had not been in vain. Suddenly, a huge male underground monster appeared before him, standing cross-legged, and his appearance resembled a gray-haired old man. With a growl, the alpha stuck out his tongue, spraying saliva and baring his sharp fangs. Seeing this picture, Li Si-won cursed loudly because he did not expect such a course of events. He jumped on the spot, bringing his fist up and preparing to attack. Hearing this, the monster raised its paw and raised its head, pointing its nose at the source of the noise. Landing, Li Si-wong slammed his fist on the ground with all his might, sending up a wave of dust and rocks. The alpha raised a paw and waved it, trying to catch the long-haired victim. However, his claws were only able to grab a piece of matter, tearing it into small strips. The monster froze like that, feeling how the fabric that had just been caught by him dangled between his fingers. At this moment, Li Si-won, leaving his jacket on the monster's paws, quickly ran in the opposite direction from him. At that moment, the only thought in his head was that the heavenly demon was crazy because he had stuffed rabid creatures into his dungeon. Realizing that he had been tricked, the alpha rushed after the redhead with a wild roar, raising the smoke behind him. Finally, Li Si-wong saw the light in front of him that marked the exit from the tunnel, and he let out a happy breath. He stopped abruptly, turning his legs and thereby sending small stones flying. The boy looked at the chasm that separated him from the exit and thought that despite expectations, it looked deep enough. He raised his head and screamed, cursing what the world stood on, the sky demon, as the alpha approached him. Taking a few steps back in order to gain momentum, Li Si-wong prepared to jump. Having reached the cliff, the red-haired man gathered himself and, pushing off the ground, made a decisive leap. He did it just in time as the alpha was already dragging his paw behind him, trying not to let go of his victim. However, the monster could only clench its fist around the empty air because the boy was already over the abyss. Realizing that he was about to reach the opposite side of the chasm, Li Si-wong smiled happily as he spread his arms to his sides. However, just as he thought to thank Jang Morian, he realized that he was a few centimeters short of the opposite side. The boy stretched his hand forward, trying to grab the edge of the opposite edge of the abyss. However, he did not succeed in this, so he flew straight down headlong without holding on to anything at all. Landing at the bottom of the pit, he raised a huge cloud of dust and debris that flew in all directions. His hand lay limply on the ground, and Li Si-wong tried to move his fingers on it. Lying on his back face up, the boy exhaled deeply, his eyes wide open. Sitting down, he scratched the back of his head as he thought about the fact that he barely managed to survive, and that was only thanks to the scaled armor technique. Looking in front of him, he froze, realizing what he saw. Just before his eyes, a path of blue stones began to stand out on the black wall, which gave off a faint glow. Blue stones made paths on the ceiling on both sides of the cave, showing the way to the exit. Looking ahead, Li Si-won looked ahead, trying to think of something like this in the novel, but decided that moving forward was better than just waiting. He took a few steps, and in a moment the man's mouth fell open in delight as the sun's rays fell on him. Near the exit, a fascinating view of the ancient temple hidden in the forest thicket opened to him. Approaching the temple, Lee Si-woon raised his head and saw above him the roar of an apple tree with bright yellow fruits. He walked up to the entrance of the temple, admiring it, and thinking that he was standing next to the best rock shelter he knew. On the door, the boy saw a lock, which was made in the form of a circle, in the center of which there was a handprint. After thinking for a moment, he put his palm to the imprint in the lock, guessing the principle of its action. Immediately after that, the doors flew in different directions, opening the way to the darkness of the room. Inside, Lee Si-woon saw a tall, many staircase leading up to an altar that had a cloak on it. Coming closer, the boy saw a statue in a cloak, a sword and a small scroll. He looked carefully in front of him, studying the inscription on the stone. The statue was written off by the heavenly demon's appeal to his successor, where he gave instructions to use the inheritance wisely. After untying the scroll, Lee Si-woon couldn't help but exclaim in delight at what he saw and read the details of the heavenly demonic arts. According to legend, in the history of the divine cult, there was the strongest blessed heavenly demon who did not share his arts with anyone. As he read this, Lee Si-woon thought with rapture that he had managed to hit the real jackpot. However, the delight was quickly diluted by a pang of disappointment when the boy realized that the sky demon's handwriting was simply terrible. After finishing his study of the scroll, Lee Si-woon proceeded to study the sword he found on the altar. Pulling it out of its scabbard, he raised it above his head, sending a glint of sunlight at the blade. An expression of wild delight appeared on the boy's face. Proud of his finds, he tucked the sword back, the corners of his lips curling up. Looking around, Lee Si-woon thought that there must be magic elixirs or pills in here somewhere. One crazy thought appeared in his head, and he rushed headlong down the stairs, heading for the exit from the temple. Near the exit, the boy approached the apple tree and plucked one of the yellow-hot apples. A few minutes later, Lee Si-woon was generously munching on the apples to the point that they were ringing behind his ears, while throwing the pieces in front of him. After the apple meal, the boy went to the local lake to drink water. After getting drunk, the boy raised his head and moaned loudly, trying to catch his breath. Sitting on a rock, Lee Si-woon looked around, thinking that there were only fruits and water around. Realizing this, he raised his hand and shouted to the heavenly demon that he could leave a few elixirs as well. The boy patted the ground with his hand, lifting small stones into the air, saying that they would be more useful than a scroll written in terrible handwriting. A little later, he found another door, using the lock according to the already familiar principle. In the room that Lee Si-woon found, there was a whole arsenal of various weapons. Blades, swords, spears, and bows could be found here. On a separate shelf lay a pair of black leather gloves decorated with gold clasps. After putting them on, Lee Si-woon thought that it could very well be the artifact that in this world was called the Hornless Dragon Gloves. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy realized that they were similar to ordinary gloves, but more elastic, and they fit him perfectly. Returning to the altar, he removed his robe from the heavenly demon statue, begging her. After trying it on, Lee Si-woon concluded that since it had remained in good condition for so many centuries, the material was of good quality. Leaning against the altar, the boy thought that he had enough food and water until he found a way out, so he could devote his time to learning heavenly martial techniques. A few weeks later, after packing weapons from the arsenal into a bag and loading them on his back, Lee Si-woon decided to return home. He was glad that the sky demon had left instructions on how to find a way out of the dungeon. Climbing the stairs, the boy thought about the fact that it was not known where exactly the exit would lead. However, seeing sunlight in front of him, he realized that the main thing now was to get out of the dungeon. At the exit of the cave, Lee Si-woon was greeted by bright sunlight, which even caused him to squint and cover his eyes with his hand. At the same time, the boy saw an old man with a bundle of firewood behind his back. Approaching him, Lee Si-woon, with a smile on his face, asked him exactly where he was now. The old man looked at him with a mixture of fear and admiration in his eyes, calling him the successor of the heavenly demon. After these words, he fell to his knees in front of Lee Si-woon, bowing to him while he tried to understand what was going on. The old man raised his head, looking at the redhead with tears in his eyes, and replied that the robe and sword meant that he was the successor. Listening to all this, Lee Si-woon stared at his grandfather in a daze as he digested the information he had just received. Suddenly he jumped up, coming almost close to the boy, which made Lee Si-woon even recoil in fright. In the next moment, the old man was rushing away from him, leaving the extremely confused boy alone. The redhead looked after the old man as he fled, thinking that he would soon have instructions on how to get out. In the city itself, meanwhile, life went on as usual. Merchants offered their shops to all the townspeople who passed by them. Sangwan Hu and Sabu Siang were standing by one of the benches discussing how Hyuk Ryong-un went down to the dungeons and disappeared a few weeks ago. They turned their heads to where the townspeople shouted joyfully as they approached closer to the road, whereupon the archer asked his friend about the holiday. A merchant approached them, talking about the successor of the heavenly demon, and a few days ago, the flag of the Devil's Dungeon was raised for the first time. After hearing about the Devil's Dungeon, the men turned pale and looked at the merchant in fear. After thinking for a moment, they rushed forward, wondering if Hyuk Ryong-un could be that successor. They saw the red-haired man waving his hand on a cart pulled by two joyful men right in the middle of the crowd. Young girls, seeing the young and handsome successor, enthusiastically reached out their hands to him. As he greeted the crowd, Li Si Wong wondered why there was someone sitting outside the dungeon, waiting for someone to pass through the dungeon. But it didn't matter. Already sitting in his rooms, he breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he finally managed to return home. Above him stood the figures of Sangwan Hu and Sabu Seong, demanding an explanation of what had happened. Sangwan Hu even suggested that he spent several weeks in the dungeon, and it somehow ended with his succession. Throwing his head back, Li Si Wong exhaled as he found the words to explain to his friends what had happened to him. After hearing the whole story from beginning to end, Sangwan Hu snapped at his friend, trying to realize how much was being hidden from them. Sabu Xian agreed that in 300 years, the redhead was the first one who managed to get the treasures hidden by the heavenly demon himself. However, Li Si-woon himself did not share the enthusiasm of his companions, saying that he wanted to lie down, which now, given his new status, is impossible. To Sangwan Hu's surprise, the redhead replied that his new status would give him more rivals that he wasn't quite ready for. Lowering his head, the man thought, realizing the problematic nature of the situation. Li Si-woon himself thought that he had radically changed the plot of the novel, and now it was not clear what the second young master would do. Grabbing his head, the red-haired man began to go through the options of what he should do next. Placing his fingers on his chin, Li Si-woon reflected that it was too late to change anything, so all that was left was to continue. He looked at Sangwan Hu and ordered him to go to the city to get something and also distribute silver to the people of the city. After that, the redhead turned to Sabu Xian, inquiring about the training process, to which he received a report on the completion of training. After the offer to teach the horseman archers how to use daggers, a warrior armed with a large knife appeared before the red-haired man's eyes. He responded positively to the offer, but suggested that he postpone training melee skills to focus on survival. Li Si-woon ordered Sangwan Hu to hold a meeting to which Dan Pyong should also be invited, much to the astonishment of the associates. The red-haired man explained that he was needed because there was a sharer for him as well. At the table at the meeting, Li Si-woon himself, Sangwan Hu, Sabu Xian, and Dan Pyong were present. Sitting at a distance from the rest, the dark-haired man wondered why he had been invited to the meeting. After waiting for everyone to gather, the redhead shouted, ordering someone to bring something. The door opened, and 4 servants entered the room, holding a huge, heavy chest in their hands. Carrying her to the conference table, they released her, causing her to fall to the floor with a loud thud. Secretary Zhang Murian walked over to the chest, asking the young master what it was and peering inside. Inside, he saw a mountain of various weapons, and the redhead explained that these were weapons found in the dungeon. Li Si-woon explained that this weapon was different from the usual one, and suggested that each of the comrades choose something to their liking. After these words, Sabu Xiang and Sangwan Hu jumped up to the chest, happily looking at the elements of the weapon despite the shocked secretary. The redhead explained that despite the high cost of this weapon, he considered their talents much more valuable. Clasping their hands, the 3 companions bowed in gratitude to Li Si-woo. Sangwan Hu held up one of the swords, admiring how its blade sparkled in the candlelight. At this time, Sabu Xiang was testing the string of his new bow with a satisfied smile. Secretary Zhang Murian was the only one who thought kindly, so the redhead approached him. He handed the man a small ring, which depicted a large dragon holding a ball in its teeth. Li Si-wong explained that the black dragon ring had the same properties as the blood venom pearl. Looking at the old man, who was thanking him for the gift with tears in his eyes, the boy thought that he could not allow his tactician to be poisoned. Suddenly, a light cough sounded near them, and they all turned towards Dan Pyong together. The red-haired man put his hand on his shoulders, informing him that unfortunately, There were no weapons for him as a gift. However, he added that there will be a task for that, namely to sell the rest of the artifacts for a premium, since it is his family who understands this well. Timidly looking up at the young gentleman, Dan Pyong timidly asked him about the prize, addressing him as you. Hearing this, Lee Si-woon smiled, wondering what he was yelling at, and repeated his request to sell whatever he could. The next morning, Hyuk Ryong-wol moved quickly around the yard of her house. All this time, she was thinking about the fact that Hyuk Ryong-un had managed to become the heir of the heavenly demon. In the room, she saw the redhead himself, bowing in a welcoming gesture. However, he stopped all her complaints about the uninvited visit by handing her a rectangular seal. Accepting the seal of the Rahu clan, she asked if he had time to visit them since he had their seal. The boy answered her with a smile that he always kept his word, so now it was her turn. Looking intently at her brother, the girl asked how he managed to do it, thinking at the same time that she had doubted him for nothing. Looking up, Lee Si-woon pondered the answer, trying to draw it back as much as possible. He thought that the head of the clan did not care about him, despite his new status, so he had to simply bribe him. The boy approached his sister, telling her that he was interested in an alliance exclusively with her and not with the whole clan. Looking at the redhead, Hyuk Ryong-wol thought he resembled Hyuk Ryong-jin, who was just as cocky. Crossing her arms on her chest, the girl answered with her head proudly raised that she accepted his offer of union. Bowing low, Lee Si-woon thanked her, replying that he couldn't wait for her help now. At this time, Hyuk Ryong-jin was at home, sitting on the windowsill of his room. He thought about the fact that Hyuk Ryong-wol had made an alliance with Hyuk Ryong-un. A small smile bloomed on his face as he thought that the redhead was taking their fight seriously. Yellow rays began to gather around his hand, from which sparks flew in different directions. Screaming, he raised his palm to eye level, looking at how light smoke was coming from it. The boy thought that the head of their cult would be very angry when he found out. Just at that moment, in one of the mountain caves, one of the stones hit its side with a dull sound. A figure dressed in ragged clothes and holding a stick with a broken chain in its hands climbed out of the cave. The boy squinted one eye, covering his face with one hand from the sun, which he had not seen for a long time. Raising his hand, he looked at the staff, along the length of which was depicted a large dragon. As he quickly descended the mountain, Tae-moo Kwan thought with a smile that it was worth looking at what was going on around him. 2 days later, he was still wandering through the woods, trying to figure out where he was and where he should go. Suddenly the boy heard some sounds nearby and, returning there, listened carefully. He thought it would be possible to ask those there for further direction. The noise the boy heard was an attack by bandits on a merchant caravan. Flying through the inertia, Tae-moo Kwan flew straight at one of the thugs, who, thinking slowly, turned around at the sudden noise. It was at this moment that a heavy boot on his leg flew into his face. The blow was so strong that he immediately fell on his back, unable to stand on his feet. The boy landed on the ground, and putting his hands to his sides, asked him for forgiveness with a smile. Wondering what he was doing here. Coming to his senses, the man sat down on the ground, cursing and asking the boy who he was, while his subordinates were already stepping on him. Tae-moo Kwan raised his hand and bowed with a smile, replying that he was lost and hungry. One of the robbers, not accepting such an explanation, was already swinging his sword at him. However, Tae-moo Kwan, keeping a cold calm on his face, silently stepped away, causing the blow to miss. In response, the boy punched the big guy with all his might in the solar plexus, causing him to bend slightly. After that, he fell face down on the ground and did not move anymore. Staring sternly at the picture in front of him, Tae-moo Kwan said he just wanted to ask for directions and some food for the onward journey. The boy turned to one of the traders, who was sitting on the ground and looking at him with big, round eyes. In response to the boy's question about the bandits, the merchant promised to reward him handsomely if he defeated them. Despite the horde of thugs, Tae-moo Kwan remarked with a smile that he hoped that he would be honest and that he would be able to receive generous gifts. The leader of the robbers, a large, bald Bugai, growled wildly, ordering the henchmen to kill the boy. The merchant shouted loudly, but Tae-moo Kwan stood silently in front of him, preparing to fight. Grasping the staff, he felt the power contained within his artifact. After waiting for the right moment, he grabbed the other end of the staff, taking out a sword from there. It turned out that the scabbard of the sword was mistaken for a stick. A few minutes later, he was putting his sword back and all the enemies were falling dead on the ground. The merchant stared in bewilderment at the unknown boy who had managed to defeat his enemies with just one blow. Suddenly he, clutching his stomach, groaned and fell to his knees, grimacing. The man ran up to the boy, asking him if he was injured. Thay Mu Quan looked up at him with tearful eyes, barely able to say what he wanted to eat. After a few seconds, he was already munching on 2 pieces of fruit, hardly bothering to chew the pieces. While he was eating, the merchant looked at him, thinking that he must be some kind of craftsman who had spent a long time in the mountains. The man introduced himself as Hongsun-san and asked him where he was going, to which he received the answer about the Murim alliance. Hearing this, Hongsun invited him to move with them, as they were also holding the road there. Without wiping the crumbs from his mouth, the boy happily accepted the merchant's offer. At this time, Hyuk Ryong-un's house was celebrating wildly, due to which colorful flashes of fireworks appeared in the sky. In the yard stood his new army, dressed in red and black armor. The owner of the house himself was sitting on a chair in the middle of the square, folding his hands in a castle and watching the procession that was approaching him. He thought about the fact that today was the first official day of the Black Lion Squad, the day he would be recognized as its leader. The procession approaching him was Hyuk Ryong-wol with his bodyguards. The girl asked him if he should tell the second master now about their union, to which she heard that they would find out about him anyway. Hearing that he was using this to convince those who still doubted, she warned that Hyuk Ryong-jin was not exactly an ordinary person. Looking down at his feet, Lee Si-woon replied that he was aware of that as well. Hearing someone calling him a fool behind her back, the red-haired man raised his head and looked there. Hyuk Ryong-gyum approached them, surrounded by his retinue, with a wide smile on his face. Approaching the brother and sister, he looked at them from a height, while they had to raise their heads. Seeing her older brother, Hyuk Ryong-wol frowned, moving her thin eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. Zdrovan, not paying attention to her, approached the red-haired man, putting his hand on his shoulders and asking when he had time to grow up. Squeezing out a strained smile, Lee Si-woon replied that he was still a long way from him. Watching this picture, Hyuk Ryong-wol thought that he came to restrain Hyuk Ryong-un. The brothers talked about their topics, completely ignoring another guest. Hyuk Ryong-jin walked over and slowly put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Hyuk Ryong-woon froze in fear, his face turning a chalky color. While he was anxiously afraid to turn his head, Hyuk Ryong-gyum greeted his younger brother with a smile. The second master stood in front of the red-haired brother, congratulating him on his achievements and saying that he had earned his respect. Looking into the boy's deep eyes, Lee Si-woon thought that before him stood the rival of the main character, whom he himself was still far away from. Folding his hands and bowing, the red-haired man thought about the fact that he was no match for him, at the same time thanking him for his kind words. Hyuk Ryong-jin suggested that he finally go and celebrate. After thinking about it, Lee Si-woon concluded that despite his training, he would never outstrip him. Looking at the trail of the second master, he thought that if the goal was not to return home, he would have obeyed him. From memories of home, the boy closed his eyes and sighed, realizing how long the road home would be. At the end of the celebration, Sangwon-hu declared the inauguration ceremony closed, opening the Heaven Demon weapons auction instead. All those present gathered, taking their seats, and on both sides of the table there were 2 tables with weapons. Sangwon-hu turned to Hyuk Ryong-un, asking him how the faces of everyone gathered here were. He smiled and replied that the weapon belonged to a heavenly demon, so it was understandable why all the cult members wanted it so much. The auction of the quadrangular halberd began. The initial price was set at 1,000 taels of silver. Hearing the cost of the weapon element, the cult members gaped in surprise. Seeing this, Lee Si-won smiled as he reasoned that if Secretary Jiang Murian could keep their attention on him, he would receive a prize. The first potential buyer offered 100,000 for the halberd. The next shouted the price 2,000 more. Lee Si-won, after looking at Secretary Jiang Murian, thought that everything was going according to plan. Sangwon-hu concluded that in the event that no one beat the proposed price, the halberd would go to Elder Lee. While the auction was going on, a full moon had already risen in the sky. Announcing the last artifact, Secretary Jiang Murian took out a small bracelet from the box, the stones of which sparkled in the light. He said that it was a heavenly demon bracelet that deserved the attention of the future owner the most. All the present members of the cult watched the artifact in the secretary's hand in fascination. After thinking about it, the man said that the starting price of the bracelet is 500,000. Such a high price caused a loud exclamation to roll through the hall. Lee Si-woon watched their reaction, realizing that such an amount equated to almost 1,000,000 won. Hearing the auctioneers waiting for bids, one of the cult members suggested that it was just a decoration, but by no means a weapon. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and shouted the price of 5,000,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, everyone began to turn their heads in different directions, trying to find someone who dared to offer such a price. Lee Si-woon looked at the prospective buyer's hand in fear, knowing full well who it belonged to. The buyer, who was not afraid to offer such a price, turned out to be the second master, Hyuk Ryong-jin. Stuttering, Secretary Jang Murian repeated the proposed price and the name of the buyer. Frightened, no one dared to offer a price higher than the second master's bid. Seeing this, Sang-won-hu shouted that the heavenly demon bracelet was sold to Hyuk Ryong-jin for 5,000,000. He stood up, bowing, while the crowd of cult members gave him a standing ovation. A startled Lee Si-woon did not understand why he had spent an amount equal to 10,000,000 won on an ordinary bracelet. The second master approached Secretary Jang Murian, and he, bowing low, handed him the relic he had just bought. Without wasting time, he put it on his arm, intently waiting for what would happen next. Soon the bracelet began to dissipate, turning into a dark haze. In an instant, black smoke began to gather in his palm in the form of a sword hilt. In a few seconds, the second master already had a sword with a long obsidian-colored blade and a handle decorated with a golden pattern in his hands. All the cult members present gasped, and someone even shouted that the bracelet was turning into a sword. Lee Si-wong paled as he wondered how he could miss a moment with such an artifact. Hyuk Ryong-jin, admiring the obsidian black blade, said that he bought a bracelet that he liked, and it turned out to be a sword. He waved his hand, and the sword once again dissolved into a mist that immediately turned into a bracelet. The second master removed the ornament, returning it to the redhead and telling him that it was not worth it, to which Lee Si-woon bowed, replying that divine things recognize their owners, so he is the true owner of the artifact. Hearing these words, the second master exhaled, promising to become as worthy an owner as the previous one. The crowd, upon hearing his promise, threw their fists up, chanting his name, declaring him the true heir of the heavenly demon. Looking at Hyuk Ryong-jin, Lee Si-woon thought that switching cult members would help him take the next step. Now, listening to the shouts of praise for the second master, the redhead could officially announce that the race for success had begun. At that time, near the mountain from which Tae-mu Kwan climbed, there were 3 men exploring the cave. The presiding officer noticed that it was now too late, because he had asked to be notified when someone got out, so he ordered the main group to be alerted. At this time, Sang-won-hu, Sa Bu-xiong, and Secretary Jang Murian were sitting at the consultation table. Sang-won-hu let out a tired breath as rumors spread that the true heir of the heavenly demon was the second master. Secretary Jang Murian lowered his head, as he thought he should have paid more attention to it. Suddenly, Lee Si-woon entered the office, kicking the door open. In his hands was a whole mountain of books and scrolls, so he quickly shouted to those present to help him, because it might collapse. Having spread the books on the table, Sang-won asked his friend what he had attracted. Asking about the bracelet, the man timidly scratched his cheek with his finger. The red-haired man, scratching his head, answered with a smile that he did not need it at all, but if he knew everything, he would sell it for 3 times more. Everyone present looked at him in shock, hearing that he would still sell the artifact. Flipping through the books, Lee Si-wong replied that he thought the bracelet would respond to the wearer's ki, and if it was at the level of a second master. After these words, tears appeared in the eyes of Sang-won-hu and Secretary Jang Murian. The red-haired man himself, closing his eyes, lowered his head and took a deep breath, thinking about how he should fight with the main characters. An idea arose in my head that it would be good to slightly distract the attention of the second master. Suddenly, a scroll tied with an orange ribbon appeared in front of him. Unfolding it, the red-haired man turned pale, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. According to the report, Tae-mu Kwan, the protagonist of the novel, has already come out of the cave, instead of the proper 2 years. Realizing that his actions affect events, the boy loosened his grip, and the scroll fell from his hands. Grabbing his hair, Lee Si-woon began to think about how he could delay Hyuk Ryong-un's death. The boy sat in front of the mirror, looking at his reflection and trying to control himself. He convinced himself that he wasn't Hyuk Ryong-un, and such a third-rate romance would definitely change depending on the actions. At this time, 2 thugs were running across the field, running away from the boy who was chasing them. Looking sternly at them, Tae-mu Kwan pursued the eunuch, stepping on their heels. 2 hours before, They had been discussing the girl they were standing over. The usual sleeping pills did not take her, so they used a stronger one, and now the defenseless girl was lying unconscious. Suddenly behind them they heard someone's voice, which made them startle. A guy was sitting behind them, asking what they were doing and pointing at her. Seeing him, the knights grabbed their weapons, intending to get rid of the unnecessary witness, to which the boy simply laughed, taking out his sword. Swinging it, he looked sternly at the men, surprised that all the robbers were doing the same thing. In the next second, they were already sitting on the ground, and their weapons resembled chopped firewood. One of them looked scared at the boy, asking who he was. However, Tae-mu Kwan was not up for an explanation, as he was more interested in how to wake up the girl. After looking at each other, the Razezias jumped to their feet, shouting abuse. At the same time, they threw flasks with some kind of liquid at his feet. Right after that, Tae-mu Kwan saw a wall of pink and purple smoke rising in front of him. Looking at this, the men were already smiling joyfully, realizing that the boy would not survive being poisoned by such a strong poison. However, when the smoke cleared, he was still standing with his eyes closed. Waving his hand in front of his nose, Tae-mu Kwan only asked if they had added pepper to the remedy. Looking at the boy who was kneading his neck, the men realized that the master was in front of them, and the poison would not take him. After thinking for a moment, the knights ran away, scattering the remains of their weapons on the road. However, Tae-mu Kwan was not going to just leave them, so he rushed to chase them. Having made several jumps, the boy was already almost near them. Seeing this, the Zarazias realized that they would not be able to escape, so they began to beg for mercy. In the next moment, Tae-mu Kwan swung his sword, attacking the robbers. With one blow, he killed both knights, who immediately fell to the ground even before he himself landed. Turning to them, the boy let out a breath, saying that angering him was a bad idea, as well as thinking about an antidote for the girl. Pulling a potion from their bags, he approached the girl and put the vial to her lips. Suddenly, the boy heard him being called and raised his head, turning to the sound. He was approached by Hong Soon, who asked where he had disappeared to, if he was still poorly oriented. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the girl he was holding in his arms. At that moment, the girl herself sat down, squeezing out a barely audible moan. Tae-mu Kwan asked her if she was okay and advised her to be more careful next time, to which the girl bowed in thanks. Looking carefully at the unknown girl, Hong Sun asked her if she was sometimes the goddess of the divine moon. Tae-mu Kwan asked confusedly, to which the merchant explained that he had told him about someone dealing with the Jianghu bandits. Now the boy turned to the girl, asking if it was really her, to which he received the answer that the story was exaggerated. The girl turned around, saying that she needed to go, and made a jump. However, in the next second, she looked shocked at the boy, who instantly appeared in front of her. He looked at her with a smile, offering to get to know her. Thinking about who this guy was, the girl introduced herself as Sil Su-yeon. Looking carefully at the girl, Tae-mu Kwan smiled and offered her some dinner, to which she agreed. At this time, the Black Lion squad stood on the battlefield, watching over the defeated enemies. Returning to his subordinates, Sa Bu-xiong ordered them to inform the squad leader while he dealt with those who remained. One of the soldiers standing next to him bowed and answered in agreement. The members of the Black Lion detachment mounted their horses, setting off on their further journey. Passing under the viaduct, Lee Si-woon praised Sang-won-hu for his idea to finish off the rest, as it would make the western area completely free. Sang-won-hu smiled as he replied that this would be their first victory since the squad was officially introduced. The redhead thought that everything was going even better than he expected. Suddenly, a messenger brought them a message, noting that it was from a cult leader. Lee Si-wong knelt before the messenger, accepting an ornate scroll tied with a yellow ribbon. Saying that he was proud to accept the letter, the boy thought that he would not mind taking a break. Unfolding the scroll, the red-haired man froze in fear, having read in it that tomorrow he was expected in the castle. Already sitting at his desk in the middle of the night, he clutched his head, thinking about why he had been summoned to the castle so suddenly. Lee Si-woon understood that the cult leader must not know that Hyuk Ryong-woon had become possessed, otherwise the whole plan would fail. He remembered that a year after the festival, the devil's cult would go to war with the Murim Union, and the redhead would already be dead. The boy took the notebook in his hands, thinking about the fact that he has to return home before the war. Taking the brush in his hands, he thought about the fact that he should come up with something. The next evening, in the company of his sister and brothers, he stood in front of the head of the demonic cult. The ruler himself sat on the throne with his arms crossed on his chest and his head held high. Lee Si-woon looked at him, realizing that Hyuk Ryong Moon was considered the strongest among the leaders of the Sky Cult. The herald, looking at the new arrivals, loudly shouted for them to salute the guardian of the sacred flame. All four fell to their knees, paying their respects to the sacred cult ruler, and Li Si Wang repeated in fright, but the ruler raised his thumb up, saying that parents and children can be without formalities, and invited them to drink tea. Li Si Wang smiled sheepishly, expecting something completely different from the cult leader. They sat down at the dining table where goblets and teapots with drink were placed in front of them. Taking off the flame robe, Hyuk Ryong Moon breathed out that he begged not to be driven away with her, but no one would listen to him. He returned to the table where the children were waiting for him and asked how they were doing. After that, the leader addressed Hyuk Ryong-un so harshly that he even spat out the tea he had drunk earlier. The red-haired man turned to his father and saw him holding out his hand, demanding to show something. Looking at his son, he said that he invited him to look at the heavenly demon sword. Thinking it over, Li Si Wang pulled out a weapon, handing it to the leader of the demonic cult. He took the sword in his hands, raising it above his head with an enthusiastic smile. In the next moment, he concentrated and made one swing of the sword. From the flow of air that took place, Hyuk Ryong-jin silently closed his eyes while calmly drinking his tea. Covering his face, Li Si Wang let out a loud cry of surprise. Hyuk Ryong-moon put his sword hand forward, saying that he understood everything. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was not easy. The redhead watched in shock as the head of the demonic cult interacted with the sword. Hyuk Ryong-moon approached his younger son, giving him the sword and asking him to protect it. After receiving the weapon element back, Li Si Wang began to stare at him intently, trying to get a response from him. Hyuk Ryong-jin approached his father, drawing his attention to the bracelet he had recently purchased. The man accepted the bracelet from his son, exclaiming that he had completely forgotten about it. He channeled his chi energy into it, trying to activate the ornament. His children were intently watching what was happening right in front of their eyes. When nothing happened, Hyuk Ryong-moon let out a breath and smiled, realizing that the bracelet could recognize its owner. Hyuk Ryong-jin smiled as he accepted the weapon element back, replying that he had asked people to activate it, but no one had succeeded. At that moment, Hyuk Ryong-wol crossed her arms over her chest and asked what her father had gathered them all for. Sitting down at the table and clearing his throat, Hyuk Ryong-moon reminded them that the Heavenly Demon Festival will begin soon. Glancing at Hyuk Ryong-un, he said that now there will be a heavenly demon heir among them, so he wants to expand the scale of the celebration. Hearing that his father wanted to invite talents from other cult families to the celebration, Hyuk Ryong-gyum cried out in fear, questioning. After these words, the leader looked at the eldest son, reminding them that they do not have a monarchy, and anyone can become a leader. The boy did not like such news, so he silently sat down in his seat, lowering his head gloomily. Li Si Wang timidly raised his hand, planning to make a proposal, which the demonic cult leader enthusiastically accepted. Seeing Hyuk Ryong-moon's interest, the redhead suggested that he would like to invite the families of the Central Plains to the festival. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryong-wol and Hyuk Ryong-gyum suddenly turned towards him, glaring at him. Hyuk Ryong-moon raised one eyebrow, asking his son why he made such a decision. Li Si-woon explained that there was no telling when they would betray them, so it was necessary to make sure of their loyalty to the cult. For a while, the leader of the demon cult closed his eyes, considering his younger son's proposal. In the end, he said he liked his proposal, but asked the rest of his children what they thought. Closing her eyes and trying to calm herself down, Hyuk Ryong-wol took a deep breath and exhaled. Hyuk Ryong-jin was the first to speak, saying that he liked the idea because it would show them authority and magnanimity. When Hyuk Ryong-moon slammed his hand on the table, Li Si-woon jumped up and backed away from the table. The man exclaimed loudly that they had managed to turn an unnecessary formality into a wonderful opportunity, and he liked it. After their father wished them luck, the four of them left his palace, heading home. Li Si-woon froze tensely as he noticed Hyuk Ryong-jin watching him intently. Returning to the redhead, the boy noticed that this year's festival promised to be fun. When he left, Hyuk Ryong-wol asked her brother if he understood that they would have to take the soldiers from the borders. The redhead smiled as he told the girl that he had a plan, so she had no reason to worry. A month before the festival, he and Hyuk Ryong-wol were riding in a carriage through the narrow streets of the city. The girl asked her brother where the king came from in a place where there were many tribes for hundreds of years. Li Siwang patiently explained that in one of the regions of the desert there used to be a flourishing Kucha kingdom that could easily return to its former glory. Hearing this, the girl asked if this meant that they were talking about the territory of the Asana tribe. The redhead confirmed her correctness, informing her that they had accumulated resources over the years and now over 36 tribes were their allies. The boy himself, remembering the plot of the novel, knew that after the festival, the king from this tribe would become a strong assistant to the second master. Looking carefully at her brother, Hyok Ryong Wol said that since it was about the Asan tribe, he wanted Asmet, the desert wolf, as an ally. At this, Li Siwang smiled slyly, his lips stretched wide. A completely different image of their future ally, who did not even remotely resemble a man, swirled in his mind. A week before the festival of the demon in the palace, there was no place for an apple to fall from the guests who arrived for it. With a big smile on his face, Hyuk Ryong Jin bowed in greeting to anyone who wanted to say hello to him. Lee Si-woon looked at this picture, thinking about the fact that he gathered crowds around him wherever he went. Suddenly, everyone present froze, looking at the newly arrived guest who was approaching. Surrounded by 2 guards, a tall man with blonde hair, dressed in clothes of blue shades, was heading to the palace. Wasting no time, he headed straight for the demonic cult master. The man put his hand to his chest and bowed and said that in order to improve the relationship between the cult and the clan, he wanted to participate in the festival. With these words, the servants brought them a tray on which stood 2 golden glasses of sake. Hyuk Ryong-un took one of them and held it up, welcoming Asmet to his cult. The blue wolf did the same, watching the demonic cult leader intently. The crowd of guests watched in silence as the head of the desert clan peacefully communicated with the head of the cult. Watching this picture, Hyuk Ryong Wol noticed with a smile that it was not difficult for the two to find a common language. She turned to her brother to ask him how he planned to win the blue wolf over to his side. However, she noticed with fright that he was no longer near her and did not understand where he had gone. At this time, a drunken voice called out to Asmet behind him. Drunk Hyuk Ryong-un, throwing away the empty decanter and barely uttering words, challenged the desert guest to a fight. He turned to face the boy, offering to postpone the fight for another time, since he had now arrived as a guest. In response to these words, the red-haired man took out his sword with a smile, calling him a cowardly dog, not a wolf. Watching this, Hyuk Ryong Wol was scared thinking about what her younger brother was producing. Meanwhile, the blue wolf, with fury in his eyes, growled at him to shut up until he lost his temper. Taking the sword in his hand more comfortably, the boy laughed that such threats did not frighten him. In the next moment, he jumped up, making a wide swing with his sword in the direction of Asmet. Hearing another insult in his direction, the desert leader roared wildly, drawing his own sword and rushing at the provocateur. In the next second, they converged on the battlefield, their swords clattering. Looking at the enraged blue wolf, Li Si-wang stood there for a few seconds, analyzing the technique he saw. Realizing that now there will be a fierce battle, the red-haired man took a fighting stance, preparing for a duel. After realizing that he did manage to get his way, a smile bloomed on his face, and he began to gather speed for the attack. At this time, Asmet also did not stand as a pillar and rushed to meet him, bringing his sword. Suddenly, Hyuk Ryong Jin appeared between them, stopping both of their weapons with a knife and a sword, while maintaining a calm expression on his face. Pale, Li Si-wang thought that the second master had come between them too quickly. With one strong movement, he pushed his brother away, forcing him to fly several steps forward on his back. Hyuk Ryong Jin waved his hand to take Hyuk Ryong-un away from the square. As the 2 guards dragged him away, the boy tried to break free to continue his duel with Asmet. Ignoring his cries, Hyuk Ryong Jin bowed before the blue wolf, asking it to forgive his brother's rudeness. Watching all of this, Hyuk Ryong Wol pondered, trying to digest her brother's new plan. After a while, Lee Si-woon, while walking in the park, thought about his future plans and thought about the fact that he had a little too much to drink and got into a fight because of it. Suddenly he stopped, seeing a young girl in one of the gazebos. The boy called her name, and she turned, glancing at him with bright green eyes. The girl studied him carefully, analyzing everything she knew about the 4th young master, who unexpectedly became the heir of the heavenly demon. However, his actions were not befitting of his status, so she simply turned to leave the gazebo. Looking after the girl, the redhead said that he knew about her excitement at the expense of Asmet's difficult ascension to the throne. Lady Sarah turned to face him, asking over her shoulder what he had to do with her troubles. Lee Si-woon replied that Asmet was a good fighter who fought for justice, which suited a warrior, but something else was needed for a king. To the girl's question, he added that if he could be a good king, his little provocation would not have made him draw his sword. Analyzing his words, Lady Sarah pondered, becoming more and more aware of the rightness of the fourth young master. Meanwhile, the red-haired man continued that he considered her to be worthy of the desert throne, as she had made her clan a powerful tribe. Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in fright, frightened by his unexpected words. With a predatory grin on his face, Lee Si-woon promised her that as the son of the leader of the divine cult and a member of the Rahu clan, he would help her ascend the throne. At this time, Tae-moo Kwang and Sil Soo-yeon were standing there trying to do something to save the boy who was taken hostage. The man and the child were dressed in the same clothes, but the man threatened to cut the child's throat if they approached. Tae-moo Kwang, watching the man closely, calmly suggested that he let the child go. However, he only shouted louder that he would kill the little one, not even paying attention to the completely crying boy. So that the man could not see, the boy took out one coin, more conveniently flipping it in his hand. In the next second, he threw it in the direction of the man, maintaining an impassive expression on his face. He screamed from the blow, releasing both his sword and the small one from his hands. At that moment, Sil Soo-yeon rushed towards them, hurrying to catch the child. She grabbed him in her arms, holding him tightly so quickly that he didn't even have time to orient himself. Running further by inertia, the girl dragged the child behind her, trying as hard as possible to pull her away from the attacker. Tae-moo Kwang, meanwhile, looking at the man, suggested that he return to Marima Alliance in order to learn more about who he is. Suddenly, the veins on the man's face swelled and his pupils filled with a reddish light, and he roared loudly. Taking off his cap and kimono, he said they wouldn't go away that easily, revealing huge growths that looked like balls. Seeing this, Tae-moo Kwang froze in fear, realizing the direness of the situation. The growths on the man's body began to swell, and sensing his imminent demise, he began to shout praises to the sun and moon cult. Realizing what was about to happen, the boy shouted to Sil Soo-yeon to hide in a safe place. Turning her head towards him, the girl also saw the horror that was happening to her husband. In the next second, there was a big explosion which raised a cloud of dust, and debris around the man. Tae-moo Kwang put his hand forward, placing a shield in front of him to protect himself from the stones. In the place where that man stood, there was now only an empty place. Out of the cloud of dust came Sil Soo-yeon, hugging the small boy by the shoulders, who was staring in front of him in shock. They walked up to Tae-moo Kwang, who was staring blankly at the spot where the cultist had been standing just a few seconds ago. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, trying to understand what the cultists were up to. Preparations for the banquet were coming to an end, and the servants were bringing out the last dishes, finishing the service of the festive tables. Watching all this, Dan Pyong wearily moaned to his grandfather that he thought there was enough food. He replied to his grandson that there would be a young master at the feast who became the heir of the heavenly demon, and this banquet was a gift to him. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-woon scratched his head and replied that after what he had done at the banquet, he would become a nobody again. After thinking about it, the boy was already thinking of admitting that he had gone too far with his plans, but in the end, he got what he wanted. Remembering how the second master had taken them apart, the boy thought that now he would relax. One of the maids pulled him out of his thoughts, informing him that he had a guest. Turning to see who was there, the red-haired man froze in fascination. The guest who visited him turned out to be Lady Sarah, who bowed before him in a welcoming bow. She removed the handkerchief from her face, asking him how he was and looking at him with her magical green eyes. Seeing that their friend had a guest, the others also came closer. Sang-won-hu and Sabo-xiong's faces were covered with a bright blush, and Dan Pyong's lips were generally stretched in a silly smile. In spite of no one, Lady Sarah asked the redhead how he planned to defeat the second master, thus causing the boy's admiration. She explained that in order to make an alliance with him, she needs to know that he has a plan that will definitely work and bring victory. The red-haired man replied with a smile that the plan would definitely work, as proof of which, clicking his fingers, he called a servant with a large chest. When he opened it, the girl cried out in fright, not believing what she saw inside. Lee Si-woon smiled, assuring her that it would definitely help them win. On the morning of the day of the festival, Lee Si-woon was already standing at the test site, carefully inspecting it. He was accompanied by Sabu Xian, who had not forgotten to bring a bow and a quiver of arrows. He remembered how he had been here some time before, scrambling up the cliff and exploring the local landscapes. He now understood that in order to defeat Hyuk Ryong Jin, he only needed to collect more chips than his opponent. Looking at the ammunition spread out on the ground, the archer asked if he was sure of his plan and how the conversation with Hyuk Ryong Wol had gone. Putting on a bulletproof vest, he replied that she had promised to deal with everything on her own, so the only thing left to do was to believe in him. Looking at his friend, Sabu Xiang thought that he had trained a lot and was able to pass the dungeon test, so there was no reason not to believe in him. Taking a small wooden casket from the archer's hands, Li Si-wun raised it to his ear, shaking it slightly. After that, he waved his hand, ordering Sabu Xiang to follow him. With a smile on his face, the redhead headed to the location where the first test would be held. 3 days before the exam, one of the travelers fell to the ground when the figure of the second young master appeared before him. Hyuk Ryong Jin, being in the company of Hyuk Ryong Gyum and other associates, knelt down on one knee, approaching the man. With a smile on his face, the boy asked him where his tokens were. The frightened peasant lifted up the mountain's 6 rectangular tokens that hung on strings. Hyuk Ryong Jin placed a hand on the man's shoulder, reassuring him and promising protection until the end of the ordeal. He looked at the second young master, not believing his ears, but he, holding out his hand, reminded him that they were both members of the divine cult. He also added that it makes no sense for them to spill each other's blood. Meanwhile, Hyuk Ryong Wol, dressed in armor, ran after one of the men, chasing him down a dusty forest road. At the same time, she thought that this must have been what Hyuk Ryong Woon had warned her about. She remembered how he had said that, in the survival challenge, they would have to collect the most tokens to win. So he concluded that it would be good to have a local guide, and also ordered to go north in any case, no matter what. Now, as she caught up with her husband, she regretted that she had taken the master from the Chanyu clan with her, expecting a fight without rules. Clenching her teeth tightly, the girl thought about the need to move north as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Hyuk Ryong Jin and Hyuk Ryong Geum were already sitting at the table in the camp, counting the number of tokens they had. Looking at the box, the first young master concluded that there were exactly 46 tokens in them, to which Hyuk Ryong Jin replied that it was too early to count, since the two hadn't returned yet. Hyuk Ryong Geum let out an annoyed breath that the redhead was already lucky to get out of the Sky Demon dungeon with no talent and no fame. Looking at the box of tokens, the second master thought that it was foolish to talk about luck in such a case. Hyuk Ryong Geum continued that the redhead hadn't changed, recalling how he had gotten into a fight at the banquet. Suddenly, hearing a noise on the street, the boys went out there, asking their subordinates what was happening. One of the servants was pointing ahead, where the shadows of the bodies of rabbits hanging from a branch could be seen high on a tree. Enraged, Hyuk Ryong Gyum flew up to the tree, cutting the ropes and cursing at his subordinates for being so scared of ordinary corpses. He approached the men, towering over them, and announced that they now had free food. While his brother was passing out orders to his subordinates in the camp, Hyuk Ryong Jin silently stared at the body of one of the rabbits. Realizing that the rabbits hung without his knowledge were a warning, the second master wondered what they wanted to warn him about. The next day, Hyuk Ryong Moon was watching the commotion at the second master's camp with Sabu Seong. The archer asked the red-haired man if he was sure that the faint with the dead animals would be able to help them. He replied that they wouldn't be able to ignore him, realizing that Hyuk Ryong Jin would use the ordeal to gain the members' trust. So he will take with him unsuited people for such work, even sacrificing mobility, which is a good opportunity. At night, as he looked at the dead raccoon they had just cut from the tree, Hyuk Ryong Jin thought about what would happen next. Exhaling, the boy told his older brother that he would go and look around. He asked if it was necessary because while they are here, people will bring them their tokens, and if necessary, hunters can be sent. Suddenly, the attention of the second master was attracted by the glow of the fire which stood out among the trees. He rushed there, telling his brother that he would go and check what was happening there. Arriving at the place, he saw that the camp was on fire, the tents were destroyed, and things were scattered. Looking at the burning camp, Hyuk Ryong Jin wondered why the redhead would start the fire and take the bodies. Suddenly he froze, realizing that in this way he could simply be lured into a trap. At that moment, an unknown person fired an arrow at him. He stopped her with one hand, literally a few centimeters from his face. Realizing that he was still not alone here, the boy stretched out his hand, transforming the heavenly demon's bracelet into a sword. After swinging it several times, he launched several explosive waves into the nearby bushes. Immediately after that, there was an explosion that sent mountains of dust and small splinters into the air. However, the second master saw the figure with the bow jump up, disappearing into the darkness. Seeing this, the gray-haired cursed, fiercely drilling the figure with his gaze. At that moment, another arrow flew at him from behind. After fighting her off, Hyuk Ryong-jin explained that the archer was not alone. Tucking his sword back into his bracelet, the second young master thought he was getting angry. Returning to his camp, the first thing he did was inquire whether anything had happened in his absence. He told his brother that he had decided to check that no one had attacked the camp, and there he was attacked by 2 archers. At this, Hyuk Ryong-geum laughed that no one would bring archers here, so he did not understand their motives. Crossing his arms over his chest, the second master said that he was very angry because of the fight with the archers, to which his brother advised him to forget about them. Hyuk Ryong-jin took out one of the arrows, examining it, and realized that it was made for a duel in the field. He couldn't believe that Hyuk Ryong-un dared to bring archers here with him. Hearing him being called, the boy turned to face the entrance to the tent. There he saw a servant with a tortured and battered Hyuk Ryong-wol hanging on his shoulder. The girl raised her head and he saw a bunch of bruises and abrasions on her face. The boy rushed to his sister, asking her what happened to her. Sighing, she replied that Hyuk Ryong-un had tricked her. After these words, Hyuk Ryong-wol fell unconscious on her brother's chest, finding herself in his arms. After some time, he came to the tent where the infirmary was located and asked the captain, who was on guard, how things were going with the sister. He reported that the third master was still delirious with some kind of poison, and her fever had not yet left her, so a doctor was needed. The second young master couldn't get the thought that Hyuk Ryong-un could betray Hyuk Ryong-wol. Hearing a loud scream nearby, the captain and Hyuk Ryong-jin turned their heads to the sound. One of the warriors was flying towards them, fighting off some unknown monster, and his face was covered with large blisters, and a similar situation was observed in the entire camp, since almost all the soldiers were running around it, swinging their swords in all directions. Hyuk Ryong-jin looked scared at the picture unfolding in front of him, but he couldn't understand what was happening around him. The captain approached one of his subordinates and punched him hard in the face, trying to bring him to consciousness. However, even after falling to the ground after a strong blow, he continued to lament about the monster. Looking around, Hyuk Ryong-jin thought that the soldiers had the same symptoms as his sister. The hallucinations were more like a symptom of fever, but at the time it remained unclear what kind of blisters appeared on their bodies. Suddenly, the thought that such injuries could have occurred after a mosquito bite flew into his head. At that moment, a shower of arrows with flaming tips fell on the camp. They got into the tents, instantly igniting the material, so in a few seconds the camp was engulfed in fire. Seconds before, Hyuk Ryong-un had taken out a box of mosquitoes from the dungeon while sitting with Sabu Seong in the bushes outside the camp. Wrapping his head to protect his face from the venomous bites, he said that in war all means are good. Having prepared, he tried to sneak as close as possible to his brother's camp. He opened the box, and a small swarm of poisonous insects flew out, beginning everyone's first trial of the Sky Demon dungeon. Now the camp was in complete disarray. Soldiers were running here and there, escaping from non-existent monsters, and flames were burning all around. Hyuk Ryong-geum, not understanding what was happening, tried to gather those soldiers who had not yet lost their common sense to put out the fire. Hyuk Ryong-jin came up to him, saying that it was most likely Hyuk Ryong-un's handiwork that made the big man furious. He looked at his brother, concluding that it was necessary to get out. Otherwise, they would waste a lot of time bringing the crazy soldiers back to normal. While the second master was thinking, a servant ran up to Hyuk Ryong-geum, informing him that the central tent was now on fire. Remembering that their fire tokens were there, he ordered everyone to go there. At that moment, the second master's mind was only thinking that it was necessary to get Hyuk Ryong-wol out of this hell first. After whispering this, he rushed headlong to the infirmary tent where his sister was lying, completely ignoring his brother's cries. He, seeing Hyuk Ryong-jin running in the other direction, tried to convince him that the girl would be of no use to them. The boy rushed to the tent in which the infirmary was located and stopped, trying to catch his breath. However, he saw that the bed on which Hyuk Ryong-wol was lying was empty, and there was no one in the infirmary. Looking around, he tried to find where his sister and the doctor had gone. For a moment, a single thought flashed through his mind, causing a sarcastic smile to appear on his face. Looking ahead, Hyuk Ryong-jin realized that Hyuk Ryong-un and Hyuk Ryong-wol were still allies. At this time, the redhead and his team were sitting in their small camp by the fire, discussing the next plan of action. Lee Si-woon greedily counted the tokens, exhaling that they were all. Hyuk Ryong-wol, glaring at her brother, warned him that if he made her do something like that, she would kill him. The redhead looked at his sister, pleading with her, but added that it was the only way to distract the second master. Lady Sarah chimed in, saying that the only thing left to do was hide the tokens until the end of the trial. However, Lee Si-woon replied that this would not be enough, because now his brother would forget what mercy is. Hyuk Ryong-wol confirmed his words, adding that he will not leave things just like that now. Closing the token box, the redhead concluded that the most important time of their campaign had come. Hearing that it was her turn to play, Lady Sarah tensed slightly. At this time, on the burning ground that remained from their camp, the soldiers of the second master's squad were rolling on the ground, holding their heads. Returning to the camp, the boy asked where his older brother had disappeared to. When he was told that he had gone to get the third lady, he angrily exclaimed that they had lost a lot of time because of this. However, admiring the sunrise, he concluded that they still had 2 days left, so there was still time. Turning to face the captain, the second master ordered him to stay here while he himself went for the tokens. He bowed meekly, and Hyuk Ryong-jin jumped away from him. Having made a hiding place in an old dugout, Lee Si-woon and his companions made their beds around a fire on which a cauldron was bubbling. Lady Sarah turned to the red-haired man to explain his plan to her in more detail. Crossing his legs, the boy explained that sooner or later Hyuk Ryong-jin would find this place, but it was just a trick. Placing her hands under her head, Hyuk Ryong-wol smiled, adding that it was easier said than done since their older brother was very careful. Hearing this, Lee Si-woon replied that this was his own caution and would play a silly joke on him. Sa Bu-xiang raised one eyebrow and asked his friend what he meant. However, the red-haired man, without answering anything, fell on his back with a happy smile on his face. Watching this, the archer was surprised that he was able to fall asleep so quickly. Standing up in her seat, Hyuk Ryong-wol wondered how he could sleep peacefully in their situation. Looking at Hyuk Ryong-un, Lady Sarah thought that a person with this type of thinking could help her achieve her dream. Lee Si-woon himself, snoring loudly, thought that Princess Sarah was weaker compared to her brother, if we go by the plot. Closing his eyes, he exhaled heavily, thinking about how difficult everything around him was. At this time, Hyuk Ryong-jin was already near their hideout. Looking at the small dugout, he wondered if the redhead had time to set up a base here before the test. Suddenly the door opened, and a figure came out of the house, carrying a small chest in his hands. When the figure stepped out into the moonlight, the boy could see that it was Lady Sarah. The second master did not expect to see Blue Wolf's sister here, so her appearance was a real surprise. The girl raised her head, addressing him and saying that she was alone here. She offered him a deal, and if he helped her, the desert tribes would help him. Sitting on the branch of the tree, Hyuk Ryong-jin thought that she wouldn't be able to do whatever she wanted as long as her brother was around. So her promise was a hollow sound. To prove the truth of her words, Lady Sarah poured fire tokens on the ground. The next step was that she, opening the door of the dugout, showed him the lifeless bodies of his brother and sister. Seeing this, the second master began to think intensely that the princess had poisoned them. Noticing that he didn't move, Lady Sarah sighed, concluding that after all the evidence he hadn't even moved, so he wasn't wise. After these words, the boy jumped from the branch, landing right in front of her. Looking closely at the girl, Hyuk Ryong-jin asked if she could give him command of the entire tribe, to which Lady Sarah, with a slight smile on her lips, replied, "Maybe as soon as she becomes queen." The boy asked if she wanted to take the throne instead of Asmet, to which she replied that the red-haired one offered her, but she did not like the plan. Lady Sarah added that the original plan was to put him to sleep and lock him up until the end of the ordeal, but she put everyone else to sleep. The girl added that she needed help and she didn't care if it was the winner of the test or not, until here he appeared. Hyuk Ryong-jin came close to the girl, asking her if she offered the same deal to his brother. Lady Sarah looked at him with a frightened look, realizing that their plan had failed. She jumped up, leaving the second young master below. At the same time, the girl screamed loudly, calling Hyuk Ryong-gyum. Immediately after this, soldiers of the first master began to appear around. In a moment, Hyuk Ryong-jin was already standing surrounded by his older brother's swag. The first master himself landed behind them, sword in hand. Pulling the sword from the bracelet, the second master breathed out with a smile that he was already beginning to wonder where Hyuk Ryong Geum could have disappeared to. Looking at his brother with rage, the first master quietly growled that he would not be able to defeat him, and the future of the divine cult was behind him. Pulling the corners of his lips upwards, Hyuk Ryong-jin smiled, demanding that he prove his words. The first master growled a command to his minions, and they rushed at the gray-haired boy. Taking a fighting stance, Hyuk Ryong-jin brought his hand in and delivered a single swing of his sword. By doing so, he managed to chop down several of his older brother's pieces at once. Seeing this, the first young master himself entered the game, quickly approaching his brother and kicking up a cloud of dust. The second young master did not wait for what would happen next, so he rushed to counterbalance him. They faced off in a duel, swinging their swords and each planning to emerge victorious. Suddenly, everyone around disappeared, and Hyuk Ryong-jin noticed that he was standing in the forest completely alone. Not understanding where everyone went, the gray-haired man looked around. He hid the sword in his bracelet and noticed a small box that was open and empty. Realizing what had just happened, the second young master smiled, because he did not think that everything would go so far. Jumping up, he left the scene of the fake fight with his older brother in several jumps. Watching Hyuk Ryong-jin leave the clearing, the redhead noticed that he couldn't be beaten one-on-one. In response to Hyuk Ryong-wal's words that his plans would lead them to their graves, he replied that without his plan, they wouldn't have fooled him. Hearing this, the girl thought, moving her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. Lady Sarah approached the red-haired man, asking him how he was feeling, to which she received the answer that he was fine. With a wry smile, Lee Si-won commanded that they should go, as they were running out of time. Hyuk Ryong-gyum sat on a rock in the middle of the forest, trying to catch his breath. Looking down at his feet, he thought that he just had to survive this night, because the second master could catch them all in one night. Footsteps were heard in the darkness, and the first master jumped on the spot, preparing for battle. Hyuk Ryong-jin stepped out from the thicket, his face filled with rage and hatred. Stuttering, the first master asked him how he got here so quickly and found him. Squeezing out a predatory smile, the second young master said that he would give his brother one last chance. Realizing that it smelled like roasting, Hyuk Ryong-geum fell to his knees. He slowly approached him, eventually coming close. The first young master handed his brother a box of tokens, begging him to forgive him. Hyuk Ryong-jin opened the box and a familiar smell hit his nostrils. He forcefully pushed the box away from himself and his brother, which was accompanied by a surprised look from the latter. Several fiery rays immediately flew out of the opened box, dispersing in the air. Looking at this, Hyuk Ryong-jin let out a breath, remembering Hyuk Ryong-un and his antics once again. Suddenly, the man raised his head, seeing near one of the mountains the fire of a flare. Realizing that it was a signal missile from the west, the gray-haired man was frightened and thought that his brother was already in the camp. He rushed to where he thought the distress signal was being sent. Arriving at the spot, he saw Hyuk Ryong-un sitting calmly on a rock, waiting for him. The captain, whom he left in the camp, immediately rushed to bow, excusing that the red-haired man threatened to burn the tokens. To confirm his words, the red-haired man put his hand into the bag and took out several tokens. Looking at his brother, who brought a lighted candle to the tokens, Hyuk Ryong-jin thought about the fact that he did not hide, but summoned him himself. Seeing the fourth master setting fire to the tokens, the captain panicked and shouted to the master that if he approached, the tokens would be burned. The second young master stopped, asking what he wanted. He thought about the fact that considering the red-haired brother to be an ordinary hooligan, he greatly underestimated him, which turned out to be a big mistake. Lee Si-won approached the gray-haired master, offering him a small deal. Watching his brother intently, Hyuk Ryong-jin thought that if he wanted to defeat him, he wouldn't have called him over to talk. Squealing a predatory grin, Lee Si-won added that he was aware of the gray-haired man's concern for his sister. He took out his sword, angrily replying that it was too early to celebrate the victory, and he still had time to cut his throat. Seeing the armed second master, Lee Si-won paled, realizing that he couldn't handle him, so something had to be thought of. In the story, Hyuk Ryong-jin was a fairly straightforward character, polite and quiet, but he didn't hesitate when someone got in his way. He was strong as he was a demonic sect master. Lee Si-won looked at the gray-haired man, saying that if he took the tokens from him, he would be guaranteed victory. However, when he mentioned the support of the 6 clans, the second young master frowned as he understood that no one stood behind his strength. Hyuk Ryong-geum had the support of the Bukchon clan. The entire Chanyu clan stood behind Hyuk Ryong Wol. Hyuk Ryong, himself, had the support of the Rahu clan. Hyuk Ryong Jin's mother belonged to a clan that was at war with the demonic sect, and his only relative was neutral, so he had no support. After winning the challenge, the 6 clans that did not recognize him as their ruler tried their best to kill him. Hyuk Ryong Jin, after a long struggle with the clans, dared to purge the members of each of them. It was during this time that the main character, Thay Mu Quan, entered the sect to become a follower of the heavenly demon. Lee Si-woon knew by looking at the boy that it was quite difficult to shed blood. He thought that it would be good to find a way to persuade the 6 clans without shedding blood. The redhead was fully confident that the second master would undoubtedly choose the peaceful option. Hearing his brother's words, Hyuk Ryong Jin took a deep breath, and a strong vortex began to rise around him, frightening Lee Si-woon. He turned pale, not understanding what was happening around him. Looking at the determined expression on the face of the second master, he understood that he was determined to shed blood. Watching this, the redhead thought in horror that he had made a completely wrong calculation. Li Shi-wang stood trying to keep his balance against the gusts of wind that were getting stronger and stronger. In his head was the thought that he had made a very big mistake, relying only on the written plot. However, at one point, Hyuk Ryong Jin hid the sword, putting the bracelet back on his wrist. Lee Si-woon's face was covered in sweat profusely as he tried to understand what was happening. The gray-haired man, without even turning his head, told his captain to leave without him. Without waiting for him to disappear, the second young master turned to the frightened Hyuk Ryong-un. He looked at him sternly, demanding that he tell him everything. Lee Si-woon looked at his opponent, amazed at how quickly he was able to tame his rage, and that no less was expected of the main antagonist. Picking himself up, the red-haired man said that he would like to form an alliance with the second young master. The gray-haired man looked at him questioningly, waiting for him to continue speaking. Lee Si-woon added that in that case he would have the support of the Chanyu and Rahu clans, which would practically ensure his victory. Frowning, Hyuk Ryong Jin asked why he needed such help if he had already secured the support of 2 clans. In response to this, Lee Si-wang exclaimed that he had no intention of becoming the heir of the divine cult. He added that if he himself gets the border, then the elder brother will get the cult, but in the central lands they are still opposed by the desert tribes. Hyuk Ryong Jin questioned if this meant that the redhead was ready to take charge. He replied that his words could be taken as an official statement that he had no interest in the central plains. Instead, there are deserts on the border, beyond which are the western regions, so it was worth looking there, aiming to develop the cult. The second young master closed his eyes, pondering everything he had just heard from his brother. Lee Si-woon thought about the fact that his panic was so great that he could have slapped too much, but there would be no going back. Finally, taking a deep breath, Hyuk Ryong Jin quietly addressed his brother, calling him by name. The second young master replied that the proposed plan seemed very reliable, but the boy did not sound sincere. Lee Si-wang turned pale, realizing that he had said too much. Taking out his sword again, Hyuk Ryong Jin added that if his brother had nothing more to say, he would take the tokens. Realizing that he had little choice, the boy opened his mouth and screamed loudly, begging him not to kill him. This behavior so surprised the second master that he stopped, looking at his brother in surprise. Lee Si-wang, clenching his fists tightly, shouted that he did not want to die, because even if he passed the test, he would not live long. Hyuk Ryong Jin asked why he thought that since he already had the support of 2 of the 6 clans. The redhead replied that despite their support, he would not be able to become as strong as the second master, and alone he was powerless. Hiding his sword, Hyuk Ryong Jin replied that he was more satisfied with this explanation than the tale of borders. When asked if that was all, the redhead added that he wanted guarantees for him and Hyuk Ryong Wol, as well as high titles for them. At this, the second young master smiled lightly, asking if he really thought he could kill his brother and sister. Lee Si-woon replied that they are members of a cult, and in a cult it is possible and not like that. The gray-haired man smiled, asking if there would be any other wishes. The redhead smiled, handing him a small piece of paper rolled into a tube. Hyuk Ryong Jin, after reading what was written, looked up at his brother, surprised that he knew everything that was going to happen. To which Lee Si-woon smiled, waved it off, and replied that one can't be too ready. The second master agreed, but added that he also had certain conditions. Hearing this, the red-haired man turned pale and his face sweated profusely. Hiding a piece of paper in his inner pocket, Hyuk Ryung-jin reminded him that he wanted power over borders. However, approaching him and putting his hand on his shoulder, he asked to leave this matter for later. After all, he wanted him to be with him when he became the leader of the divine cult. These words made the red-haired man look at the second young master in a daze, so he stuttered and asked if he had heard correctly. Hyuk Ryung-jin replied that he might need his help and skills, and as a sign of trust, the boy took off the heavenly demon bracelet, handing it to his brother. Surprised that he would just give him a very expensive item like that, Lee Si-woon waved his hands away from him. However, the second master sternly ordered him to take the bracelet, leaving him no alternative. Lee Si-woon handed his brother a bundle of tokens while he asked if everyone was there. The red-haired answered with a smile, pulling out a cone from his pocket, that not everyone is here. After releasing a signal rocket into the air, he added that another connection was located in Hyuk Ryong-wol, which he warned to burn them at the signal. When asked what would happen if she disobeyed, the redhead replied that the tokens were the same number, so they would have to fight. Hyuk Ryong-jin smiled, admitting that his brother proved to be quite clever. Suddenly, soldiers began to appear behind him, forming a small squad. They were presided over by a captain whom Hyuk Ryong-jin had previously sent to the camp. Turning his head back, the second young master let out a small smile. Seeing this, Lee Si-woon recoiled in fear, realizing that he had been ambushed. His eyes filled with tears, and the only thing in his head was the thought that now his end had definitely come. Hyuk Ryong-jin, looking at the bundle of tokens, raised whirlwinds of wind around him. In the next moment, the tokens caught fire, engulfed in magical flames. Looking at the charred remains of the tokens, Lee Si-woon asked in shock what he had done it for. Answering his question, the second master reached into his inner pocket. Slyly looking at his brother, he took out another bundle of fire tokens. Gritting his teeth, Lee Si-woon thought about where he could get the tokens that Hyuk Ryong-wol had left. The second master replied that he had a good plan, but he himself had enough time to search for the girl. Upon hearing this, the redhead looked at his brother in shock, wondering how he had managed to search in such a short time. The gray-haired man added that he could not worry, and he left Hyuk Ryong-wol safe and sound. With a smile on his face, he said that he just wanted to hear his confession. Together they turned their heads towards the mountain behind which the sun was hiding. With a smile on his face, Lee Si-wong thought that the sunset marked the end of the trials. Winding circles around his rooms, the boy thought about the fact that everything went according to plan for him, including the festival. He thought that if he had appeared in the Central Plains, Tae Mu Kwan would have killed him long ago. He now had an alliance with the second young master, but he was strictly forbidden to venture into the Central Lands. According to the novel, the brothers were on the same side, but after receiving the inheritance, the redhead began to avoid him. However, in order to prove his point, he offered to lead a detachment into the Central Plains, and there he would meet Tae Mu Kwan, and therefore his death. However, now that he had changed the events of the festival itself, he did not know what would happen next, and the enemies could attack very unexpectedly. His thoughts were interrupted by Sang-won-hu, who asked the boy why he was still here. To his surprise, the man replied that he promised to be present at the general training of the Black Lion unit today. He added that the redhead could stay if he was tired, but he replied that he had to look at the results of the training. Lee Si-wong thought that a good preparation of the Black Lion squad could increase his chances of surviving against Tae Mu Kwan. At this time, Sabu Xiong was engaged in the training of the squad members, carefully observing the training process. Turning his head, he saw Sang-won-hu and Hyuk Ryong-un approaching him. Seeing this, the archer shouted loudly, commanding the squad to salute the squad leader. All members of the squad lined up in unison, putting their hands to their foreheads and shouting greetings in unison. Lee Si-wong waved his hand in praise of his warriors, while simultaneously thinking that Sabu Xiong had done well with his training. At that moment, the archer shouted, giving the command to continue the training. The redhead's gaze fell on Dan Pyong, and the boy mentally noted that his form had become much better. The picture he saw in front of him was very satisfying. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a group of warriors gathered around a boy practicing with a blade. Lee Si-woon stepped closer to get a closer look at all of this. Seeing the commander, the boy stopped, saluting him, to which the red-haired man gave the command to Vilno with a smile. He held out his hand, asking him to take a closer look at his blade. Seeing the blade that the warrior was practicing, the boy exhaled in surprise, realizing that it was very similar to a modern army knife. Taking it, he approached Sang-won-hu, asking him about the form. Clearing his throat, He replied that the blade could simply be made incorrectly. When asked who made the blades, Sangwon-hu replied that he made an order from a forge recommended by an elder. The red-haired man gave the order that the master who made this blade should be found, moreover, immediately. An extremely confused Sangwon-hu replied that they would definitely find him, although Li Si-wong had his doubts. Raising his head, he stared at the bright blue sky, wondering if anyone else from his world could have made it into his novel. At that time, Hyuk Ryong-geum was sitting at his home, receiving a single guest at the table. Sang Wol of the Baishan clan reported that Hyuk Ryong-jin still managed to become the heir to the family name. Hearing this, the big man banged his goblet on the table, shouting that it was all a delusion. The man replied to the first master that now he would have to fight with the second young master. Pouring himself some sake, Hyuk Ryong-geum reminded his brother of his strength, only to be told that the second master was lonely. Smiling crookedly, the man muttered that the guest was trying to hint about hired killers. Reaching into his inner pocket, the man replied that ordinary hired killers would not help here. Speaking of more effective methods, he pulled out a small flask with a red cap and a tightly wound string. Looking skeptically at the glass, Hyuk Ryong-geum replied that his younger brother would not buy poison. The man said that he got the poison from the western lands, receiving the answer that it was not about the strength of the poison, but about the fatigue of how to poison it. However, the visitor proposed an option in which the second young master would be poisoned by Hyuk Ryong-un. Realizing that the visitor intended to intimidate both of his brothers, Hyuk Ryong-geum smiled as he jumped up. The man said that if the relationship between the masters was damaged, the clans that would support them would be in a very unpleasant situation. Observing the guest carefully, the first master asked if he wanted to quietly take control of the divine cult. The man smiled, confirming his guesses and assuring him of their clan's support. He also reminded that inheritance is recognized by recognition of the 6 clans, not by title. The man assured that he would never abandon the boy, but asked him to remember after he became the ruler, who helped him rise. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hyuk Ryong-geum assured him that he was guaranteed to receive a worthy reward. In the light of the full moon, 3 killers could be seen jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Stopping, one of them commanded the rest that it was time. They pulled out the tube and poured acid through it onto the roof tile, causing a hole to form there. Following this, a thin, long rope went into the hole. The roof they were on was directly above Hyuk Ryong-jin's room, and the rope was coming down to his face. The killers poured poison along the rope, which went straight to the mouth of the second master. Looking at the work done, the killers thought about the fact that the gray-haired man did not even move. The leader of the gang turned around, saying that they needed to get out of here before the Darkwing squad arrived. Trying to make as little noise as possible, the killers jumped off the roof, landing softly on the stone slabs. But as soon as they did, a hail of arrows immediately fell upon them. Glavar watched as the arrows hit his comrades, leaving him alone. He shouted into the darkness, asking who was there, simultaneously drawing a sword from behind his back. However, he did not have time to use it, because the blade of another sword flashed right in front of him. In front of him stood the members of the Black Lion Squad, who obeyed Hyuk Ryong-un. The man, speaking to the soldiers in black uniform, thought about the fact that it was necessary to report about the allies. At this time, Hyuk Ryong-wol approached him, raising one eyebrow and crossing her arms over her chest. Seeing her, the killer realized that his situation was unpleasant because he was completely surrounded. Realizing his hopelessness, the man shouted words to the glory of his clan. However, he did not have time to do anything, because in the next moment he received several blows to his back. The man fell to the ground unconscious, with Hyuk Ryong-jin standing behind him. Looking closely at the killer, he thought about the fact that Hyuk Ryong-won hadn't lied. Hyuk Ryong-wol approached him, saying that if they were late, they would fall into the first master's scheme. The boy wondered how Hyuk Ryong-un could come up with the option of poisoning him. The girl turned, ordering one of the soldiers to take the murderer to their clan and let him be interrogated there. Hyuk Ryong-jin asked his sister where the redhead was, to which he was told that he had gone to deal with Hyuk Ryong-geum. Hearing this, the gray-haired man asked if he had gone there alone. Meanwhile, at his home, Hyuk Ryong-geum demanded a report on their operation from Sangwol, to which Sangwol tried to calm him down. Looking furiously in front of him, the first master answered him that he wanted his brothers to pay for the humiliation they had inflicted on him. At this, Sangwol passionately assured him that there would be news soon. At that moment, an arrow flew into the column between them at full speed, forcing them to swerve. The veins on Hyuk Ryong-jin's face swelled as he tried to make out who had dared to shoot him. Turning in the direction he thought the arrow was coming from, he turned back there, snarling wildly. On the roof of one of the houses stood a figure who, throwing back his bow, called him brother. Jumping up, Hyuk Ryong-un flew forward, landing softly behind the first master. Glancing at his brother, Hyuk Ryong-geum asked if he was the one trying to sneakily kill him. With his hands at his sides, the redhead added that he had tried to do it first. The first master paled, wondering how his younger brother could have learned about his plan. The redhead went on to say that unknown people tried to kill Hyuk Ryong-jin, but his men were walking nearby, so they encountered each other. Taking off his cloak, Hyuk Ryong-geum barked, ordering the servants to disperse. Pulling a sword from behind his back, he said that for his own good, he had been ignoring his behavior. But now his temper kicked in. Waving his hand and pointing his sword at his opponent, the big man growled that he had quarreled between the brothers while he was drunk, and that the world would be easier without him. Hyuk Ryong-geum himself thought that after killing the redhead, he would be able to pin it on him, with the help of the Beishin clan. Taking a fighting stance, the big man swung his sword, launching several waves of yellow-hot color. This was followed by an explosion that sent fine dust and stone fragments in different directions. Smiling crookedly, Hyuk Ryong-geum was sure that the redhead would not survive such an attack. However, his joy was short-lived as Hyuk Ryong-won jumped out of the dust at him, jumping up to the giant, and while he was thinking how this was possible, he brought his hand in to strike. The impact was so powerful that Hyuk Ryong-geum even bent slightly. The first master screamed loudly, spitting out drops of blood. He didn't move for a few seconds, putting his hand on his chest and trying to catch his breath. Cursing loudly, Hyuk Ryong-geum swung his sword several times, launching one wave after another. Watching this, Lee Si-woon thought that the roof had caved in at that moment. Dodging the attacks, the red-haired man crouched several times, after which he lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Hyuk Ryong-geum asked him why he was dodging instead of fighting. Approaching the big man, Lee Si-woon replied that he was more like a vegetable in this situation. Swinging his sword, the first master, screaming wildly, wished him dead, planning to strike. Lee Si-wong, preparing to repel the attack, brought his hand in, and within a second, a sword was in it, which turned into a heavenly demon bracelet. The first young master froze in surprise when he saw what kind of weapon Hyuk Ryong-un possessed. However, it shocked him so much that he didn't even notice the blow that the redhead gave him. Falling to his knees, the big man, spitting out blood, asked him how he managed to convince him. Towering over his opponent, Lee Si-woon replied that he had a worthy mentor. After those words, Hyuk Ryong-geum collapsed onto his stomach, falling right at Hyuk Ryong-un's feet. Seeing this, Sunwol rehearsed that the fourth young master attacked the second master and sent men to attack the redhead. In response to this, Lee Si-woon also drew out the heavenly demon's sword, and pointing it at the soldiers, ordered them to drop their weapons so that no one would get hurt. However, they didn't listen, and right at the jump they pulled out their weapons, demonstrating that no one was going to give up without a fight. Seeing one of the first master's henchmen flying at him, Lee Si-wong activated super speed. So when he flew to the place where the enemy was standing, he was no longer there. Looking around, the men tried to find the red-haired man, turning their heads in all directions. However, they didn't even notice Lee Si-wong approaching them from behind, intending to attack them. Having flown to them, the boy made 2 swings of his swords, cutting down both opponents at once. A third attacker was already flying at him from behind, swinging his sword. But he made so much noise that there was no need to talk about the element of surprise. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-wong jumped back sharply, and the first master's sword clattered against the stone slab, scattering pieces of stone. Returning to his partner, he said that the red-haired man had disappeared again. There was a noise from behind, and the man turned to watch Hyuk Ryong-un. Not at all expecting to see him there, the man backed away, rudely swearing at his opponent. Taking himself in his hands, the Sapaka screamed wildly again, swinging his sword to strike. Using the same super speed, Lee Si-wong dodged the attack while looking emotionlessly at his opponent. Drawing his sword, the red-haired man stopped and made one strong sword lunge. Noticing how blood was flowing from the wounded shoulder, the soldier cursed quietly. Seeing the enemies fall, Lee Si-wong turned his back on them, realizing that the battle was over. Watching the scene of the battle, Sunwol turned pale and his face became covered with large drops of sweat. Tucking his sword back into his bracelet, Li Si Wang scratched his neck as he approached the first master's henchman. Not expecting the red-haired man to have such strength, the member of the Beishan tribe started backing away in fright. With his back facing forward, Li Si-woon put a hand on his shoulder and replied that although his studies had always been slow, he had shined in his last year. As he punched the man in the face, he growled that his hidden talent had suddenly awakened. Li Si-wang snapped his fingers and two figures dressed in the black and red uniforms of the Black Lion Squad landed next to him. Staring at Sang-wol, he ordered that he be thrown into the local dungeon and put on trial for the attempted murder of Hyuk Ryong-jin. Sabu Xiang crossed his arms over his chest and said that the first master was the first to achieve the ideal in martial arts. Turning back to his friend, Li Si-woon replied that knowing the shortcomings in his fighting skills, he drank several 9-petal pills. Such news greatly shocked the archer, as he knew that only cult leaders had 2 of such pills, to which the redhead replied that he made an agreement with the cult leader, giving him the heavenly demon weapon. When told about the importance of such weapons, Li Si-woon explained that he did not need them anyway, but the cult leaders needed them, as a symbol of the heavenly demon. He explained that with this arrangement, the cult leaders received important relics, while he himself received a source of strengthening his own ki. Suddenly they turned their heads to see a large red spot rapidly approaching them. Hyuk Ryong-jin worriedly asked his brother if he was okay. Li Si-wang and Sabu Xiang folded their hands and bowed in greeting to the second young master. The gray-haired man flew up to his brother, grabbing him by the shoulders, peppering him with questions that looked rather strange. Smiling embarrassedly, the red-haired man thought that his intervention in the course of history could change both the character of the main antagonist and the outcome of the plot. In the morning, Sang-wan-hu and Secretary Jang Murian were riding in a carriage among the old wooden houses. Li Si-wang then asked the associate if there had been any reaction from the Beishan clan, to which Sang-wan-hu replied that there was no reaction from them yet. Li Si-woon thought that with Hyuk Ryong-geum's support not being heard, his alliance with Hyuk Ryong-jin might become stronger. Sang-wan-hu looked at his friend and asked if he was feeling well, as he thought he wanted to fight the second master to take the inheritance. Looking out the window, the red-haired man replied that receiving an inheritance was not the end of everything. After hearing his disciple's words, Secretary Jang Murian enthusiastically praised him, confirming that the main thing is to gain an advantage. In response, Sang-wan-hu opened his mouth in shock, asking his friend how he managed to predict everything. After straightening his hair, Li Si-woon let out an embarrassed breath, replying that it was nothing special. Being the heir of a cult, survival was a very difficult process, so Hyuk Ryong-jin had to deal with everything according to his plan. This would give the redhead a chance to focus on avoiding Tae-mu Kwan and finding a way into the real world. Snapping out of his thoughts, the boy saw Sang-wan-hu and Secretary Jang Murian looking at him with loving eyes. The carriage stopped and all 3 got out, looking around and warming up. They stopped at a large building that resembled an entire factory, near which stood a large water mill, and on the roof was something that looked like a vat. Work was constantly bubbling in the forge, so the blacksmiths did not even immediately notice the tall guests. Li Si-woon, who had never seen a forge in his life, was filled with childish delight when he came here. One of the blacksmiths approached him, asking if he could help him with anything. The boy took out a blade that resembled an army knife from his pocket and handed it to the craftsman, asking the one who could have made it. Seeing the weapon element, the man backed away, wondering if they wanted to speak with the blacksmith. Returning, he half-throated the forge, summoning the metalsmith. Grumbling that it couldn't wait, a young girl with short brown hair returned downstairs. The trio of guests, seeing the master's metal works, froze with wide-open eyes. When Cheol So-yoon came close to him, Li Si-woon froze, thinking about why the girl was so tall, and the thought that she was a foreigner appeared in his head. So without getting lost, he switched to English, completely oblivious to the frightened faces of Sang-wan-hu and Secretary Jang Murian. The girl looked at him with an uncomprehending look, saying that she did not understand anything he said. Realizing that he had just sat in a puddle, the redhead closed his eyes and threw his head back, burning with shame. Cheol So-yoon sternly asked him why he called her, to which he handed her a knife. Hearing that he had a question about the weapon, the angry girl grabbed the frightened boy by the scruff of the neck. Pulling him close, she snarled in his face whether he minded being made by a girl or if he didn't like the new design. Hearing her refer to the design as modified, Li Si-woon wondered that she had improved his design. Grimacing, he asked her if she had made the blade herself. Letting the boy go, the girl huffed as she turned to go back to work, asking if he minded. Hearing how he behind her back promised her a salary 3 times higher than she had now, the girl stopped with interest. Returning, she questioned whether she had heard correctly, to which Lee Si-woon offered her to be his personal blacksmith with a smile on his face. A few days later, he was already visiting Chol So-yeon at her personal forge not far from his home. Hearing the visitor's voice, the girl turned to him. In her hands, she held a bow, which she had prepared according to his own special order. Taking it in his hands and pulling the string, the boy exhaled in surprise, marveling at the girl's skill. He thought about the fact that it would be nice to order a firearm from her, but he understood that he would not be able to properly explain the principle of its operation. Catching the bow in his hand, the boy thought that with this weapon that she could make, his chances of survival would increase exponentially. Turning back to Chil Se-yoon, the boy gave her a thumbs up, telling her that he didn't expect anything less from her. Putting a finger to her lips, the girl replied that she herself was interested in making a new weapon. Pulling the string once more, Lee Si-woon breathed out that having a block bow was extremely cool right now. Watching Hyuk Ryong-woon play with the bow, Chil So-yoon thought that he seemed cold and aloof at first. But now from the thought that he seemed cute, the girl's face was covered with a light blush. At this time, Tae-moo Kwan's squad stopped for a rest in one of the lonely gazebos in the mountains. The squad leader himself was lying on the ground, basking in the sun. Sil So-yeon, using the downtime to her advantage, polished her sword to a shine. At some point along the way, they were joined by the Dalian swordsman from the Woodgun sect, Lee Musen, who was now sitting in the gazebo, bored. Jagal Seopun, a renegade of the Jagal tribe, became the 4th companion. Kunlun sect Little Master Ban Ryo-young rolled the dice, looking for the desired result. Suddenly, everyone noticed Hong Sun running towards them, shouting something. Running up to the detachment, the merchant concluded that they needed to move towards Sichuan. Scratching his head, Jagal Seopun replied that they no longer needed the map, as it had been a long time since the leader of the demonic sect appeared. The merchant said that Jagal said as if they could have left already. In response to this, Jagal Seopun grabbed his head, throating and hurling dirty abuse at his fellow tribesmen. Hong Sun tried to calm him down, reminding him that he too belonged to the family he was currently throwing mud at. Bang Ryo-young, watching this scene, pragmatically wiggled a finger at his temple. Lee Mu-sen added that in such a case the Changchan Corps would side with Murim's organization. Hong Sun exhaled, looking down at his feet and thinking about what they had said they would get there first. Approaching the exit from the gazebo, Jagal Seopun exhaled, talking about the fact that the members of the Changchan Corps are very fond of him. The man approached Tae-moo Kwan, asking him what they should do in the current situation. The leader of their squad continued to lie on the ground, keeping his eyes closed. He sat down on the ground and sweetly stretched, offering to go to Sichuan. Hearing this, Jagal Seopun burst into a tirade about the fact that it was already clear that they wanted to lure them into a trap. Lee Musen joined their conversation, putting his hands on his sides and concluding that this might mean that they would not die there. Getting to his feet, Tae-moo Kwan once again sweetly stretched so hard that even tears came to his eyes. Looking at his companions, the boy smiled, commanding the squad to set off. Upon hearing this, Ban Ryo-young landed next to them with a smile. Tae-moo Kwan, with a slight smile on his face, led his squad toward Sichuan. Hong Sun was running behind them, shouting for them to wait for him. In the morning, Lee Si-woon was walking around the courtyard of his house with Sa Bu-seong and Sang Wan-hu, discussing Hyuk Ryong-jin's inheritance. The archer, crossing his arms over his chest, asked the redhead if he would tell them about the job he now had. Lee Si-woon remembered that at the heirs' meeting, Hyuk Ryong-geum shouted that he should be the heir because he had the most tokens. Looking at this, a vote was held in which the Nahui clan and the Chanyu clan voted for Hyuk Ryong-jin. The Bukchon and Shimin clans voted for Hyuk Ryong-geum. At the same time, the Mahan clan did not vote. Since the candidates had the same number of votes, they decided that a duel would help to decide. However, Hyuk Ryong-geum understood that he would not be able to defeat the second master. After some time, Hyuk Ryong-jin, Hyuk Ryong-wol, and Lee Si-woon stood in front of their father's throne again. Hyuk Ryong-moon looked at his grown children with a smile and pride. The red-haired man returned to his brother, congratulating him on receiving the inheritance. He returned to him, answering that all this happened thanks to him. He asked his brother how he managed to win the support of the Chanyu clan. After thinking, the red-haired man answered with a smile that he had his own methods in his arsenal. He remembered that everyone in the Chanyu clan was somewhat hungry, so the boy decided to share the edible supplies with them. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryong-wol closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. Lee Si-woon himself laughed out loud, saying that the support of the clan was thanks to him and their sister. Watching the children, Hyuk Ryong-moon smiled, happy that his children had a very good relationship. Lee Si-wong stepped closer to the Lord, asking why he had summoned them so urgently. Upon the leader's words that he had received certain information, one of the servants presented the young gentleman with a scroll with a letter. Unfolding it, the boy clenched his teeth, and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. Hyuk Ryong-moon said that many martial artists from the Central Lands were now going to Sichuan. This meant only one thing, and that was the approach of Tae Mu Kwan, who was to be his undoing. The leader of the cult added that regardless of how many of them will be there, they go very late. The last words alarmed the redhead, so he raised his head and looked at his father. He said that recently, during the negotiations on the Murim alliance, a man who classified himself as a cult broke into it, disguised. He took a hostage but was neutralized, after which he blew himself up, causing extensive destruction. Few people were going to Sichuan, but they could send scouts, so he wanted Hyuk Ryong-un to go to Sichuan. Hearing his father's order to find the Five Virtues Trading Company and use their resources to make a passage for the cult's squad, the boy tensed. Hyuk Ryong-jin came up from behind, putting his hand on his brother's shoulder and telling him that he was the one who recommended him to his father. The red-haired man forced a smile out of himself, covered in large drops of sweat. Hyuk Ryong-jin added that this would be a good opportunity in advancing to the Central Lands and would also cement his status in the squad. Hyuk Ryong-moon added with a smile that he chose him not only because of his recommendation, but also because he trusts him. Pete hailed down his face as the redhead thought about how refusing would ruin his relationship with the second master. The boy turned to face his brother and noticed that a broad smile shone on his face. Accepting the fact that it could not be changed, Lee Si-wong exhaled as he folded his hands and bowed, thanking the leader for his trust. At the same time, the thought swirled in his head that if he were to die, he would become a ghost and haunt the gray-haired man. Along the path that Tae Mu Kwan's troop traveled, they met many other travelers who were moving in the same direction. Jae-gal Xiaopun could feel them staring at him and Lee Mu-sen as they discussed their presence here. Suddenly he felt someone tugging hard on his suit sleeve with his fingers. Turning his head, the man saw Ban Ryo-young handing him the dice with a smile, offering to try. Tae Mu Kwan himself overheard their squad being discussed, calling it the Sinister Hero Squad. However, the most surprising thing was the presence of the divine moon goddess Sil-su-yeon in the squad. A boy approached one of the senior soldiers, addressing him by name. Looking at the boy, he exhaled, reminding himself of his request to only refer to him as squad leader when they were not alone. He apologized, calling him by name again, because of which the man exhaled, asking what he needed. Pointing his finger in the direction of Tae Mu Kwan's squad, he asked if their squad was losing morale by playing with amateurs. Returning to his subordinate, John Ho-chun replied that everything was fine, because they were all members of orthodox factions. At the subordinate's words that he is a very good person, the old man laughed loudly. Suddenly his gaze fell to where Tae Mu Kwan was loudly discussing something with Hong Sung, and Sil-su-yeon was sitting next to them at the table. It was the girl who stood silently next to her companions that attracted the man's attention. Licking himself greedily, the old man mentally promised that while she was traveling with these losers, he would be able to prove himself so that she would appreciate him. The training of the members of the Black Lion Squad was in full swing. The soldiers were divided into pairs, and they practiced the technique of hand-to-hand combat. Watching this, Sabu Xiong listed which techniques had already completed their training, to which Lee Si-wong folded his arms and chuckled in satisfaction. Returning to his friend, he praised him, saying that thanks to him the troops would arrive on time. Hearing the archer mention him, praising his merits, Secretary Jang Murian began to listen in surprise. He shyly raised his hands and began to wave them, making sure that for him there was nothing unusual in this. The red-haired man bowed before the master, saying that everyone knows how much he sacrificed to make the squad just like this. Completely embarrassed, Secretary Jang Murian thanked while scratching his head. Watching the two warriors, Lee Si-wong added that through training and diet, the 12 warriors had achieved flawless fighting techniques. The boy watched them in fascination, thinking that there were so many good warriors in his little unit. Sabu Xiong added that their warriors mastered martial arts quickly because they were provided with the best food and theory. Li Siwang, listening to this, smiled as he thought that the use of modern training and weapons was producing incredible results. When asked by the young man how the organization of the squad is going, Secretary Zhang Murian replied that the best of the best were chosen as the leader. He also added that tactics, communication, and squadrons would be organized, for which he received another praise from the redhead. At this time, in Chol Soyun Square, dragging a cart with weapons behind her, she growled at Sangwon Hu to move faster. Lee Sai-woon hurried to them, asking why she was carrying such a load by herself. Putting her hands on her sides, the girl frowned and warned that, in case of another such order, she would simply leave. Clutching his head, the redhead smiled, apologizing to her and explaining that he urgently needed Zhongwan. Exhaling, the girl handed him a new blade, similar to the one he had found her with, and a small box. The blade had serrations on the blade, and the handle and blade itself were obsidian black. The box turned out to be a compass, the needle of which was spinning, looking for the right direction. Lee Si-woon, looking at the girl with a loving look, squealed that she was the best, while Sangwon Hu asked to show the updates, and Sabu Seong didn't understand what it was. Pointing to the cart she had brought with her, Cheol Seo Yoon added that there was also equipment for him to take with him. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-wang gave a predatory smile, realizing the level of training of his squad. Now his unit was not just well-trained, but was modernly armed and equipped, reminiscent of a small army. At that time, in one of the houses where the detachment was based, Jagal Siopun heard someone calling him in a disparaging manner. He walked into the dining room, where lunch was in progress at the time, throwing a bowl of rice on the table where the three men were sitting. Seeing this, they jumped up from their seats, and in their eyes was the desire to kill him on the spot. One of the men, without waiting for an apology, shouted at him, asking what he was doing. The squad leader heard the noise and immediately asked what was going on. The subordinate immediately rushed to the commander, pointing his finger at Jagal Siopun, complaining that he had thrown a bowl at them. When he heard insults in his direction, Jagal Siopun barked that if he had kept his mouth shut, bowls would not have been thrown at him. After listening to all this, young Ho-chun took a deep breath, then let out a loud cry, ending the argument. Everyone present around turned pale and froze, watching the squad leader. Jagal Siopun grimaced, covering one ear and thinking that the old man was showing too much of himself. Yang Ho-chun then calmly said that they were now going on an important mission to Sichuan, but this attitude might lead to a reconsideration of his participation. Behind him, he heard Tae Mu Kwan's voice asking the old man if this meant they now had a task. Hearing such a disrespectful address to the commander, one of the subordinates drew his sword, intending to attack the boy. However, he was stopped by a large blue beam that flew right into his hand. Seeing the figure of Tae Mu Kwan, who was already towering over him, the soldier was frightened, but the situation was saved by the commander, who called the boy. He explained that he just wanted to get to Sichuan, so he hoped for cooperation between them. Hearing this, the boy smiled, assuring the squad commander that he would guarantee him the cooperation he was asking for. Tae Mu Kwan put his hand on the commander's shoulder, reminding him that there was a lot of work to be done. The boy approached his squad, and they all headed towards the exit. Looking after them, Yang Ho-chun thought that he could still teach them for ignoring him. The only one who didn't understand was Hong-sun, who was so engrossed in his food that he didn't even notice the absence of his squad members. When the sun was already descending to the horizon, an old fisherman was sitting on the bridge with a fishing rod. While waiting for the catch, he crossed his arms on his chest and imperceptibly fell asleep. Suddenly, a man approached him from behind and called him softly, pulling Morpheus out of his power. Opening one eye, the fisherman glanced at the stranger, asking who he was. He bowed, apologizing to the old man, who still did not understand anything. The man put his hand to his face, and in a moment a young guy was standing in front of the old fisherman. Seeing him, the old man smiled widely, waving his finger at the newcomer. Standing next to the old man, he asked how he could forget him, to which he received the answer that the boy constantly changes his appearance. The boy added that it looked like the treasure map had gone to the Murim Alliance, and the best fighters would go to Sichuan. To which the grandfather, stroking his beard, asked him if he had brought any news from Xinjiang. Molodik reported that he had spread rumors there as well, but the result was greater than they expected. Hearing that the result was greater than they expected, the man laughed with satisfaction, considering it impossible. As he retrieved his fishing rod, the boy reported that they were already investigating whether the reports were misinformation, but the old man said it was a mistake. When he approached, the fisherman asked if he would still have to go to Sichuan. To the boy's question, the old man confirmed, while he was enveloped in white smoke, that all this was for one day. In a moment, the man disappeared into the air, leaving the boy alone on the bridge. Going on a further journey, he changed his appearance again, adding a little age to himself. 4 men were standing in the mountains, discussing the fact that a squad of cult members was approaching them. The commander confirmed the subordinates' guesses, adding that there was some influential leader at the head of the detachment. Looking ahead, the man reflected on the fact that since the squad was entrusted with the battle in the Central Plains, they should have been well prepared. Suddenly, subordinates screamed in fright, pointing somewhere where someone was approaching them. They were approached by the tortured and battered members of the Black Lion squad, led by Lee Si-woon. The red-haired man looked ahead, thinking that he had by no means expected to see 2 giant birds instead of 1. As his squad passed through the snowy mountain peaks, they were attacked by 2 snow two-tailed griffons. To protect himself from their attacks, Lee Si-woon ordered chains with hooks to be launched at them, piercing the creature's wings. However, the bird brought its paws under itself, rushing at the members of the Black Lion detachment. Crashing into the ground, the griffin raised a wave of snow that flew in different directions, knocking the warriors off their feet. The rest of them tried to hold the boxes with coils of chains so as not to let the giant birds go. Lee Si-woon mused that Tae Moo Kwan only met 1 in the novel, and his squad was lucky to be prepared. However, thanks to their duel with the 2-tailed griffins, the redhead was able to take the artifacts that should have gone to the main character. But the boy still considered the lack of his own key to be his biggest problem, planning to turn the finds into magic pills. Suddenly, a squad of red robes appeared in front of them, the leader of which pointed a sword at Lee Si-woon, ordering them to get out of here. Sang-won-hu walked up to the redhead, reporting with a smile that it looked like they had been sent after these guys. When the squad leader saw Lee Si-wong coming towards him, he growled at him, repeating the demand to get back while swinging his sword. The red-haired man intercepted the weapon, and with a little effort, broke the blade in half. The pale squad leader, watching the boy, asked what he could do to help him. Already sitting in the house of the head of the 5 merits, he accepted the head's apology for the rudeness of his subordinates. The red-haired man scratched his head, embarrassedly answering that it was their own fault because they came in ragged uniforms, but they were not recognized. Lee Sang-won smiled as he replied that he had been told a lot about the 4th young master's generosity. In response, Lee Si-wong smiled, thinking that his character was rumored far beyond Xinjiang. The head of the 5 virtues said that it was a great honor for him that the son of the clan leader visited them, and he was ready to do anything for him. A disheveled Lee Si-woon asked if he had prepared what was asked of him, to which he received the answer that he had collected all he could, but he lacked blood pearls as they were difficult to get in Sichuan. The redhead asked him in shock if the Tang clan could help him with this. The head of the 5 virtues stroked his beard as he spoke about how the Tang clan had swept away all the medical supplies and items. The red-haired man was surprised that no one is suing them for buying prescriptions for cheap and a medical monopoly. He thought about the fact that the Orthodox cult in the Central Plains had become very corrupt, but he was in dire need of the blood pearls. After remembering something else, Lee Si-wong asked the head if he knew where the Azure Sky Squad was currently based. Lee Sang-won replied that the squad was now based near the Murim Alliance, in the Sichuan branch. When asked why they were there, the man suggested that they were there to follow either cult members or the Tang clan. Hearing that the Tang clan might be the target of the Azure Heavens, Lee Si-wong looked at the head of the organization in surprise. He explained, putting his hand to his chin, that since the squad had arrived at the Murim Alliance's Sichuan branch, the Tang clan had become very tense. Hearing this, the red-haired man wondered what could be the reason for their behavior. After changing clothes and resting, Lee Si-wong and Sang-won-hu strolled through the busy streets of Sichuan. Holding the berries in his hands and singing odes of praise to them, the man asked his friend what he was thinking about. The red-haired man smiled and turned his head in the direction of his associate, without answering anything specific, which finally puzzled him. Looking around and chewing on a berry, Sang-won-hu concluded that despite the famous Tang clan, there were many sick people in Sichuan. The redhead looked around, realizing that his friend was completely right. His eyes fell on a man walking down the street, leaning on a cane, his son walking beside him, smiling at him. On the other side of the street sat another man and his son selling herbs and brush, both looking pale and exhausted. The red-haired man looked at the thin boy. noting that he was simply undernourished. The boy approached the merchant and asked if he was treating his son, who looked very ill, with anything. He replied that the Tang clan severely punished those who bought and sold medicine without their permission. Li Siwang advised with a smile to simply feed the child healthy food. At this time, Sangwon-hu handed the boy 3 berries strung on a stick, which made the boy's eyes light up with happiness. The merchant, with tears in his eyes, explained that the clan sells healthy food as medicine, and also constantly raises the price of provisions. Standing up, Sangwon-hu spat out furiously that he couldn't believe such inhumans could still exist. Li Siwang, watching all of this, reasoned that things were much worse than he had imagined. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, which made him shout loudly, standing in front of him. Looking at his friend's expression, Sangwon-hu crossed his arms and asked him if he had already thought of something. Hearing that he wanted to take Manager Li's house, the man raised an eyebrow and tilted his head in surprise. With a hand on his chin and a sly smile, Li Siwoon replied that he would handle selling the healthy food himself. His words surprised Sangwon-hu, who recalled the merchant's words about the Tang clan. The red-haired man repeated, staring intently in front of him, that he heard everything clearly and distinctly, but they had already gone far enough. At that time, hearing that Tae-mu Kwan sneezed, Jegal Seopung turned his head to him, asking if he had caught a cold. Scratching his nose, the boy snorted, replying that of course he was healthy. Looking up at the sky, Tae-mu Kwan wondered who could be thinking of him now. At that time, in Sichuan, the preparation of one of the benches of the 5 Virtues Trading Company was being completed. The signboard was being hung, and the entrance was being completed. All of this was watched by Li Siwoon, Sangwon-hu, and Sabuseon. Sangwon-hu turned to the redhead, asking if this was really necessary for them, to which Li Siwoon turned to him and reminded him that he asked to be called not a leader, but a merchant. The man scratched his head and agreed, but added that it would be more beneficial to learn about Azure Heaven's plans and pass them on to the clan. The red-haired man flew up to his friend, grabbed him by the shoulders and began to shake, reminding him of the merchant and his son. Sa Bu-xiong, looking at the stall, asked the red-haired man what they would be selling here. Li Siwang took out a green jar from his pocket and held it out to the archers, showing off their wares. Answering a question from an associate, the red-haired man confirmed that it was powdered provisions that were issued to each member of the squad. Sa Bu-xiong asked if this would be considered healthy food, to which he was countered by what he thought was considered healthy food. He thought, and in his imagination immediately appeared a large bowl with mushrooms, beans, and meat. In response to this, Li Siwoon replied, poking a can of powder under his nose, that healthy food adds what the body lacks. Therefore, he believed that powdered food can be considered healthy, but he did not succeed in convincing the archer 100%. Looking at the jar, the redhead added with a smile that their bench would thrive throughout the Central Plains. After some time, there were so many people in the 5 Virtues of the People Shop that there was nowhere for an apple to fall. A girl in a green apron with an image of the company logo was pouring a hot, steaming drink into glasses. The rest of the waiters carried them around the hall, where the visitors were sitting at the tables, while there was a line waiting for a seat at the entrance. Li Siwang smiled as he asked the archer who was right, to which he agreed and added that the Tang clan might be against their activities. Suddenly there was a loud shout at the entrance, according to which someone was looking for the chief, and the boys turned in his direction. With a sly smile, Li Siwang thought that the clansmen had finally arrived. 3 men stood at the entrance, and the strongest of them, crossing his arms on his chest, called out to the leader. Looking at the new arrivals skeptically, the boy thought that they did not look much like members of the Tang clan. At this time, the big man was already looming over the red-haired man, asking him who he was. Watching him intently, Li Siwang raised one eyebrow in surprise. Noticing this, the man loudly resented such a gesture and ordered him to look away. Watching all of this, Sangwon-hu and Sa Bu-xiong stood there, glaring at the thugs who had come to their bench. With his hands folded, Li Siwoon bowed and greeted the new guests, calling himself the head of the establishment. Bevzin, holding out his hand, replied that since he had already started a business here, it would be good to pay for the roof. He waved his hand at his followers, adding that for an additional fee, they would be able to provide security for the facility. After such a speech, the cheerleaders and the followers laughed loudly. However, they did not notice how the master's face darkened with rage, and the veins on his forehead swelled. Thinking about the fact that he was already tired enough, and here he still had some nicks. The boy clenched his teeth tightly. Pozipax, observing the red-haired man's reaction, turned to the leader that he might have gone too far with the intimidation. Li Si-wong, taking himself in hand, bowed with folded hands and invited the newly arrived knights to enter his establishment. He invited them to a place where they could discuss the terms of their cooperation over a few drinks, earning praise from the leader. The boy led the trio of courtiers through a narrow inner street, trying to lead them as far away from the institution as possible. Gromolo crossed his arms over his chest and asked him how far they still had to go and how much he was willing to pay for it. After these words, Li Si-wong turned around sharply, punching the big man in the face with all his might. The blow from the nose of the thug, who did not have time to orient himself, caused blood to spurt in different directions. Immediately after that, he flew through his litter, landing on his back on the stone floor. Watching the flight of their leader, the Pozipax turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their faces. Turning to face the redhead, one of them cursed, baring his long front teeth. He lunged at him, about to strike, but Li Si-won calmly stopped his hand by grabbing it into a fist. As he bent his fingers, a crunch was heard, and the robber screamed wildly. Looking at all this, the third knight drew his sword, taking a fighting stance. However, he himself understood that they had come here in vain, since the owner of the trading bench turned out to be a master of martial arts. Li Si-won was looking at the street at this time, already going to deal with the remnants of the gang. Zarizyaka, who was lying in front of him with a broken arm, asked with tears what he was up to. The third knight, dropping his sword, fell to his knees and began to beg the red-haired man to spare him. The fourth master was very surprised to hear about Dunman's permission to engage in the demolition of such trading benches. He thought about the fact that he never knew that he could do something like this. A little later, the thug who demanded money from Li Si-won reported what had happened and tried to justify his beating. Tang Zhong was very surprised, but he did not believe that a martial arts master would conduct business in Dawan. Trying to convince the man of the truthfulness of his words, he shouted loudly, repeating his version. Tang Zhong asked in surprise why a martial artist would open a business in their city. The man said that the owner of the shop was a disciple of a hermit from Cheonhae who had once been a warrior, saved the merchant leader, and joined the Orion merchant. When asked if it was he who helped the boy put up the bench, the thug answered yes. Tugging at his long mustache, Tang Zhong asked how successful the young entrepreneur's business was, to which he heard that there was nowhere for an apple to fall. The man thought that owning a tea shop is a very ambiguous business. Zdravilo timidly added that it was actually a hoax, since the signs were talking about tea, but in reality the shop sold medicine. Hearing this, Tang Zhong roared ferociously that someone dared to sell medicine in his territory. Very soon he was already standing under the sign, reading the name of the violator's bench. Going inside with the guards, he crossed his arms over his chest and ordered a thorough search of the premises for illegal drugs. Immediately after that, complete chaos began to occur in the establishment as the guard began to overturn tables, despite the waiters and guests. Watching this, Li Si-wong calmly thought that the clan members had finally arrived. One of the guards approached the leader, bringing him a jar of powder, reporting to him that it was indeed medicine. The redhead jumped up to Tang Zhong, excusing that it wasn't medicine but just healthy food. One of the guards rudely asked him how he dared to go against them and sell medicine without permission. Tang Zhong walked over to Li Si-wong, leaning him closer to him so that he could talk to him without his ears. The man, smiling slyly, offered the boy to give his bench and all his products to Danman. With a sorrowful expression on his face, the red-haired man replied that he could not do it. Pointing his fingers at the scattered jars and spilled medicine, Tang Zhong explained that he could have taken away his bench and fined himself. Looking at him, Li Si-won thought that he looked such a scoundrel that he would give the other antagonists a head start. Meanwhile, he continued that he could reclassify his shop into a normal institution and sell medicine there after an examination. And he could also throw the work to the Orion merchant, but under the condition that everything would be quiet and calm. Hearing this, the redhead became wary, hearing that they could both earn nuts. Watching the man closely, Li Si-won thought that he had arranged all of this himself. Watching him twirl his mustache in his hands, the boy remembered that Thay Mu Quan should have defeated him. In the red-haired man's head, the thought appeared that it was not Danman himself who could set up a monopoly, but only Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong himself turned his gaze to the boy, and he asked him if he was listening to him. Wanting to show that he understood him well, Li Si Wang invited Tang Zhong to a place where they could discuss everything over a cup of tea. The man smiled as he accepted the offer and headed inside. He was so engrossed in the weather that he didn't even notice how Li Si Wang followed him with a predatory smile. A little while later, Li Si Wang and Secretary Zhang Murian were sitting on the stairs near the tea bench. The secretary looked anxiously at the young master, asking him if he was confident in his decision to let the Tang clan go. The boy remembered with a smile how a beaten Tang Zhong, shouting threats in his direction, limped away from his bench. The redhead reassured the secretary, promising that everything would be fine, while simultaneously asking if the Azure Sky Squad was based in the Tian clan. He confirmed his guesses, assuming that they were up to something. The boy rose to his feet, thinking that it was time for him to pay the clan members a visit. Seeing the determination in the young master's eyes, Secretary Zhang Murian asked why he should pay them a visit. However, the redhead didn't answer the man, instead thinking about finally meeting his enemy. In the square, where the residents of the city were walking, everyone looked at the red-haired boy who was making a lot of noise under the windows of the house. In his hands was a trumpet that he was blowing his throat, and around his neck hung a sign that called for an end to the tyrannical regime of the Tang clan. The guy shouted about inefficient pricing policy, monopoly in medicine, and tyranny of the Tang clan. People passing by stopped, thinking about the truth of the red-haired boy's words. As he continued to shout into the trumpet, Li Si-woon watched the reactions of the passers-by, happy that his plan was succeeding. Suddenly 2 guards approached him, asking him what he was doing. Noticing that he did not respond to them, the guard grabbed him by the collar and tried to pull him behind him. However, in the next second, he felt that something was not going as it should. Returning to him, the man tried to move the boy from his place, not understanding why he could not do it. As the 2 guards tried to move him from his dead spot, Li Si-wang continued to shout, calling the Tang clan tyrants. Suddenly, the red-haired fell silent, sensing something strange around him. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he felt someone with a very noticeable aura stop behind him. Seeing the one standing behind them, the guards left the redhead alone to bow and pay their respects to the visitor. Li Si-woon turned around in fright, not even knowing who he expected to see there. Opposite him stood a 12-year-old boy, carefully watching what was happening in front of the house. Li Si-woon looked at the boy in confusion, trying to figure out who he was, realizing that it wasn't Tae-moo Kwang. Watching the redhead, the boy said that as the patriarch of the Tang clan, he could not ignore what he had just heard. Li Si-wang raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at Tang Seogun, surprised that he was already the young patriarch of the Tang clan. Looking at the boy's face, the redhead thought that it was quite cute, and in the real world, he could become an idol. Meanwhile, Tang Seogong came close to him, asking him why he was silent if he had just screamed about his clan's tyranny. Li Si-woon, on the other hand, was looking at the boy who was a genius in the plot and was soon to become Tae-moo Kwan's ally. Suddenly, the guards in the square were pushed aside by Tang Zhong, who had already bandaged his head. Pointing his finger at the red-haired man, he shouted at the clan patriarch not to believe a word he said. Tang Seogong walked up to him, looking at his beaten ally in shock. Li Si-wang let out an annoyed breath when he saw the mustachioed curmudgeon, staring at the 4th master with one eye as the other was swollen shut with a bruise. Tang Zhong thought that he wanted to set him up. When asked if he knew him, the mustache answered that he was the adopted son of the leader of the trading company. Listening to him talk about the beatings and the fake medicine, Li Si-woon let out an exasperated breath, rolling his eyes. After hearing about the fake medicine, Tang Seogong glared at the stranger, his eyebrows moving up to the bridge of his nose. Tang Zhong repeated his words, showing his swollen eye as proof, saying that he was beaten when he wanted to make a warning. Hearing this, the boy took a deep breath, angrily asked the red-haired man if everything the merchant had told was true. Li Si-woon replied that he never lies, and the only liar here is Tang Zhong, while pointing at the curmudgeon. With a curse, he pulled out several shurikens and threw them in the direction of the 4th master. Pulling out his sword, Li Si-wang deflected absolutely all the weapon elements flying in his direction. Seeing this, Tang Zhong screamed as he drew his weapon in front of the clan head and expressed his disrespect for him. At this, Tang Seogong raised his hand and ordered the redhead to slowly lower his weapon. At this, Li Si-woon went on a tirade about the merchant attacking him first, throwing shurikens in his direction because he wanted him to shut up. After that, realizing that it was impossible to reach the red-haired man just like that, Tang Seogong rushed at him, bringing his fist in to strike. According to his plan, he wanted to conquer him, and only then listen to what he would tell him. Li Si-wong didn't even have time to orient himself when the patriarch's fist slammed into the plaque on his chest, shattering it into small pieces. The blow was so strong that the red-haired man flew backwards several steps. Croaking in pain, the redhead raised his head, enjoying the force of the small clan head's blow, but he expected nothing less. The boy decided to wait for the mustache to attack him unexpectedly, which paid off. In the next second, the man again launched several of his shurikens in his direction. Realizing that this was exactly what he was expecting, Li Si-wong turned his head away, however, allowing one of the shuriken to catch the skin on his neck. Looking at the element of the weapon, the boy thought that it turned out to be poisonous. Deciding to act, Li Si-woon coughed, splattering blood everywhere and trying to make the scene as dramatic as possible. Looking at this, Tang Seogong wondered why the merchant poisoned his shurikens. At that time, the red-haired man, putting his hand on his stomach, fell to the ground, closing his eyes. Seeing the dead body, Tang Zhong yelled that he needed to get the body out of here immediately. Otherwise, rumors would spread that their clan was using poison. The boy looked at him, not understanding what he was talking about because he himself had just used the poison. After thinking for a second, one idea appeared in his head, which shot through his consciousness. Suddenly, a shockwave of yellow-hot color flew right next to him, which forced the boy to get into a fighting stance again. And in the next moment there was an explosion that threw Tang Seogong and Tang Zhong several meters, shaking them with dust. Looking at the shortened cobblestones, the young clan patriarch cursed, not understanding what was happening. He looked up, trying to find the one who made such a fuss right next to him. Li Si-wong slowly opened his eyes, moaning in pain. When he did, he froze in place in shock. Standing on the roof of one of the houses was none other than Sil Soo-yeon, the female protagonist of his novel. Looking down fiercely, she shouted that she could now see how the Tang clan dealt with those who were not happy with them. Tang Zhong pointed a finger at the moon goddess, wildly screaming that she had insulted the great Tang clan. Tang Seogong gave the girl a stern look and ordered her to lower her sword, as regardless of the reason, pointing a sword at his clan was a mistake. At these words, Sil Soo-yeon reacted by raising a huge vortex around her, showing her power. Covering his hand and showing his strength, the boy thought that the aura in the moon goddess was really very strong, and it was not just a rumor. At that time, Sil Soo-yeon herself was already flying at him, swinging her sword again. Seeing this, Tang Seogong jumped up, trying to intercept her halfway. Facing each other in the middle, they dueled, trying to land blows on each other. The guards of the Tang clan watched the scene of their young patriarch and the moon goddess fighting. Watching his clan head fight the girl, Tang Zhong was glad that he had time to finish off the redhead. He walked over to Li Si-woon, who was still lying on the bed with his hand on his chest. Taking out the knife, the merchant thought about the fact that the red-haired man managed to destroy everything that he had built for many years. Pouncing on him, the man shouted loudly, wishing him death. Suddenly, his legs were grabbed by the neck, tightly sandwiched between them, which made him squeal softly. Li Si-woon grabbed the merchant's hand, twisting it and knocking out the knife that was already near his face. Looking at Tang Zhong, the red-haired man noticed that he must have been too soft on him, since nothing happened before. The man could no longer answer him, so he only croaked, squeezed between his legs and feeling a lack of air. Li Si-wong threw him over him, pinning him to the ground and crushing him with one foot. He turned his gaze to the battle in front of him and saw how dangerous Sil Soo-yeon could be. In the book, he did not reveal the full combat potential of the girl, focusing on the main character, but little skills were not expected from her. Meanwhile, the heroine herself fiercely fought the patriarch of the Tang clan, focusing on his attacks. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them and stopped their fight with a single swipe of his sword. Watching the battle, Li Si-wong did not even understand what had happened and why the man had stepped between the two warriors. Young Ho-chun looked sternly at the fighting parties, asking them why they were fighting each other if they had to unite against the cult. Looking at the squad leader, Li Si-woon thought that he was scared to death, thinking that Tae Mu-kwan himself had already come here. Sil Soo-yeon, hiding her sword, replied that she decided to fight because she saw the methods the Tang clan used to clean up people who interfered with it. Returning to the boy, young Ho-chun asked him if the moon goddess was telling the truth. However, instead of answering, he turned to the side where Li Si-wong was sitting and Tang Zhong was lying next to him. The red-haired man, getting to his feet, explained that he just wanted to sell medicine and healthy food to help the poor townspeople survive. He expressed his hope that the young patriarch would listen to his words, thus restoring the honor of the Tang clan. Hearing this about his clan, the boy clenched his fists and choked that the Sichuan Tang clan was highly respected. Clearing his throat, Li Siwang thought that even though Tang Xiaogong was considered a genius, he did not understand how things worked in the world. He approached the patriarch, demanding from him that he see how things are really going in the city. The last words he managed to squeeze out were a request that he look at how ordinary people live. Immediately after these words, the boy fell off his feet, bumping into the feet of the patriarch and losing consciousness. The patriarch of the Tang clan rushed to him, not understanding what was happening to him. The last thing Li Siwun saw was Sil Su-yun's scared face, and he only had time to think that even when she was scared, she was very cute, just his type. Already in the evening, when the full moon rose on the street, the boy came to his senses, opening his eyes wide. Sitting down on the bed, he exhaled and thought about how he was able to control his breathing and body temperature with the turtle breathing technique. Feeling the bandage around his neck, Li Siwun wondered if the Tang clan had taken care of him. Hearing someone's voice near him asking him if he had come to his senses, the boy turned his head in fright at the sound. Seeing who was talking to him, the red-haired man turned pale, glaring at his guest in fright. The dragon headband and the white dragon sword immediately caught his eye, so he realized that the evening guest was none other than Tae Mu Quan. In front of him sat the main character of the novel, who according to the plot was supposed to kill Hyuk Ryung-un, in whose body Li Si-woon was now. Realizing the situation he was in, the red-haired man turned pale, glaring at his guest in fright. Seeing him, Li Si-woon restlessly slid onto the bed, staring unblinkingly at Tae Mu Quan. He could not understand how cute he was so close to him. He approached him, asking why he made such a scene, because he couldn't believe that the redhead could lose to someone like Tang Zhong. Towering over the boy, Tae Mu Quan looked at him carefully, calling him a spy of the demonic sect. Hearing that he knew about his hidden skills, the fake map, and that he was suspicious of him, Li Siwang turned white with fear. Stammering, the red-haired man tried to force out the words that he was just an ordinary merchant. Tae Mu Quan took a deep breath with a smile on his face, showing that he didn't quite trust him. He moved even closer to the boy, towering over him with his entire massive frame. Looking at him, Li Si-woon thought that if he suspected him of being a spy, he would chop off his head just like in the novel. After a minute of feverish thinking, an idea appeared in the red-haired man's head that could save his life. Looking at the visitor with wide eyes, he said that he had come to meet Tae Mu Quan, the hero of Murimu. Tae Mu Quan was very surprised to hear him call him master. However, taking out the sword, he replied that this made him even more suspicious of the guest. Realizing that he had blurted out too much, Li Si-woon waved his hands, fervently asserting that he could see the future, so he wanted to meet Murima's future savior. However, such words did not impress the hero, so in the next second there was already a sword blade near the bandaged neck of Li Si-woon. The boy replied that if he wanted to deceive him, he could stop trying. Looking sternly at the hero, Li Si-wang added that he was a white dragon warrior and a white sword warrior precursor. This finally convinced Tae Mu Quan, who let out a surprised breath, asking how he knew. Looking at him from under his forehead, the red-haired man repeated that he could see the future. The next question made Li Si-woon's eyes as round as saucers as he thought that knowing almost everything, he wanted to know more. Looming over him, Tae Mu Quan asked who he would have to fight in the future. After thinking about it, Li Si-wang couldn't decide whether to talk about the events of the second half of the book or about the demonic sect. Placing a hand to his chin, the redhead replied that he couldn't know for sure, as his visions came in episodes or images. Crossing his arms over his chest, Tae Mu Quan asked him why he needed his help. After sitting down more comfortably, Li Si-woon said that the Tang clan was trying to capture the Orion merchants group, and no one dared to go against it. Tae Mu Quan squinted as he listened as he spoke about how Murimu's hero would be able to stop the lawlessness that the Tang clan was doing. Watching the hero, Li Si-woon gritted his teeth and wondered why he was so suspicious, and if this was a characteristic of all heroes. The thought arose in his head that nothing could be done about it, so he began to slowly get out of bed. Standing in front of Tae Mu Quan, he looked at him defiantly, saying that he could prove his point. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, the protagonist of the novel asked how he would prove the truth of what was said. Pointing his finger at himself, Li Siwang said that he would help him follow the path of the Holy Ghost pill. In the morning, in the Orion tea shop, the waiters quickly and efficiently brought orders to the guests sitting in the hall. Among them, Thay Mu Kwan's squad could be seen in the establishment, enjoying the steaming aromatic drink. Hong Sun turned to the stall owner, who had just walked up to them, asking how things were going. Hong Sun looked around, saying that everything was very good, and he had never seen such a bench before. With a smile, Li Siwun revealed that the tea was prepared by Oryun's group of traders, and the Tang clan wanted to take it for themselves. Hearing this, Hong Sun cursed, snarling that the Tang clan had no idea how difficult it was to organize such a facility. Seeing his reaction, Li Siwun smiled, realizing that this was exactly the reaction he expected from the merchant's eldest son. Thay Mu Kwan sat at the table, looking thoughtfully at the cup of drink, and ran his fingers over the crowns. His companions poured themselves tea, and Hong Sun shouted that he thought that he did not have the gift to see the future, but to manage things well. Sang Wan Hu approached Li Siwun, asking him if he could distract him for a moment. After apologizing to the guests, he followed his colleague out of the trading hall. Standing where they wouldn't be seen, Sang Wan Hu and Sa Buxiong asked their friend how it was that he had been poisoned, sent to the Tang clan's house, and who their guests were. The red-haired man replied with a predatory smile that his guests were the greatest young men of the Murim organization. Hearing this, Sang Wan Hu asked in fright if they were among those who sought heaven. Putting a hand to his chin, the red-haired man replied that it was actually a completely different group, thanks to which they would learn the intentions of the Murim squad. Sa Buxiong asked if he had been able to find out why the Murim organization had come to Sichuan, to which I received the answer that they are trying to trace the Holy Spirit pill in Sichuan. Hearing this, the archer looked at the commander in shock, surprised that the trace of such a pill turned out to be real. He immediately denied the theory that the pill finder map was written by someone from elementary school, to which Li Siwun replied that he generally believed that the spy who had infiltrated the Murim organization did not belong to their school. After Sa Buxiong's words about the third party, the redhead replied that he was going to gain the trust of the gang to seek information. When he said that if they were the first to go on the trail, they would be able to help the main school, they looked at him fiercely, and at the same time, determinedly. Secretary Zhang Murian approached them and, scratching his head, informed that the young master was waiting for a meeting with people from the Tang clan. Raising an eyebrow, Li Siwang thought that Tang Zhang had come again, and he had no way of understanding simple lessons. The boy resolutely headed for the meeting with the Tang clan representatives, preparing for a serious conversation. However, when he arrived, he found the Tang clan patriarch himself, Tang Seo Gong, was waiting for him, peacefully sipping a drink from his bench. The presence of the head of the clan surprised the redhead, which was immediately reflected on his face. Realizing that the boy was affected by his words, Li Siwang thought that the Holy Spirit pill was definitely in his pocket. He bowed to the patriarch, expressing his respect and joy at his visit to his bench. The boy bowed, apologizing to the redhead for his recent rudeness. Handing him a cup of tea, the boy said that he personally wouldn't call the drink medicine, so he would investigate Tang Zhang's activities on his own. Suddenly, the patriarch heard someone's voice behind him calling him and slowly turned to the sound. He saw Thay Mu Kwan's squad, which Banrio Yan was inviting him to join, and the merchant Hong Sun was waving a friendly hand. Approaching the table, the patriarch folded his hands and bowed, reminding that it had been quite a while since their last meeting. The rest of the squad also bowed. Thay Mu Kwan bowed his head with his hand, and Sil Su-yun lowered her eyes awkwardly. The patriarch of the Tang clan sat down next to them, asking what they were doing here, to which Jagal Siopan asked if he knew what the research team was here for. The boy agreed, watching his interlocutor with childish interest. He continued the story, saying that a wise man misread the map and they went to the wrong place. The patriarch asked in surprise about this, to which he heard the answer that if the grave is located where he said, then he will change the surname. A bored Thay Mu Kwan called Li Siwun to him. He asked what he thought about this. He, humbly lowering his head, replied that he also agreed with the warrior Jagal Siopun. Looking intently at the red-haired boy, the boy slyly asked if he could immediately predict the future. With a smile, Li Siwun thought that if he knew the answer, he would have gone there long ago himself, so he replied that he only saw a bunch of questing heroes. Hearing this, Jagal Siopan smiled happily, recalling his words. However, the patriarch himself was more interested in the part of their conversation that talked about predictions, so he turned to the red-haired man and asked again. Thay Mu Quan rose from his seat and looking ahead announced that tomorrow they would go on a search. Li Musen asked if they were the only ones going, to which he was told that the Tang clan and the Azure Sky Squad would not believe them. Clucking his tongue, Hong Sun pondered and replied that there was some truth in his words. Returning to Li Si-woon, the main character added that he hoped that he wasn't lying. Looking at him sternly, he warned that if he lied, he would get even with him. Looking after the hero, the red-haired man scolded him for what the world stood for his suspiciousness. The red-haired man thought that he should go to the grave of the Holy Spirit as soon as possible. After a while, he was already walking along the forest path, carefully studying the map of the area, and Sil Su-yeon was walking beside him. Glancing at the embarrassed girl, Lee Si-woon thought about how he hoped to be teamed up with Tang Seogun. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy was glad that at least he didn't have Thay Mu Quan as his partner. He could not take his eyes off the girl, thinking about her beauty, although he perfectly understood that he himself had created her. Hearing her call him by name, the red-haired man looked up in front of him in fear. Scratching his head, he smiled sheepishly as he replied that he felt much better and asked how he could thank her. But she turned her face to him and he, folding his hands, bowed low to her, uttering words of thanks for the saved life. Seeing Sil Su-yeon hand him a jar of his tea, Lee Si-woon smiled happily, saying that she could have just asked instead of buying. Looking at the tea, the girl said that in Tianshan children starve and get sick a lot because of it. She told how she herself was sick a lot, and her father was looking for the herbs she needed under the snow. It suddenly occurred to Lee Si-woon that she had told Thay Mu Quan the same thing in the novel. Sil Si-woon went on to say that she believes that if children drink this drink, they will become stronger and healthier. To this, the red-haired man replied that when he was building his bench, he also thought about this very thing. He explained that his aim was to ensure that the children did not starve and remained healthy. Spreading his arms to the sides, he announced that he planned to open a trading network throughout the Central Plains. Sil Si-woon anxiously asked what would happen if his case went bankrupt, to which the boy replied with a smile that he should not worry about it, since the future visitors would be children. In his opinion, the one who will become a great warrior will grow up among the children who will drink his tea. The girl smiled awkwardly, telling him that he was not at all like the other warriors. Lee Si-wong scratched his head awkwardly, and his face was covered with a light blush. Suddenly they raised their heads when they heard a cry from someone calling himself a genius nearby. Immediately after that, they saw a cloud of light gray smoke in the sky, which meant the end of the search. Looking at Sil Si-yeon, Lee Si-woon smiled and said that it looks like the grave has been found. Their squad stopped at the dark hole that marked the entrance to the cave and tried to at least see something in it. Lee Si-wong thought in surprise that this could be the approach to the Holy Spirit tomb. Taking out a small flashlight, Thay Mu Quan said that the first thing to do was to look inside. Returning to Yegal Siopun, he said he would cover him by sending him before him, and he happily agreed. Leaving for the darkness of the cave, they ordered the rest to wait for them at the entrance to the cave. In the evening, walking down the narrow street of the city, Jegal Siopun loudly boasted that their squad had attacked the trail of the Holy Ghost Pill. Yang Ho-chun and Tang Zhong, with their hands folded on their chests, looked sullenly at the happy squad. When they met, Jegal Siopun cheerfully asked them why they were so unhappy. Yang Ho-chun, hearing such a manner of conversation with him, shouted loudly how he could afford such a tone. Then Thay Mu Quan stepped in, replying that he was bending over backwards because they had come with good news. The old man snarled that their immature behavior was endangering their entire organization. With a loud cluck of his tongue, Lee Si-woon added that if it weren't for the squad leader's tone, he would have thought he was jealous of them. Hearing this, the rest of the squad members opened their mouths in shock, waiting for what would happen next. At these words, Yan Ho-chun loudly complained that he could not intervene in the operation since he was nobody. Thay Mu Quan watched his companion carefully, waiting for his next move. The red-haired man did not continue to torment the audience for a long time, asking the squad leader to shut up in a very rude manner. Standing on the side was Tang Zhong, who quietly told the old man that this guy had interfered in his clan's work, which was obvious. After promising to train him, Yang Ho-chun began to draw his sword from behind his back with a smile. A second later, the man rushed towards him, kicking the smoky woman on the road. However, Lee Si-wong did not wait for the full attack and quickly drew out his sword, blocking the old man's strike. The thought arose in the head of the squad leader that the boy was simply bluffing. The fourth master jumped away from his opponent, preparing for a serious duel. Lunging forward while simultaneously using his abilities, Yang Hochun was about to defeat Li Si Wang with practically one punch, but the boy reacted in time, covering himself with his sword and stopping the old man's attack. After analyzing the squad leader's attack, Li Si Wang realized that if it was strong enough, he would be finished. He swung his sword trying to attack the leader, but the leader deftly jumped to avoid the attack. Throwing blow after blow, Li Si Wang thought to himself that he should really show what he was capable of. A black and gold boomerang suddenly flew between them, and the shocked opponents stopped the fight, simultaneously shielding themselves with their swords. On one of the walls stood an elderly man with a long white beard, in whose hands the boomerang returned. Seeing him, Li Si-woon smiled happily, realizing that Yu Wan-kyu would be the savior that their squad needed. Yang Hochun put down his weapon, bowing to the old woman and saying that he was a disciple of the Wudang sect. The old man smiled, answering that they had not seen each other for a long time, and also asked what was going on with them. Yang Hochun asked him to forgive him for not showing the best side of his nature, but he did not listen to him anymore. The old man approached Li Si-woon, asking him if he was the same Tae-mu Kwan, to which the red-haired man replied that he was confusing something, as he had never heard of such a person, to which the old man laughed that he could put him in his place. While cleaning his ear, Li Si-wang asked if it was customary in their sect to treat people like shit, as he had not heard a good address. In response to this, the members of the squad could barely restrain themselves from laughing out loud. Indignant at such insolence, Yu Wan-kyu shouted loudly that he would cut out his tongue, and Yang Hochun thought that this squad was too much trouble. When he asked about the teacher, Tang Zhong answered him, saying that he was a receiver from a small trading group. Hearing this, the old man lashed out at the red-haired man, surprised that he managed to reach the same level as Yang Hochun without a teacher. The underlings of the squad leader were also quite surprised to see the level of a boy who didn't even have a clan. Looking at Tae-mu Kwan, Li Si-woon let out a small smile as he analyzed the current situation. According to the story of the novel, the hero himself had to fight with Yang Hochun, but now the name Hyok Ryong-un will be known. Looking at the redhead and the squad behind him, Yu Wan-kyu cleared his throat loudly. He turned to Yang Hochun, ordering him to get a pill of the Holy Spirit if he managed to quarrel with such a warrior. When the old man was about to leave, Tang Zhong tried to stop him, shouting at him to wait. Tae-mu Kwan's squad followed behind, while members of the Murim Alliance squad moved forward. Looking at this, Jegal Xiopun asked their leader why they were grazing the rear when they were the first to find the grave. Hongsun came up to him, asking him not to be so rude since they didn't find anything there anyway. In response, the man returned to the merchant, snarling at him that he had personally trampled the path in the cave. At this time, Tae-mu Kwan, looking around in all directions, carefully observed the situation. Noticing this, Li Si-woon asked him if anything had happened, to which he was told that he was worried about an ambush. Looking around, Li Si-woon remembered that according to the story, they were at the place where Hyuk Ryong-woong ran away from Tae-mu Kwang. Thinking about this, the thought crept into the boy's head that he had once again run into trouble. Suddenly Tae-mu Kwan froze, realizing what was about to happen, when his ear caught a faint sound. Taking out his sword, he loudly commanded his squad that they were being attacked by the enemy. A huge boulder rolled down the hill towards them, raising a cloud of smoke and scattering broken branches in different directions. Rolling down, he fell with a loud crash right in front of the squad members. Yu Wan-kyu, seeing a boulder in front of him that almost crushed him, choked out that they were not alone. Looking around, Li Si-woon wondered who could have attacked him, if according to the story, Hyuk Ryong-woon did the attack. From the direction from which they came, a loud clatter of hooves was heard, and when they turned, they saw a horseman brandishing a sword. In front of him stood a squad of warriors in red and black clothes with their faces covered. The rider announced that he was the third young master of the demonic sect who would bring them as the first sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Li Si-wang took a deep breath, standing still with his mouth hanging open as he tried to absorb the information. Members of the squad, which was commanded by a rider, began to throw explosive cones at the travelers. Where they fell, a wall of light purple smoke rose up. Yu Wan-kyu, upon seeing this, ordered the squad to cover their airways by pulling his own hand to his nose. Li Si-woon followed suit and tried to cover his face with his hand. The rider, laughing wildly, ordered the members of his squad to kill everyone who was in front of them. Their entire squad was standing in the middle of a pink-purple cloud of smoke, trying to catch their breath. Looking around, Lee Si-woon realized that they were still alive, which meant that they could only be attacked with tear gas. Tae-moo Kwan drew his sword and swung it, dispersing the poisonous smoke around him. The redhead stared in his wake as he took a few leaps away from their squad, planning to attack. Without thinking long, Lee Si-woon rushed after the one who, according to the plot of the novel, was supposed to kill the one in whose body he was. They were approaching the rider who was waiting for them, surrounded by a squad of several warriors. Looking at the attackers, he turned pale, but still dared to order the soldiers to kill them. The boys, seeing that they were preparing for their attack, swung their swords in flight, preparing for battle. Letting out a battle cry, Tae-moo Kwan made one swing of his sword, sending a blue shockwave at the squad. The force of his blow sent the dead bodies of the enemies flying in different directions, landing on the ground with a thud. The rest of the rider's squad looked at this picture in fear, while their faces were covered in cold sweat. Lee Si-woon wasn't left behind either, slashing a few more soldiers with his sword. The rider, watching this, cursed, clinging tighter to his horse's bridle. Taking out a small whistle, he blew into it with all his breath, calling for help. After his call, several warriors in medieval armor landed on the path where the battle was taking place. Tae-moo Kwan looked at the new arrivals with an indifferent look, but Lee Si-woon was frightened. The rider laughed wildly again, bidding them show what they could do with the cult's iron armadillos. To Tae-moo Kwan, the name armadillos seemed funny, but the red-haired man understood very well that there was nothing to laugh about. Preparing for battle, Tae-moo Kwan brought his sword up, raising a blue wave. One of the battleships raised his zeta, covering the hull from the eddies and blows. Aiming straight for the center of the rectangular shield, Tae-moo Kwan charged straight at the knight. Having delivered a strong blow, the boy managed to shatter the shield into splinters, as well as pierce through the warrior's armor. He hit the ground with a loud thud. Pausing for a second, Tae-moo Kwan saw the iron-sided warriors surrounding him, and a predatory smile bloomed on his face. Watching his fighting technique, Lee Si-woon's mouth fell open in admiration, thinking that he had underestimated him, and realizing that he would not be able to stand up to him in battle. Grabbing his head, he began to scold himself that he was busy with the wrong thoughts, because it was clear that he would not defeat him. Watching Tae-moo Kwan cut down the enemies, Lee Si-woon thought about becoming the leader of the attackers. He jumped up, about to attack the rider from the air. When he looked up, his eyes widened in fright, and his face was covered with drops of cold sweat. In the next moment, the red-haired man's leg flew into the face of the leader of the attackers. Lee Si-woon landed on his feet as the rider slammed onto his back. Sitting on his ass with a broken nose, he spoke enthusiastically that their squad was very strong, and it was not worth standing in his way. He pulled out a thunder bomb from his inner pocket, asking with a goofy grin on his face what they could counter it. Yan Ho-chun and his companions ran to them and stopped, looking at the boy and not understanding what was happening. Noticing the weapon in the rider's hands, the leader of the squad roared loudly, commanding everyone to lie down. It is not known where they saw an arrow fly past them at high speed. At full speed, she flew straight into the boy's wrist, piercing him through, which caused him to release a bomb. Orienting himself in time, Lee Si-woon walked over and swung his leg to deflect the bomb before it hit the ground. After that, an explosion rang out, sending up a large wave of dust and rocks of various sizes in front of them. Turning around, the red-haired man approached the pale rider, grabbing him tightly by the throat. Having forced him to his knees, he began to demand that he confess who he was, to which he breathlessly called himself the Fourth Master. Lee Si-woon gave a wry smile as he said that no cult member would call the Sun Moon cult demonic. However, even despite the severe lack of air, he continued to insist that he was the fourth master of the demonic cult. Hearing him say the name of Hyuk Ryong-un, the redhead looked at him angrily, tightening his throat. Finally, with tears in his eyes, the boy began to beg for mercy, saying that they were free martial artists and had orders. Lee Si-woon asked him who was so brave, but he didn't hear an answer as the boy immediately went into a deep coma. Seeing this, Lee Si-woon stepped away from him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after that, he began to cover himself with huge blisters, at the same time emitting inhuman screams. Yang Ho-chun's voice was heard from behind, chiding the yogi for doing something to the rider instead of questioning him. Seeing what was happening, Tae-moo Kwan ordered the members of the squad to flee from there as fast as they could. Hearing this, Li Siwang cursed but did not stand still. Taking one big leap, he immediately increased the distance between him and the boy significantly. As soon as he did, a loud explosion rang out from where the rider was standing, the shock wave of which knocked the redhead straight through the air. Seeing him fall on his side, Tae Mu Kwan rushed towards him and was next to him in one jump. Standing in front of the redhead, Tae Mu Kwan stretched his arm forward, putting a shield in front of him and protecting him and Li Si-woon from the debris. In a few seconds, the boys were feeding on a large crater of cracked earth in the place where the warrior stood. Stunned, Li Si-wang sat there, unable to move or say anything. At this time, in the house of the second young master, he was receiving an important guest, discussing with him the fact that his brother had become a spy in the Orthodox faction. The man convinced him that it was a rather hasty decision, then it is still possible to organize an evacuation order. Hyuk Ryong-jin replied that he believed in his brother because he should have a plan. He further added that he had received word that the chief of the Asana tribe had been killed. The news of this made the man and Hyuk Ryong-wol go silent in shock. Crossing his arms over his chest, the second master said that things are not going very well at the border right now. Here, Hyuk Ryong-wol entered the conversation, clarifying with her brother whether Asmet will take the post of head of the tribe. She recalled that he had very friendly relations with their cult. Hyuk Ryong-jin replied that he was not ready to accept the post despite his good fighting skills, so he would try to find an external enemy. Hearing this, Hyuk Ryong-wol crossed her arms over her chest and asked her brother if he thought Asmet was planning an attack on their cult. Looking at his sister, the boy answered in the affirmative, adding that they should be ready for any outcome. Meanwhile, after the incident at the Holy Spirit Cave, Yu Wan-kyu went on a rampage, claiming to kill a valuable captive. Tae Mu Kwan listened to all this in silence, pragmatically folding his arms over his chest and looking away. Li Si-wang was scratching his ear at this time, and thinking that the old man threw a tantrum over a very small reason. Tired of listening to Yu Wan-kyu's tantrums, Tae Mu Kwan calmly asked him that if he was so intelligent, why didn't he catch the rider himself? Hearing this, the old man shouted loudly that he did not dare to talk to him like that, and Yang Ho-chun, meanwhile, had already taken out his sword. Li Si-woon stood between them and said that he killed the boy, not Tae Mu Kwan. He added that if they had to find an extreme, it would be him, not someone else. Staring at the boys, Yu Wan-kyu called them scoundrels while warning that he would follow them. The old man added that one more prank like that, and they would both be in trouble. Tae Mu Kwan snorted as he repeated the observation, and Li Si-woon replied that he had a talent for making enemies everywhere. To which he replied that he doesn't care, because he already has enough problems with those around him. Turning his back to him, Tae Mu Kwan told him not to interfere anymore, ignoring the latter's irritation. Their squad moved on, and soon they were passing through the cave tunnel, lighting their way with torches. The squad stopped at a large door that looked very ancient and was decorated with columns and stucco. Looking at them, Yu Wan-kyu ordered the henchman to open the door to the crypt. Glancing at the old man, Jegel Seopun grimaced as he asked his squad leader why everyone was looking at him as if he had a key. After these words, he saw Yang Ho-chun turn towards him, looking at him with a look full of hatred and fury. When one of the warriors approached the door of the tomb, Jegel Seopun asked him if he understood what he was facing. The Azure Heavens counselor turned to him, replying that he had gotten all cocky after learning a few tricks that were of no use. With a predatory smile, he said that it is better to be a gypsy magician than just nobody. He turned his head towards the door, completely ignoring the advisor, who was beginning to shake with anger. Approaching the entrance, he touched several places with his fingers on the stone slabs. After pressing the last button, the door opened, and a satisfied Jegel Seopun turned to face the corral, forbidding to touch anything. Seeing the open entrance, Yu Wan-kyu lashed out at him like a madman with a wild smile on his face. Returning to his bunkers, he ordered them to quickly drag the equipment there. They rushed inside with great enthusiasm, dragging huge bags behind them, and only the members of Tae Mu Kwan's squad along with the patriarch of the Tang clan remained standing still, not understanding what was happening. Li Si-woon watched the frenzy of the fanatics in silence, as he was at a loss for words. Scratching his head, Jegel Seopun said that was why he didn't want to go with them, to which Tae Mu Kwan smiled, telling him not to beat himself up. After hearing that everyone had to sacrifice something, he said that it sounded unconvincing from him, to which he laughed louder. Suddenly, a wild scream was heard from the depths of the room, and the boy turned his head in alarm. Rushing into the crypt, Jagal Siopun growled at them that he was ordering them not to touch anything. One of the guards was sitting on the ground with his leg up, blood spurting from it, and a pin sticking out of the floor next to him. Panic began around, accompanied by wild cries about a trap. Yang Ho-chun glared at the Azure Heavens Advisors squad, accusing them of saying as if there were no traps in the cave. Turning to face the squad leader, the man timidly replied that he was only talking about his path, but did not guarantee their absence in the rest of the crypt. In response, Elder Tang Ga-myung exploded, telling him that the guards were following exactly the path he had indicated. Yu Wan-kyu intervened in their argument, saying that their argument won't change anything. However, addressing the advisor, he asked him to be more careful in the future. Tang Ga-myung was looking at Yu Wan-kyu with hatred, thinking that they were both old, but he was pointing out something cute to him. When asked how they could avoid the traps, the advisor of the Azure Heavens, examining the hay, offered to pierce it and take the hinge. Yan Ho-chun raised his hand and with his finger called the big man, who held a sledgehammer in his hand, to him, ordering him to break the wall down to the last stone. Having received the order, the thug, without wasting time, swung his sledgehammer, intending to hit the wall. However, Jagal Siopun rushed to counterbalance him, hurrying to stop him. He stood between the wall and the sledgehammer just as the weapon was already descending, approaching its target. Zdrovan stopped, not understanding what was happening, and large drops of sweat rolled down his face. Jagal Siopun understood that it was too late, so he covered his head with his hand while still trying to stop the collapse of the wall. Suddenly, a fairly large stone flew into the hammer, hitting the metal knob directly. Zdrovan himself did not even understand how it happened when the sledgehammer flew out of his hands due to the impact of a stone. He and Jagal Siopun were looking at the sledgehammer knocked out of the hands of the thumper, which was lying a few steps away from them. Lee Si-wong, looking at their surprised faces, knew that without Jagal Siopun, he wouldn't be able to get out of the tomb, so something had to be done. He looked at the red-haired man with frightened eyes, realizing that he had just saved his life. Seeing an angry Yang Ho-chun approaching him, Jagal Siopun spread his arms wide, trying to block the wall from them. When the counselor replied that he was a fool, the man drew his attention to the fact that instead of explosives, he had brought tools so that the place would not collapse. Listening to the two arguing about the best method to enter the tomb, Yu Wan-kyu also wondered what would be best. He was approached by Tang Seo-gun, who pointed out that they wanted to explore the place first, so Jagal Seopun's option was better. The old man looked at the patriarch, and after remembering that the instruments belonged to the Tang clan, he still agreed. He then returned to Jagal Siopun, warning him that if anything went wrong, it would be on his conscience. Immediately after that, the man set to work, ordering the servants where to move the beams and lay the boards. One of them took a hammer and a chisel, carefully punching a crack between the bricks in the wall. Approaching one of the walls, Jagal Siopun scratched his head, wondering how they could get to the top. Lee Si-woon turned to Sabu Seon, asking if he could shoot the arrow all the way there, receiving a surprised look in return. Having put the arrow in the string, he asked where exactly to shoot, to which Jagal Siopun pointed with his finger to the point, expressing doubts that he would hit. Despite this, Sabu Xiong calmly raised his bow and pulled the string as hard as he could. A moment later, he released it, along with the rope tied to it, and the arrow slammed into the wall with all its might. Ban Ryo-yong, covering his eyes with his hand, paid attention in rapt attention to how deep the arrow went into the wall. Jagal Siopun looked at it with no less admiration, not believing his eyes. Looking at Sabu Xiong in admiration, he said, "What will call him an archer from God because he has never seen such a shot." Looking at the board tied with ropes, he concluded that all that remained was to join the boards together. In a few minutes, he was already admiring the work done, the result of which was a narrow path suspended on ropes a few centimeters from the floor. Returning to the unit, the boy explained that if they walked over the bridge, they would not fall into a trap. Watching the man, Lee Si-woon thought about the fact that the novel did not reveal much about his talents, which pleasantly surprised him. After passing the corridor with traps, the squad continued their expedition through the dark cave tunnels. Walking ahead, Jagal Siopun couldn't see how the advisor of the Azure Heaven squad was drilling him with a hateful look. However, this was noticed by Tang Seo-gun, who told Lee Si-woon about his observations. It wasn't the redhead who answered him, but Ban Ryo-yeon, who said that he didn't hate him, but was just very jealous of him. He said that there were rumors that Jagal Myung managed to ruin Jagal Seopun's reputation as a child. After that, he had to live outside the clan so as not to constantly compete with his better brother. However, he was lucky that his talent was appreciated by Elder Quan Peng, who took him in as an apprentice and taught him the techniques of the beating dog staff and the way of peace. Hearing this story, Li Si Wang was surprised out loud, although he mentally noted that he already knew it. Tang Seogong wondered if old Kwang Peng was from the Gaiban sect, but then gasped as he realized why Jigal Seopeng carried a bat everywhere. Suddenly, Jigal Seopun, who was walking in front, loudly shouted to the rest of the squad to stop. Exhaling loudly, Yuan Q asked what the matter was, angry that he had been given a decent scare. Placing his hand on the wall and raising the torch to eye level, the man looked around, carefully studying the way ahead. Turning to face the squad, Jegal Seopun looked at them sternly and informed them that there was a tunnel ahead. Upon hearing this, Yuan Q shouted that there would be a tunnel filled with various traps again. Having illuminated the beginning of the tunnel, the man noticed that everything was much worse, because as soon as they entered the tunnel, they would begin to hallucinate. With a snort of disdain, the old man walked up to him, stating that the illusion was not such a problem to panic about, so it was necessary to keep moving. In response, Jagal Seopun angrily went on a tirade about how they had no idea what was waiting for them there. However, the old man, in spite of him, went towards the tunnel, saying that illusions were not an obstacle for them. After bypassing the boy, the Azure Sky Squad headed into the tunnel, following Yuan Q. Tang Gamyung addressed Tang Seogun, informing him that if they fall behind, all the treasures will go to the Murim Alliance. To the patriarch's words that disobeying Jegal Seopun could be dangerous, he replied that the illusion would be overcome by concentration. Hearing from Jegal Seopung that it was not working that way, Taemu Quan asked him how they could pass in that case. Staring into the darkness of the tunnel, the man replied that they had no choice but to destroy the source of the illusions. Getting to his feet, Taemu Quan breathed out that then they would have to go inside after all. Hong Soon asked him in surprise if he was going to do it alone, to which he heard that there was no one else. And then Li Siwoon raised his hand and said that 2 heads are better than 1, so he would go with him. Hearing this, the squad members looked at the red-haired man in bewilderment. Tang Seogong opened his eyes wide and asked him if he was sure of his decision, to which Li Siwoon replied that the 2 of them would have a much better chance than alone. Sil Suyon watched the boys intently who decided to play heroes but said nothing. Li Siwoon and Taemu Quan tied ropes around their torsos, which were supposed to be a means of communication. Jagal Seopen explained that if everything goes well, they should jerk 3 times. If something goes wrong, then twice. Advising him not to freak out with a smile, Taemu Kwang and Li Siwoon silently set off deep into the tunnel. A wide, predatory smile bloomed on the redhead's face as he assessed the situation he was in. He remembered that this tunnel took away his mind by affecting his senses, so he had a good chance to kill Taemu Quan. Suddenly he stopped and his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him, he saw the exit from the tunnel to the outside, where the sun was shining and trees were growing. Looking down, the boy noticed that the rope wrapped around his torso had disappeared. Looking around, he thought to himself that it was much cooler than the current VR glasses. Suddenly, he found himself pierced through by several spears, which frightened him quite a bit. At that moment, Li Siwoon heard someone calling him and turned around in fright, looking for the source of the sound. Not seeing anyone, the boy wondered who could be calling him here, not understanding what was happening around him. He understood that he should not go into the thicket of the forest, but his legs themselves carried him there along a narrow forest path. On a small clearing sat a young woman with bright red hair who raised her hand and beckoned him to come to her. She was sitting on a blanket, and next to her were plates with various bright delicacies. Staring at her in a daze, Li Siwoon wondered in horror how Hyuk Ryong-un's mother, Rahu Yeongwa, could be here. Frowning, he looked closely at the woman as she came closer to him. Seeing such a close eye on her, she began to wipe her cheek, thinking she had something on her face. The redhead replied that everything was fine while simultaneously thinking that he was in Hyuk Ryong-un's memories. The woman handed him one of the plates, offering to eat until the food was cooked. While he was wondering if he could eat all this, Rahu Yeongwa assumed that he was sick and that was why he was not eating. Suddenly, they heard a commotion around them, and Li Siwoon looked around for the source of the hum. A whole squad of iron-sided armadillos was approaching them, their armor clattering as they walked. Seeing this, Rahu Yeongwa grabbed the unsuspecting boy by the wrist, pulling him along. Meanwhile, the battleships continued to pursue them, thundering their armor over the entire forest. After running a few more steps, the woman screamed loudly and fell to the ground, twisting her leg. Raising her head at the approaching noise, Rahu Yonggwa turned pale and ordered her son to run. Grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her like a pear, he asked her if she knew them, to which she kept repeating that he had to run away. Frowning, Lee Si-woon looked hatefully towards the direction the Ironsiders were coming from, the thought that he had messed up again swirling in his mind. Finally, a squad of iron-sided armadillos emerged from the thicket, their spears thrust forward and their shields shielded. Drawing his swords, Lee Si-wong took a fighting stance and asked the attackers who they were. Not honoring his answer, the Ironsides launched an aggressive attack. Seeing this, Lee Si-wong jumped up, preparing for a serious duel. While in the air, the redhead swung his swords, sending 2 cross-shock waves at the iron-sided squad. Those, seeing how the opponent attacked, took a position, covering themselves with their shields. Upon reaching the target, the shock waves produced an extremely powerful explosion that shattered some trees into splinters and raised a cloud of dust. The Ironsiders still managed to stand, but their armor was slightly dented and their stone shields were covered with cracks. Seeing this, Lee Si-wong flew towards them with a predatory smile on his face, preparing to continue the fight. Approaching the squad, the redhead swung his sword, attacking the iron-sided armadillos. Seeing a warrior descend on him from above, one of them bent down and raised his spear. However, instead of moving directly towards the sharp spears, Lee Si-wong flew over their heads and landed directly behind them. Letting out a battle cry, the boy swung his swords, once again launching 2 cross waves, thus finishing off the remnants of the squad. As the dust cleared, Lee Si-woon looked at the bodies of the iron-sided armadillos that were now lying in front of him. As he hid his swords, he thought that the real Hyuk Ryong-un would have died of fear by now. But he wasn't. Rahu Yonggwa looked at her son in surprise, sitting on the ground and timidly calling his name. Suddenly, Lee Si-wong saw the illusion around him begin to crack like broken glass, revealing the darkness of the tunnel behind him. Turning his head back, the boy saw a bright pillar of light, realizing that there he would find a way out. Wasting no time, he rushed to where, in his opinion, salvation and reality awaited him. Taking one big leap, Lee Si-wong flew straight into a pillar of bluish light. Having flown through it, the redhead landed on the stone slabs, trying to keep his balance. Looking around, he tried to figure out where he got this time. Houses were burning around him, and people were running in panic on the street trying to find salvation. Looking around, he tried to figure out if it was Hyuk Ryong-un's memory as well. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's quiet crying near him, and looking down, he noticed a little boy who was crying, hiding behind the boxes. Taking a closer look at the boy who was wiping his tears with the back of his hand, Lee Si-woon realized that he was now in Tae-moo Kwan's memories. Seeing the main character of his novel so weak and defenseless, the red-haired man thought that this was his chance. Suddenly behind him, he heard someone's voice rudely calling him a scarecrow. Against the background of the burning building, he saw a squad of soldiers whose faces were covered with handkerchiefs. Rolling his eyes, Lee Si-wong angrily thought that they had managed to ruin a very good moment for him. Drawing his swords, he told them to deal with everything quickly, because he was very busy. In the next second, the squad attacked the stranger, pelting him with chakrams from all sides. Seeing this, Lee Si-wong took a deep breath in and out, trying to control himself. The next moment, he started swinging his swords, deflecting the chakra that was flying in his direction from everywhere. Seeing this, the soldiers of the squad froze in fear, looking at the red-haired warrior in surprise. At this time, Lee Si-wong flew right between them, swinging his sword and scattering the enemies in different directions. He finally landed, standing on his feet and holding both swords in front of him. Suddenly, all the soldiers in the squad were covered in bright blue mists that enveloped their bodies. Near one of them lay a silver-colored box, on the lid of which incomprehensible symbols were carved. Watching this, Lee Si-wong tried to understand what was happening, but he couldn't find an answer. However, turning to face little Tae-moo Kwan, he decided that there was no time to observe. Approaching the crying boy who continued to sit on the bed, he drew his sword, planning to deal with him. He looked up at him, full of tears, and asked him if he drove away the bad uncles. Upon hearing these words, Lee Si-wong froze in shock, his face covered in sweat as he realized what he had just wanted to do. He tried to convince himself that it was Tae-moo Kwan who was supposed to finish off Hyuk Ryong-un. However, he saw in front of him only a small crying boy, with eyes full of tears and a forehead covered in blood. Getting to his feet, little Tae-moo Kwan barely uttered the words and thanked the red-haired man. He bowed low to the master who saved him, saying his name. Closing his eyes, Lee Si-woon began to take deep breaths, thinking that the boy did not look like a 5-year-old boy. Watching his savior, little Tae-moo Kwan did not understand what was happening. As he hid the sword, Lee Si-wong thought that he was also locked in this illusion anyway. After that, he turned to the boy, telling him to wipe his tears, after which he became silent a little. He took it in his arms, planning to carry it home. Little Tae-moo Kwan, meanwhile, laid his head on his shoulder and firmly grasped his hood. Immediately after that, they both saw large cracks appear above them, as if in broken glass, signifying the collapse of the illusion. Little Tae-moo Kwan turned his head back, looking at the burning ruins of the city. His gaze fell on the dead bodies of Mom and Dad lying lifeless in the middle of the chaos. Tears welled up in his eyes again, and frowning, he mentally swore revenge on whoever was responsible for this. With the boy in his arms, Lee Si-wong took a step, walking into a bright pillar of blue light. Lee Si-wong came to his senses, opening his eyes wide, and realized that he was lying in a cave on the raw ground. Standing up, the boy clutched his head, which ached madly, and Tae-moo Kwan lay unconscious next to him. Turning his head in his direction, he finally caught sight of the one he had just saved, knowing his role. The redhead walked up to his partner, unsheathing his sword, and preparing to finish what he wanted to do in the illusion. However, before his eyes appeared again the image of a small crying boy who called him his name with a smile. Looking at the body of the grown Tae-moo Kwan, Lee Si-woon thought of the boy as a child when his family was killed. He wondered why there were so many twists and turns that he didn't know about, because in his story, Tae-moo Kwan was just a low-ranking fighter. Suddenly he stirred, and the red-haired man cursed, trying to get a hold of himself. Grimacing, Tae-moo Kwan let out a loud groan as he struggled to raise his head. After hiding his sword, Lee Si-wong let out an exasperated breath, realizing that the opportunity had been missed once again. Sitting still, Tae-moo Kwan clutched his head, which was splitting in pain. The redhead held out a hand to help him up, asking if he was okay, to which he was countered by a question about what had happened. Looking sternly at the boy, Lee Si-woon told him that he barely managed to get out of the illusion, asking what he remembered. Scratching his head, Tae-moo Kwan grimaced, trying to think of something, but nothing came to mind, which allowed the redhead to exhale. Looking forward, Lee Si-woon said that he had no idea how he got out, but they needed to continue on their way. After walking a few steps, they stopped, watching the picture that opened before them. On the ground lay the members of the Azure Sky Squad, rolling on the ground and maddened by the illusions they saw. Tae-moo Kwan raised one eyebrow and asked Lee Si-woon if he was squirming the same way. The redhead himself said that the source must be nearby. Before them, they saw an altar on which stood a large blue stone wrapped in chains. Papers with various magical symbols were pasted on the chains. Drawing his sword, Tae-moo Kwan swung, offering to break the source, completely ignoring the terrified Lee Si-wong. Raising his hands, he rushed to the boy, asking him to give him an opportunity to figure out what to do with him. Tae-moo Kwan turned his back on him, waving his hand, which frightened the red-haired man. Focusing on the stone, Lee Si-wong strained to remember everything he remembered about the stone. Looking at the source of the illusions, the redhead saw many lines of light crisscrossing the altar and the floor around it, forming a pattern. He carefully looked at the tablets, trying to find the element he needed. Suddenly, his eyes caught a scrap of paper covered in red characters, realizing that it was exactly what he was looking for. He tugged at him, removing him from the chains. Immediately after that, the bright light of the stones began to fade until it was completely gone. Seeing this, Tae-moo Kwan let out a surprised breath, not expecting things to happen so quickly. Looking back, they saw that the fog that had given the illusion had begun to dissipate. Seeing this, Tae-moo Kwan took the rope in his hands, intending to signal the rest of his squad. Having done this, they sat down at the altar, awaiting the arrival of their companions. After thinking about it, Tae-moo Kwan said that he did not remember exactly what happened in the illusion, but he definitely remembered that it was the redhead who saved his life. He turned his face to look at him intently and silently thanked him for it. Lee Si-woon turned to him, staring at his companion in a daze. Not expecting this, the redhead thought, trying to find something to answer, wondering what had popped into his head. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad members were already approaching them, who shouted from the doorway, asking if they were all right. Jegal Seopun approached the elder, reproaching him for behaving like a fool. Yang Ho-chun watched Tae-moo Kwan's squad with hatred, thinking that he would have to be aware of everything in the future. In his opinion, it was this boy who was spoiling all the raspberries for the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. Tang Zhong approached him, and with his hands at his sides, he asked Yang Hochun what he was planning to do. At this time, an advisor from the Azure Heavens approached the Koratun, asking if there was anything they could do about the current situation. In his opinion, Taemu Kwan's squad prevented them from achieving their goal, and then he would simply take all the credit for himself. Incited by the advisor, Yang Hochun and Tang Zhong once again cast a hateful look at the group, thinking that they would betray them at any moment. They bowed their heads to the center of the circle, discussing the plan to get rid of the useless competitors devised by the Koratun. Hearing him, Yang Hochun smiled, praising the well-laid plan. Meanwhile, the team of searchers continued their journey, going even further into the tunnel. Yeagle Xiopun, looking around, concluded that he did not see any new traps here, so they could stop here for a rest stop. Hong Sun, pounding on the water, breathed out that he would never have thought that the underground caves could be so deep. In response to this, Ban Rioyan said angrily that they still have to go for who knows how long. Rubbing his neck wearily, Li Mu Sen laughed that they would finally be able to rest properly. Suddenly, the squad members heard a wild cough and turned in fright to where the sound was coming from. One of the men fell to the ground, coughing loudly, spewing saliva and gasping for breath. The same thing happened to the other members of the squad, who began to cough wildly, blushing with exertion. Watching this, Yang Hochun could barely contain his smile, glad that everything was going according to plan. Clinging to him, the man choked out, asking what happened to them, while Tang Zhong put his hand forward trying to stop him. The counselor approached one of the dead, and after examining him, determined that he had died from poisoning. At this time, the unknown poison continued to work, grabbing the throats of the Tang clan guards. Yan Hochun thought gloatingly that their poison would not affect the members of the Sinister Hero squad. However, as soon as he had time to think about it, Li Si Wang coughed wildly, spitting out his own saliva. Such a scene made Tang Zhong and Yang Hochun freeze in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Taemu Kwan looked at the red-haired man anxiously, his eyes wide and filled with fear. Yan Hochun returned to the Koratun, blaming the fact that he had promised not to poison anyone from their squad. Having received the answer that he had not poisoned any of them, the leader of the Azure Sky Squad turned pale. Sil Suyan and Tang Seogun rushed to the red-haired man, whose condition was visibly deteriorating. At this time, Li Si-wun was already lying on the bottom of the tunnel, bleeding from the mouth. The Tang clan patriarch grabbed the boy's hand, begging him to come to his senses as he moaned loudly and heavily. The boy felt his pulse, finding that it was too slow and wondering what kind of poison could be used on him. Looking around at the coughing members of the squad, the Azure Heavens advisor thought that Tang Zhong was a fool for not being able to calculate the correct dosage. However, sticking to the plan, he pointed the finger at Jegal Sopun, blaming him for what was happening around him. Hearing the accusations against him, the man did not remain silent, shouting that he was a disgrace. At this time, Tang Seogun told the elder that Hyuk Ryong-un was poisoned by the poison of the seven-step snake, and without help, he would simply die. The elder, hearing this, was surprised because the others had been poisoned with a paralytic poison that was different from that of a snake. Li Shi-wang raised his head slightly, but barely uttered the words, pointing his finger somewhere behind them, accusing one of the squad members. Everyone turned to where the redhead was pointing, and saw that he was pointing at Tang Zhong. He turned pale, trying to lie, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about, thinking that he hadn't had time to do anything yet. Sal Su-yan approached the coronet, sternly demanding that he give the boy an antidote. He rushed at the girl with accusations that she could not talk to him like that, because he had not done anything. He himself thought about the fact that he really did not have time to do anything, and he was not writhing because of him. Taemu Kwan approached Tang Zhong, demanding the antidote in a tone that would not allow for objection. However, before that, Yang Hochun suddenly grew up, and putting his sword forward, he answered Taemu Kwan that he would not tolerate any more of his antics and empty threats. Yu 1Q, barking with venom, tried to calm them down, accusing them of always figuring out the relationship. Li Si-wun raised his head slightly as he watched what was happening between Taemu Kwan and the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. Glancing at the short-haired man, the red-haired man thought that knowing about the poisoning plan, he decided to act preemptively. Tang Zhong began to think about how he could get rid of the poison so that nothing would be found on him, thereby removing suspicion. Suddenly, Tae-mu Kwan flew up to him, sharply grabbing his arm and asking what he was doing. Looking at this, young Ho-chun was frightened and did not even have time to think when he was already near the coronet in a second. Realizing that action had to be taken, the squad leader drew his sword in an attempt to stop the boy. Seeing this, Tae-mu Kwan didn't even move, closing his eyes and concentrating on his attack. In an instant, he drew his sword, sending out a shockwave and hit it back. Yang Ho-chun froze in fear, wondering how he was able to counterattack him so quickly. From the shockwave, the leader of the squad was thrown back several steps forward. Watching the man with interest, Tae-mu Kwan guessed that the two of them were in cahoots, adding that he had long wanted to catch them for their antics. Rushing towards him, Yan Ho-chun wildly choked him to keep him quiet. Clenching his fist, Tae-mu Kwan punched the squad leader in the face so hard that he flipped over in the air, pouring soup all over him from his broken nose. Having made a pirouette in the air, Yang Ho-chun landed on the ground with a thud. Standing over him, the boy told him that he was unworthy to carry a warrior's sword. After that, he turned towards Tang Zhong, who was already visibly shaking in fear. Tae-mu Kwan approached him, demanding that he give the antidote, for which he received a new batch of excuses. Not even listening to him to the end, the boy kicked him, throwing him away. A jar tightly tied with a rope flew out of his pocket with a ringing sound. Tang Seogun took the container in his hands, judging by the smell that it was the same poison that Hyuk Ryong-un was dying from. Seeing that it was a pipe, Tang Zhong began to make excuses that he was carrying poison, but added that he had not poisoned anyone. Seeing that he was not going to confess, Tae-mu Kwan started to approach him again, and he was clearly not in a peaceful mood. Korotun, realizing that he could not escape, pulled out a small flask with an antidote. In a few minutes, all the members of the squad, who were suffering from poisoning, were slowly moving away from him. Yan Ho-chun was sitting under the tunnel wall, silently lowering his head, on which a runny nose stood out. Watching Tae-mu Kwan closely, he assessed his chances of defeating him in a duel if he attacked again now. However, seeing his gaze fixed on him, Tae-mu Kwan sternly turned his gaze to him. Seeing this, Yang Ho-chun looked down and thought in disappointment that there was no way he could win. Yu Wan-kyu clucked his tongue in displeasure as he looked at his failed student, mentally calling him a moron. An elder of the Tang clan approached him, suggesting that he turn back, as the further expedition could be very risky. Watching Yu Wan-kyu squeal about the need to march, Lee Si-woon thought with a smile that they really couldn't be stopped. According to his memories, if they go any further, they will come across a death trap where he can kill Tae-mu Kwan. At this time, he approached the redhead from behind, towering over him with a stern look. From such a picture, the thought crept into him that Tae-mu Kwan had noticed something. However, the boy only reached out his hand and anxiously asked his companion if he was feeling well. Lee Si-wong paled at the thought that he had once again managed to scare him half to death. Tae-mu Kwan helped him up, put his shoulder on him, and the squad continued their expedition again, moving through the dark tunnel. Suddenly, one of the men shouted loudly, brandishing a torch, that they had finally found what they were looking for. The members of the detachment watched the find, which sparkled with golden light in fascination. A picture opened in front of them with a bunch of chests that contained various gold ornaments, moments, and precious stones. All the riches, except the chests, lay in piles that rose to the height of a man, and in the center stood a large box. Seeing this, Yu Wan-kyu looked up in blind awe as he gazed at the shrine that had been sought for so long. Hong Sun looked at Yegal Seopun, who put his hand on his shoulders and said that he was a genius. Tae-mu Kwan crossed his arms over his chest and concluded that the treasure legend was true, while Lee Si-wong rubbed his neck in boredom. He shook his head, thinking that there were many traps along the way, so the treasures could be a trap as well. He didn't see Tang Seogong looking at him in admiration, wondering how he could remain so calm when they found the treasures. Some of Yu Wan-kyu's followers walked over to the pile of gold coins, already reaching for the treasures. Seeing this, the old man, folding his hands behind his back, shouted loudly for them to leave, threatening to brutally order the disobedient ones. He himself resolutely headed forward, passing the mountains of gold, targeting the box on the altar. Behind him, he heard a wild cry that demanded that he stop, but the old man did not even turn around. Continuing his attempts to stop him, Jegal Seopun shouted that another trap might also be there. Tossing over his shoulder that he would be careful, Yu Wan-kyu thought disdainfully that he was trying to scare him. On the altar, the man saw a rather large box lined with iron plates. Lifting the lid, Yu Wan Q let out an excited breath as he saw what treasures awaited him there. Inside the box, he found books with 3 techniques that were highly valued and considered to be the best fighting techniques. Reaching out to them, Yu Wan Q thought that with these techniques he could become the leader of the Murim Alliance. Suddenly someone caught his hand, and turning his head, the old man saw Thay Mu Quan, so he began to demand that he let him go. The boy reminded him with a smile of his own words about the cruel punishment for those who touch the treasures. After these words, a vein on the old man's temple swelled as he screamed that he was responsible for this expedition. The rest of their expedition watched in silence as the argument between the elder and the boy unfolded. Realizing that he must have babbled too much, Yu Wan Q slowly turned towards his subordinates, looking at him in fear. The faces of the squad members clearly spoke of the fact that they were very aggressive, waiting for their fate from the treasures. Keeping his eyes on the technique books, Yang Ho-chun thought feverishly that he could take one of them, run away to the mountains, master the technique, and deal with Thay Mu Quan. Carefully watching what was happening, Li Mu-sen thought that a fight would be inevitable. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from behind the crowd, and they turned to the sound with interest. Li Si-wong, pointing to the box, offered to seal it and take it to the Murim Alliance personally. Tang Ga-myung, at this suggestion, burst into a tirade about the agreement that all the treasures would be handed over to the Tang clan. At this, the red-haired man, crossing his arms on his chest, asked the elder whether he would be able to ensure the integrity of the treasures when they reached them. Tang Xiugun agreed with Li Si-woon that the treasures should be transferred to the Murim Alliance first. Li Si-woon added that he believed that the mission of their expedition was to deliver the treasures intact to the Murim Alliance. The rest of the squad members were ready at the first order to rush into battle to win back the found treasures. Taking a moment to think, Yu Wan Q closed his eyes, agreeing to follow the redhead's plan. After tying the box with ropes, the Azure Heaven Squad Ward and the Tang Clan Guard worked together to take it away from the altar. However, as soon as they did, a loud noise was heard around them and everyone started looking around trying to figure out what was going on. Turning their heads, they noticed how behind them the entrance arch was covered by a large stone slab, blocking the way back. Yang Ho-chun, seeing the open door, pointed there with his finger, urging everyone to run there. Wasting no time, the squad members ran along the path indicated by the leader while firmly holding the heavy box. Suddenly they stopped, looking fearfully in front of them, trying to make out something in the darkness of the passage. From the darkness, a squad of people was moving towards them, on whose faces were glowing tablets written with mysterious symbols. Seeing them, Dongjong turned pale, staring at the figures in fear and unable to utter a single word. And only a sly smile bloomed on Li Si-woon's face when he realized that what he had been waiting for had happened. Figures armed with swords and spears began to emerge from the darkness, revealing purple-blue arms. When the members of the detachment saw the faces of the attackers, they recoiled in fear. The squad consisted entirely of bluish zombies dressed in uniforms. Their eyes were empty, and spelled leaves were attached to their caps. Seeing the monster, Thay Mu Quan drew his sword and took a fighting stance, preparing to fight. The members of the squad began to run away in panic, trying to escape from the Jiangshi. The monsters in turn were already attacking, making great leaps and aiming at the aliens with their swords. Seeing this, Thay Mu Quan watched his opponents intently and swung his sword, sending a blue shockwave at them. With one of his blows, several enemies were blown to pieces, smearing the entire lower part of the cave. The boy himself continued to swing his sword, slashing enemies left and right. However, this was not enough, and he saw a new batch of Jiangsu squads already moving towards him, swinging their swords and growling wildly. Seeing this, Thay Mu Quan shouted, calling for Ban Ryo Yeon's help. He jumped right out from behind him, drawing his sword in mid-flight and giving a battle cry. Without thinking long, the boy rushed at the Jiangsu squad, whose members were already preparing to repel the attack of the stranger. In the next second, the living dead were already falling dead, after Ban Ryo Yeon's attack. Li Si-wong watched the young master, thinking that in addition to his wild enthusiasm, he also had quite a bit of talent. Looking at Yu Wan Q and Yang Ho-chun, who were about to leave, the redhead shouted that they could defeat the monster with an exorcism. Hearing them being addressed, the men started to run away, leaving the squad to fend for themselves while they looked after the box. The veins on Li Si-woon's face swelled as he realized that they just wanted to leave. and although he wrote down their characters himself, it made him terribly angry. Li Mu-sen, trying to fend off another Jianshi, struck him in the solar plexus. Tang Xiaogong did the same, not wanting to be left out of his squad's fight. Jigal Xiopun, taking out his staff, broke away from the living dead who dared to attack him. Sil So-yan also joined in the general bacchanalia, chopping the monster with a sword. As he watched Tae Mu-kwan's squad fight the Jianshi, he was completely oblivious to one of the monsters standing behind him. Hearing a noise from behind, the boy turned his head, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. Standing before him was a large Jiangshu with a gray beard and hair that indicated his age in life, and holding a large axe in his hands. When he was about to hit him with an axe, the red-haired man jumped back at the last second, because of which she fell on the stone floor. Taking out his sword, Li Si-wong prepared to defend himself, thinking that he did not create such a monster. However, in the next moment, he noticed that Jiangshu was no longer even looking in his direction. Instead, something else caught his attention. The monster looked at Yang Ho-chun, Tang Zhong, and Yu Wan-kyu, who were running away, dragging a box of equipment behind them. Seeing the fugitives, Jiangshu rushed after them, catching up with them in a few steps, and swung his axe at them. The impact on the box was so strong that the men were thrown in different directions, causing them to drop the box from their hands. Looking at the books scattered on the floor, where the techniques were described, Yang Ho-chun shouted wildly. The last thing he had time to think about when Jiangshu swung his axe at him was the secret techniques. The next moment the axe came down, but the place where the man was sitting was empty, so the weapon only smashed the slab on the floor. Yang Ho-chun, who was pale and scared to death, was promptly pulled away by Li Si-wong, saving his life in time. The frightened old man looked at the boy, quietly answering that he must save the books. The red-haired man grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, growling in his face to make him come to his senses. Li Si-woon's mind swirled with the thought that if they stayed here, he might as well play chess. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Tae Mu-kwan, who, cutting down the enemies, ordered him to get the people out of the room. He wasted no time and began rehearsing for everyone to get out, pointing with his finger to where he saw the exit, and everyone obediently rushed there. Looking around the battlefield, Li Si-woon hoped that Tae Mu-kwan would handle everything by himself. However, when he wanted to leave, a large Jiangshe grew in front of him again, blocking his path with an axe. Taking out his sword again, the redhead took a fighting stance, preparing to attack his opponent. Swinging his sword, he struck the monster in the stomach, trying to cut it in half. However, when he saw that the monster didn't get even the slightest scratch, Li Si-woon lashed out at him incomprehendingly. He made another attempt, striking the Jianshi one blow after another while letting out a battle cry. Finally, the monster struck back with a powerful swing of its axe. Seeing this, Li Si-woon froze for a second as he watched the undead attack him. However, in the next moment he jumped up and put his sword in front of him, deflecting the monster's axe. Landing on the floor, he coasted a few more steps, then stopped. Raising his head at his opponent, Li Si-wong thought about how he could win if with his chi level he couldn't even break through the enemy's armor. Suddenly he noticed that the big man's legs were open, which could be used for an attack. With another axe swing, Li Si-wong lunged forward, bringing his sword in to test his theory. Noticing that Jiangshu had made a swing, the redhead ducked back in time, dodging the weapon. He flew under the monster, turning to strike at its legs as he did so. Giving a battle cry, the boy swung his sword, cutting off the monster's legs. Jiangshu fell to the ground with a loud thud, rolling onto his back and scattering small stones. However, just as Li Si-wong thought that he would not pursue, he noticed that the ground had cracked and started to fall. Turning to face the exit, the boy thought that he should run away, which he immediately began to do. In a second, he felt someone grab his leg, and as he fell to the ground, he saw Jiangshu holding his leg. Suddenly, the boy saw a bright flash, and the second hand that was holding him opened, separated from the rest of his body. Standing in front of him was Sil So-yan, sternly ordering him to get up. Meanwhile, Jiangshu was already reaching for them with his other hand, not wanting to let go of his chosen victim. At that moment, Tae Mu-kwan landed on him, piercing the monster with his sword. After that, Li Si-wong ordered the companions that they all need to get out of here. Leaping over parts of the broken floor, Tae Mu-kwan's squad made their way to the exit. As they climbed the stairs, they saw Tang Zhong's short figure near the exit arch. He punched the button, watching his enemies scramble to escape with a predatory grin. Seeing this, Li Si-wong cursed, completely speechless. Turning his head, he looked at Sil So-yan, who was holding his waist and staring at him mesmerized, and apologized to her for his long tongue. Leaving the redhead behind, the girl took one big leap forward, making her way to the exit. Reaching him, she took a few more steps, holding out the hand in which she held the sword. Placing it under the descending slab, thereby slowing it down, the girl shouted for them to move faster. Seeing this, Lee Si-woon and Tae-moo Kwan made a last-ditch effort to get out in time. In the next second, Seol Soo-yeon saw someone's sword swing in front of her. The redhead also paid attention to this, not understanding what was happening ahead. The attacker was Jan Ho-chun, who looked at his opponents with hatred. The result of the squad leader's attack was that the injured Lee Si-wong flew away from the door. Tae-moo Kwan watched in horror as his wounded companion flew away, ending up behind him. At this time, the leader of the Azure Sky Squad once again brought his sword to attack Sil Soo-yeon. Hearing a sound behind her, the girl turned and her eyes widened in horror. Seeing this, Tae-moo Kwan let out a wild cry and swung his sword, sending out a blue shock wave. At this time, the stone slab fell, squeezing the sword out from under it and blocking the squad's way to the exit. An explosion rang out in the hall, sending out a large blue flash caused by Tae-moo Kwan's attack. Hearing the front door slam shut, the boy turned in their direction, mentally ticking with annoyance. In an instant, the floor gave way and Tae-moo Kwan fell into the dark void below. In front of him, a wounded Lee Si-woon was flying upside down. Reaching out a bit, Tae-moo Kwan grabbed the redhead's hand, and they continued their free fall. Young Ho-chun was standing under the wall of the cave at this time, staring fearfully at the sword that was aimed at him. An enraged Sil Soo-yeon was as beautiful as she was dangerous, holding her sword as she asked the leader how he dared to attack Hyuk Ryong-un. In response, the man held his sword forward, replying that he was aiming at the Janshu. Besides, he was fed up with her rudeness. Frowning, the girl said that she now understood her teacher's warning about the members of the Orthodox sects, who were simply pathetic. Upon hearing this, Yang Ho-chun took a battle stance, preparing to battle the moon goddess. Suddenly they heard Yu Wan-kyu's voice approaching them, asking what they were doing here. Hiding the sword, Yang Ho-chun smiled guiltily as he explained to the teacher that he and Sil Soo-yeon had a small misunderstanding. All of this was watched by Sa Bus-young with his arms crossed over his chest, thinking that everything had happened as Hyuk Ryong-un had said. The boy had a crazy desire to kill the leader of the squad, but before that, he had to meet with the Black Lion squad. Sil Soo-yeon didn't stay silent, accusing Yang Ho-chun of attacking their savior. Here Tang Jong entered the argument, who said that Yang Ho-chun saved everyone, and the girl can't even thank him. Upon hearing this, an angry Sil Soo-yeon cursed in her mind. She heard the members of her squad call out to her as they quickly approached her. Leaning over to the girl, Hong-soon whispered to her that it is not worth wasting energy on these individuals, to which he received an answer about the need to save the boys. After assessing the situation, Jagal Seopun suggested to go and come up with a plan, since the stone slab was closed and they would not be able to go further. The girl looked at her colleagues from under her forehead, but she was forced to agree with them. At this time, after waking up in the complete darkness, Lee Si-woon saw a bright light coming from a hole in the ceiling. Holding his head up, the redhead exhaled in surprise. Sitting on the ground, he began to think about where he was now and what had happened. Staring at the hole, Lee Si-woon thought that somehow he had survived the fall from such a height, so Tae-moo Kwan could have had a hand in it. Feeling himself for injuries, the redhead thought that now he owed Tae-moo Kwan for saving him. Suddenly, he felt something in his inner pocket and reached in to pull out the item. This turned out to be a small tube filled with moon pearls and tied with ropes, making a flashlight. The joy of finding a gift for Sil Soo-yeon was replaced by a sharp pain from the cut Yang Ho-chun inflicted on him. Sitting in the dark and shining his flashlight on the hole, he cursed the squad leader and was glad that he had learned the scaly skin technique. Lee Si-woon remembered that it was there that the romance between Sil Soo-yeon and Tae-moo Kwan began. Clutching his head, the boy tried to remember something that had happened to him other than being attacked by Yang Ho-chun. Suddenly a rustling sound was heard near him, and he turned there in fright, peering into the darkness. Directing the light of the flashlight in the direction of the noise, the boy choked, trying to scare the unknown. In the blue light, Lee Si-woon saw Tae-moo Kwan holding a bag, asking him if he had regained consciousness. Hearing him address him by name, the red-haired man was surprised, as he had never done such a thing before. Tae-moo Kwan looked at the dazed boy and told him that he had been unconscious for several days, which surprised him a lot. Meanwhile, the boy began to shake his prey out of the bag, which turned out to be worms and larvae. Taking one of them, Thay Mu Quan answered the surprised question that they did not look like much, but he had been eating them in the cave for 2 years. Li Siwoon watched in shock as he lit a fire with just one finger, offering to roast his prey. Taking a closer look, the red-haired man realized that he was using the remains of the box as firewood, but it was unclear where the paper came from. However, noticing the symbols drawn on one of the passages, a terrible guess shot into his head. Throwing away the flashlight, Li Siwoon rushed towards the fire, trying to stop the boy. However, in the next moment, Thay Mu Quan returned to him, satisfied with his work, behind whom a wall of fire was rising. Swearing in his head, the red-haired man froze, clenching his teeth tightly. Taking out his sword, he swung it, sending a blue shockwave towards the hearth. Thay Mu Quan stared dumbfounded at the remnants of the fire that had scattered in different directions. Seeing Li Siwoon rush towards the burning wreckage, the boy tried to stop him, asking him what he was doing. However, the red-haired man paid no attention to him, turning over the remaining boards, trying to find something in them. Finally, he took out an unburnt scrap of paper on which the scale and symbols were indicated. Thay Mu Quan finally got the word out, reminding the redhead that they still had to prepare food. An enraged Li Siwoon turned sharply to him, growling that his bugs were not the most important thing right now, scaring his companion terribly. Despite his grunts of displeasure, the redhead proceeded to study the scrap of paper, wondering who the Holy Spirit could be. After some time, charred scraps were already laid out in front of him, from which something similar to a map depicting the layout of the dungeon was composed. He was joined by Thay Mu Quan, leaving his worms, who said that it also looked like a map of the city, which led to the idea of a city located here. Scratching his neck, the boy said that due to insufficient fragments, he could not determine exactly where they were now. Hearing this, Li Siwoon turned to him in surprise, asking if he knew where they were now. He pointed his finger at the point of one of the scraps, answering that they should be somewhere here. Looking at his companion with saucer-like eyes, the red-haired man asked how he found out. Thay Mu Quan explained that if you distribute your internal qi through your feet, you will be able to appreciate what is around you. After hearing this explanation, Li Siwang was startled to wonder if the boy was a bat-like beastman. As he continued to sort through the scraps of the map, trying to find a way, Thay Mu Quan clutched his stomach and moaned that he was hungry. Li Siwoon went to the bluff looking around while Thay Mu Quan started gathering wood for the fire after finding something in the planks. Among the charred boards and stones, he saw several books, slightly battered but not too much. Picking them up, he read that they were the same techniques they had found in the Holy Spirit tomb. Hearing Thay Mu Quan's cry, Li Siwoon turned to see him happily waving several books, happy that the enemies had not gotten to anything. Realizing that it was for the books, the red-haired man froze in fear with his mouth open. He came closer, and flipping through the pages of one of them, he thought that they were fakes prepared by dark agents. Learning the techniques first increased strength and then awakened the demon within, turning the victim into a demonic martial artist. Li Siwoon looked at Thay Mu Quan, asking if he had found any other technicians, to which Thay Mu Quan shook his head. After thinking about it, the redhead realized that Yu Wan Q was able to take one of the techniques since she was not here. He remembered that it was because of this technique that the old man would weaken his ki, which would turn him into a cripple. After calculating everything well, he realized that the original course of events of his novel had not changed. After thinking for a while, Thay Mu Quan sent the books with the 2 techniques flying towards the fire. In a few minutes, sweetly licking him, he called him to cook together an insect strung on a stick. Looking at the boy who was smiling happily, Li Siwoon thought that he had burned the large appliances without even knowing that it was a fake. A question arose in the red-haired man's mind, whether he was not so fixated on knowledge just because he was the main character. After having a snack, they set off deep into the tunnel to find an exit from the cave. Looking around and holding the scraps of the map in his hands, Li Siwang tried to figure out where they were now. Suddenly, Thay Mu Quan's attention was drawn to something he noticed on either side of him. The red-haired man was thinking about the unpleasant aftertaste left in his mouth after the bugs when he heard his companion call out to him. He stood near the dark hole, leaning against the wall, and said that he had found a secret passage. Thinking about why he didn't notice this move, Li Siwoon concluded that as a protagonist, Thay Mu Quan had too much luck. The companion pointed to the red-haired man with a finger at the tunnel, offering to go on the road through it. There they found a long staircase leading down and began to descend it. Suddenly, below, the boys noticed a doorway flooded with bright light. After passing through it, they found themselves in a large, spacious room bathed in the light of blue stones. As he looked around, Lee Si-woon thought that the paths and waterways indicated that there had indeed once been a city here. Suddenly, they heard a sound next to them, which caused them to freeze and slowly return their voices. There they saw a creature with white hair and long claws, sticking out its tongue, looking for its victim. Lee Si-wong paled as he wondered in fear what kind of creature it was and what he should do. Without conspiring, the boy ran in one direction, trying to find a hiding place from the monster. Hiding behind one of the columns, they tried to breathe, making as little noise as possible. Leaning his back against the pillar, the red-haired man could hear the creature searching for them while making a hoarse roar. Taking out his sword, he thought about what the underground monster from the heavenly cave was doing here. The boy was ready to attack, but suddenly he felt Tae-Moo Kwan grab his arm. Lee Si-woon raised his eyes questioningly at his companion, to which the companion simply shook his head. While they were playing peeps, the creature was already right in front of them, sensing prey. As the monster approached him, the redhead began to swear at Tae-Moo Kwan what the world stood on. Seeing how the monster roared and opened its mouth, Lee Si-wong's face was covered with large drops of sweat, and the thought arose in his mind that the creature was safe. Suddenly the creature growled loudly, dripping saliva and baring sharp fangs. Getting to her feet, she began to shake her head in different directions, unable to find the victim she felt. In the next second, the monster simply ran away in the opposite direction from them. A shocked Lee Si-woon turned to Tae-Moo Kwan, who was contentedly searching his pocket for something, and asked what had just happened. He took out a bunch of moss from his pocket, explaining that while he was lying unconscious, he noticed that creatures did not walk where this plant grew. The redhead lowered his head in doom, thinking that the knowledge of the moss would make the tasks with the monsters in the dungeon easier. They both moved on, heading down a corridor between tall, wide columns decorated with various ornaments. Behind one of the walls, the boys saw several more monsters crawling on the ground, looking for a victim. Continuing the journey, the companions climbed a huge staircase decorated with columns. They then passed through a corridor with many arches and kudzu vines climbing up the walls, which Tae-Moo Kwan looked at with admiration. Looking at the architecture, Lee Si-woon thought that it was not medieval-like, but more like a Western style. Suddenly, among the kudzu leaves, he saw a pattern that looked like a modern one, with hieroglyphs and a pattern that looked like a compass. Seeing this, he grabbed hold of the vines and pulled them hard on him, tearing them away from the wall. While cleaning the wall, the boy thought that the map of the crypt of the Holy Spirit could have been made by his contemporaries. An image of Keol So-yoon, who was holding a blade similar to the knife of his time, appeared in his head, but he did not want to rush to conclusions. Having finished cleaning the wall, the red-haired man froze, seeing a bas-relief on it that looked like Egyptian writing. One of the drawings was of a man with his arms raised above him with a spyglass and a compass. Below it were depicted warriors holding swords in their hands, and even lower was a story written in cipher. Looking closely at the hieroglyphs, the redhead realized that it was the code of the Sun and Moon sect. It said that the master of everything in the world had knowledge that did not exist in this world. After reading this and looking at the image, Lee Si-wong was surprised to think that it was a modern human. It was further said that while all the tribes were at war, the master went with his followers to the central lands. Scratching his head, the boy thought about the fact that an ancient tribe ruled the entire western region and wastelands long before the appearance of desert tribes. Looking around, the red-haired man remembered that the book said that the tribe had gone underground. Suddenly, Tae-Moo Kwan appeared next to him, asking about which empire he was talking about, which caused the red-haired man to recoil in fear. Drawing his attention to the image of the man, Lee Si-woon replied that he looked like an emperor, to which Tae-Moo Kwan thoughtfully replied that he was more like a sect leader. Part of the hieroglyphic slab was damaged, so it was quite difficult to read them, but it was possible to make out something about the war, the heirs, and the clan. Pointing to one of the words, Lee Si-wong thought that the Holy Spirit had left a message here, while using the divine sect's cipher. Crossing his arms over his chest, Tae-Moo Kwan asked his companion if he understood his train of thought, to which he told him about the cipher. Lee Si-wong thought that the Holy Spirit might be the last heir of the ancient empire. Moving on, Tae-Moo Kwan called the redhead behind him to distract him from the wall. Having reached the large door on which a stone lotus flower was depicted, the boys stopped again. Lee Si-woon paled as he realized that they had come to the place where, according to the plot, Tai Mu Kwang got his powers. The same, stretching his muscles with a smile on his face, offered to break down the door in front of them. However, the redhead put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him, and assumed that there might be a trap hidden here. Looking at the stone lotus, Lee Si-woon thought that in the novel the boy used a different entrance. He reached up with his hand and touched the middle of the flower, which immediately lit it up with a blue glow. The door opened, surprising the redhead that everything was so simple and that the door opened at all, unlike in the novel. Looking at this, Tae Mu Kwan began to praise his companion with a smile on his face. They entered a tall room, in front of which was placed some kind of pedestal bathed in blue light, reminiscent of a heavenly demon's cave. Looking around, Tae Mu Kwan noticed that the room was larger than he expected, so it was possible to find a way out. Hearing this, Lee Si-woon proposed to split up and find a way out, but he did not have time to come to an agreement. He noticed how the pale Tae Mu Kwan had gone numb, staring at one point. Seeing this, the redhead wondered what could have mesmerized his companion. Not noticing anyone, the boy slowly approached the altar, on which stood a small box. Looking closely, Lee Si-woon realized that he had seen a similar box with similar patterns in the illusion that depicted Tae Mu Kwan's past. Tae Mu Kwan, taking the box in his hands, quietly asked how it could be here. With his arms folded across his chest, Lee Si-woon asked with a cool indifference what kind of casket it was, to which he was told that it belonged to the murderers of the Tae Mu Kwan family. Putting his hands to his head, he added that the killers took something from his father's body and put it inside the casket. Looking closely at the boy, Lee Si-woon was surprised that he would share such details with him. Opening the casket, Tae Mu Kwan saw that it was empty. Exhaling loudly, the boy hid the box in the inner pocket of his suit. Leaving the altar, he suggested a good look around the room to see what else might be there. With his arms crossed, Lee Si-wong thought that the companion was being too friendly towards him, so now he felt ashamed for wanting to kill him. Looking after him, the redhead wondered if he should kill the main character, and if it would lead to the destruction of the world of the novel. At this time, standing in the forest, Sa Bu-xiong explained to the soldiers of the Black Lion Squad that the commander had fallen into a trap, according to his plan, ordering them not to interfere. Crossing his arms on his chest, the archer added that he was sure that everything was fine, and Dan Payan expressed his opinion about the Orthodox. Suddenly, they both heard sounds that indicated that someone was approaching them. Several warriors jumped out of the bushes at them, their faces hidden under their hoods, and they held sickle-shaped swords in their hands. Seeing the attacking warriors, Dan Pyong drew out his battle blades and took a fighting stance. The Black Lion Squad met in a duel with unknown warriors who dared to attack them. Watching their attacks, Dan Pyong asked in surprise who they were. Having loaded 3 arrows into the bow at once, Sa Bu-xiong pulled it, releasing them at the enemies. Pierced by arrows, the attackers flew a few steps away, which surprised even the residents of Kornelev. Looking at the archer in fear, Dan Pyong thought with a mixture of annoyance and surprise that he had missed the shooting lessons at the academy for nothing. Looking at the bodies of the dead attackers, Sa Bu-xiong wondered who they were, and whether the entire tomb was a complete trap. Suddenly, a picture opened before his eyes that gave him goosebumps. One of the attackers, as it turned out, survived, but he suddenly began to fall into a coma, and his body was covered with large blisters. Raising his hand, the archer forbade the members of the Black Lion Squad to come closer. Watching the attacker, he hid his bow, while thinking about where these fanatics could be from. With the thought that this should be dealt with and not let the enemies go, he whistled loudly and for a long time. Immediately after that, the remaining members of the Black Lion Squad began to land near him. Looking at them, Sa Bu-xiong ordered them to split into 2 groups, one of which would go to find the squad leader and the other would go with him. Determination, anger, and readiness to follow the commander could be read on the faces of Kornelev residents. At this time, Lee Si-wong was thinking about why he couldn't deal with a character in a book that could cause him a lot of trouble. Looking at the boy, the red-haired man thought that only now he had a chance. According to the plot of the novel, it is in this place that he will receive an increase in mental protection, becoming unfavorable to spells. However, his mind would be defenseless during this, which was what Lee Si-wong was going to use to get rid of the threat. To speed things up, he walked over to a lotus stone that glowed with a blue light, trying to get his partner's attention. However, turning around, the red-haired man noticed that he was not even looking in his direction. Looking at the pattern, Li Siwang thought that all the energy of the cave was concentrated on the lotus platform. He knew that this array was used for amplification, but he did not understand why the Holy Spirit had created it in the first place. While looking at the chest, Mu Quan suddenly turned to him, reminding him that he was the heir of the warrior god of the White Sword. The boy recalled how 200 years ago the White Sword god was the greatest martial artist, asking if he knew about his last moments. The redhead pondered, answering his companion that he wasn't quite sure of that. Mu Quan said that he lost a duel to someone, which was written in his records, and his opponent was barely hit. A shocked Li Siwun asked him who the young rival could be, to which Mu Quan had no answer. However, he added that according to the records, he was from another world, and used such techniques that the god of the White Sword did not even know about. Hearing these words, Li Siwun froze, glaring at Mu Quan. He rushed to him and, grabbing his shoulders, began to ask him to tell him everything he knew, to which the shocked boy agreed. Suddenly, the door through which they entered the hall opened wide. Seeing this, the boys quickly took out their swords and took up fighting stances, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a shuriken flew at them with a hiss, which Mu Quan sharply deflected with his sword. In the doorway, they saw 5 figures holding long swords, their faces hidden in the darkness of their hoods. Between them appeared the figure of a short old man in a mask, who, answering Mu Quan's question, asked who they were. Looking carefully at the boys, the grandfather asked them how they ended up here. Looking at the old man and his mask, Li Siwun wondered why he was here. By design, the grandfather was a boss that was only supposed to appear in the second half of the novel, but Mu Quan wasn't supposed to face him here. It occurred to him that the old man was here because he was the first to walk through the door. The divine monarch of the bloody heavens ordered his henchmen to capture the boys alive in order to interrogate them personally. Immediately after that, the soldiers who came with the grandfather began to approach them, brandishing their swords. Wasting no time, Mu Quan charged towards the attackers, swinging his sword. He made several swings with his sword, striking the bodies of his enemies. With a muffled sound, they thumped dead on the stone floor. The old man in the mask, stroking his long gray beard, laughed quietly and with satisfaction, seeing the picture of the battle in front of him. Mu Quan looked at him sternly, saying that he wanted to ask him one question. The old man, looking at him with 2 lights from under the eyes of the mask, chuckled with interest. Pointing his sword at him, Mu Quan sternly warned him not to joke, or he would cut off his head. The boy held out in front of him the casket that he had found on the altar earlier, and promised that he would not kill anyone who told him about it. Raising his hand and showing his claws on it, the grandfather replied that he could not tell him about her. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the boy, swinging his clawed hands. Taking one big leap, the old man swung, planning to deliver a fatal blow to Mu Quan. In the next moment, the boy repelled his attack, showing his opponent that the fight between them would be fierce. Like the old man's shaking hands, Li Siwun watched in shock as they engaged in a duel. A second later, they thrust their swords into their bellies, shouting glory to the sun and moon divine cult. Seeing their harakiri, the redhead tried to understand what was happening around him and with his opponents. Hearing Mu Quan calling him, Li Siwun thought he should help him. Suddenly, Mu Quan saw an explosion near where his companion had just been standing, and he screamed, trying to find out what was wrong with him. Swinging his sword, Li Siwun dispersed the smoke, revealing Mu Quan to a battered self. Looking around, he thought about the fact that there could be poison in the blood of his grandfather. When he raised his head, she realized that they were in a big mess. Watching the fight between Mu Quan and the Bloodheaven monarch, the redhead knew that his companion would not be able to win right now. Meanwhile, the fight between the rivals continued, gaining momentum and becoming more fierce. Grandpa stopped, and stroking his beard, said in surprise that he didn't understand how a person who shouldn't fight like that was in a place where no one should be. Looking at Mu Quan, the old man asked, calling him a wonderful child, how he managed to avoid what was about to happen to him. He was answered by Li Siwun, who asked if he sometimes talks about fate. Concentrating, the boy decided to see what the old man was thinking. Looking carefully at the old man, he used the mind-reading technique. Immediately after that, he found himself in weightlessness and darkness, in which nothing could be seen. Suddenly panicking, the red-haired man froze, once again finding himself in the room they had found. Covering himself in sweat, the boy looked at the old man, wondering if he could almost read his mind, which could be a result of him being the boss. Suddenly, the grandfather, stretching out his clawed hand, rushed straight at the red-haired man, demanding that he say what he had done. However, in a split second, a blue flash appeared between the old man and Li Si-woon from the swing of the sword. Jumping in between them, Tae-Mu Kwan parried the old man's attack, protecting his companion. Several beams of light shot out of the old man's hand as he growled at the boy that he got it. From the other hand, he let out the same threads, which lengthened, intertwining with each other. Seeing this, Li Si-woon shouted to his partner to be more careful with the old man. Suddenly, he raised his head and froze in shock with his mouth open in surprise. The monarch's squires flew at him from above, swinging their swords. At one point, he jumped back, and the sword of one of the attackers hit the stone floor with all its might, raising debris and dust. The boy swung his sword several times, sending a shockwave at his opponents. Landing on his feet, he laughed happily, proud of his skill. Looking at another attack by unknown warriors, he no longer thought about who they were. Taking out the sword from the heavenly demon's bracelet, the boy thought only that he needed to survive. As he drew his swords, Li Si-wang thought that the technique he was using could be called a divine demon heavenly mastery. Having entered a fighting position, he patiently waited for his opponents to approach him. Clenching his teeth, he swung, sending shockwaves with both swords towards the old man's crotch. Having seen this, the soldiers were frightened and shouted at the red-haired man, not understanding what was happening. Tortured and exhausted, Li Si-wang quickly tucked the sword back into his bracelet, exhaling loudly. Turning his gaze to Tae-Mu Kwan and the Blood Heaven monarch, he wondered if his companion had noticed anything. Meanwhile, Tae-Mu Kwan held his sword out in front of him, blocking the old man's attack. His action caused an explosion around them, which raised a large cloud of dust and stone fragments. A pale Li Si-wang watched this transfixed, trying to comprehend what had happened. Suddenly, the monarch of the bloody heavens suddenly appeared in front of him, which the boy did not expect at all, so when he saw him in front of him, he recoiled in fear. Releasing beams of light from his hand, he said that he recognized his technique, calling him the one who broke the prophecy. Looking at the old man and hearing the hatred in his voice, Li Si-wang thought that he wanted to kill him, which made him feel wild fear. Bringing in a clawed hand, the grandfather added that he would not allow him to stay alive for this. Realizing that something had to be done or he would die, Li Si-woon loudly shouted his name, "Shimmy!" The old man froze, asking him in surprise how he knew his name. A broad smile blossomed on the red-haired man's face, and he answered that the grandfather would think for himself. In the next moment, the monarch of the bloody heavens punched the red-haired man in the stomach with all his might. Clutching his stomach, Li Si-woon gasped as he knelt before him. Towering over the boy, the old man said that if he confessed to him how he knew the name, he would reward him with a quick death. Looking up at his grandfather, Li Si-woon sent him on a short but colorful journey with a crooked smile. Cursing foully, the old man raised his clawed hand, intending to finish off the red-haired man. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sa Bu-seong listened to the report that Hyuk Ryeon-un had still not been found, and the man did not know where he was. Hearing a sound, the archer turned in fright in the direction of the cave from where it was coming. A second later, he jumped up, heading towards where the sound came from. On the bottom of the cave lay one of the guards of the Tang clan, writhing in pain and burns. Jaegel Seopung and Lee Mu-sen led the evacuation of the cave, shouting orders and coordinating the team's movements. Yang Ho-chun walked silently among the bodies of his dead comrades, furiously watching the members of Tae-Mu Kwan's squad take control. Glancing under his toga, he pulled out a divine cloud and thunder-summoning technique book, glad that he did get it. Looking ahead, the man thought that with this technique, he would finally be able to defeat Tae-Mu Kwan. At this time, Tae-Mu Kwan launched his sword, aiming at the monarch of the blood heavens, but he deftly dodged it. Landing on his feet, the grandfather watched as the sword arced through the air, aiming at him again. He jumped out of the path of the sword, doing a pirouette in the air. Li Si-woon watched as Tae-Mu Kwan deftly caught his sword, wrapping his arms around its hilt. Standing on his feet, the boy looked determinedly at the old man, preparing for a new confrontation. Li Si-wang understood that if his companion already possessed this technique, it meant that he had reached the uncontrollable realm stage. The mask on the old man's face split open, revealing half of his face. In the next second, she fell to the ground, hitting the stone floor with a loud thump. Looking sternly at the boy, The old man said that at his young age he had reached great heights, which was expected of a warrior of the white sword god. Hearing this, Tae-mu Kwan looked at his grandfather in surprise, not understanding what was happening. But in the next second, he grabbed Lee Si-woon by the neck, squeezing it tightly. After doing so, he added that even Tae-mu Kwan's skill would not be enough to save their lives. Shouting at the old man to let go of the redhead, Tae-mu Kwan rushed at him, swinging his sword. The old man obeyed him, pushing Lee Si-wong away from him with his back facing forward. After that, charging at Tae-mu Kwan, the monarch of the bloody heavens, the grandfather shouted that he had no choice but to kill the boy. Swinging his sword, Tae-mu Kwan answered him and shouted that it was time to go to rest. Covering his face with his hand, Lee Si-wong watched the match between his companion and the old man with rapt attention. His face was covered with sweat, and the thought swirled in his head that maybe he should have taken the opportunity and run away. However, grabbing his head, he realized that Tae-mu Kwan was no match for the old man, and he would kill him. Next in line will be Lee Si-woon himself, and he will surely come after him to kill. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, the red-haired man drew his sword, rushing to Tae-mu Kwan's aid. At this time, Shimmy punched Tae-mu Kwan in the stomach, using as much force as he was capable of. Lee Si-woon snarled as his companion collapsed onto the stone floor with a heavy groan, his back to her. Turning pale, he thought why go ahead of his father to hell if Tae-mu Kwan had already lost the duel. Suddenly, the bandage on the unconscious Tae-mu Kwan's head came off with a strong blow, revealing a pattern on his forehead similar to the one on the casket. Seeing the same seal on his companion's forehead as on the casket, the red-haired man froze in surprise and frowned. Staring blankly in front of him, the Bloodheaven monarch wondered how a follower of the White Sword God could have a leader's mark. Coming to his senses, the old man returned to where, cursing in his head, Lee Si-woon was carrying the unconscious Tae-mu Kwan on his own shoulders. Seeing a dark doorway ahead, the redhead thought they were almost there, cursing his companion for his weight. Seeing this, the old man waved his hand, sending a shockwave behind the boys and asking where they had gathered. The wave crashed into them, scattering the companions in different directions. Standing in front of the falling rocks, Lee Si-wong thought that this was their only way out of here. Launching new threads of light on his hand, the monarch of the bloody heavens ordered him to give the body to the heiress of the warrior god, reminding him that he had nowhere to run. Staring at his grandfather with hatred, Lee Si-woon gritted his teeth and pondered what to do next. Suddenly, a crazy idea struck him, and he turned his head to where the platform with the lotus stood. After showing the old man his tongue, he sent him on a journey on foot and went to the platform. As he made a final dash towards her, the redhead thought about what it was to sneeze now. He was going to get it all or nothing. Shimmy watched his actions in fear when he realized what he was planning to do. Jumping up, Lee Si-wong finally closed the distance between himself and the platform. The old man rushed after him, holding out his hand to stop him, but he was already sitting with his legs crossed. With a victorious smile on his face, Lee Si-wong opened his eyes and held out his hand, showing the old man his middle finger. All that the pale old man managed to do now was to shout loudly, realizing his loss. Opening his eyes, Lee Si-woon saw that he was in complete darkness, although he did not remember this being the case with Tae-mu Kwan. Suddenly he heard a voice calling him his true heir. Hearing Yelu Hwangsong, known as the Holy Spirit, many thoughts flooded his mind, but he only managed to shout, asking where he was. Putting his hand to his mouth, the red-haired man screamed louder, calling for the Holy Spirit. When no one answered, Lee Si-wong muttered indignantly, folding his arms over his chest, wondering if this was how the formation process was supposed to go. Listening to the voice that told him about the Yelu clan, its roots and ancient martial arts, the boy began to analyze the information he received. Hearing the voice say that the descendants were supposed to seek the wisdom of the Yelu clan in his footsteps, the redhead was surprised. Lee Si-wong concentrated, taking in all the knowledge about the scattered chi technique into his mind. Suddenly his eyes widened as he realized that he now knew everything about her. An electrical discharge in the form of blue lightning ran through his body, and the boy screamed loudly. Trying to grab him, Shimmy shouted loudly, demanding that the ritual be stopped. However, a moment before he would have reached the red-haired man, the figure of Tae-mu Kwan suddenly appeared in front of him, putting his sword forward, blocking the old man's attack. The boy's lips were twisted, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes burned brightly with rage towards his opponent. The old man jumped back, avoiding another swing of the sword, which even sparked sparks in the air. Tae-Mu Kwan glared at his grandfather, offering him another battle with him. The monarch of the blood heavens stretched out a hand that had purple and pink lightning bolts running along it, roaring at the boy not to tempt his fate. A pink ball began to gather from the lightning on the old man's hand, which quickly grew in size. Seeing this, Tae-Mu Kwan rushed forward, ordering the old man to stop. Crossing his swords, the boy hit the bullet with all his might. Immediately after that, lightning began to run through his body, but the boy only clenched his teeth tightly. Seeing this, the grandfather quietly laughed, replying that the others would have already gone to their forefathers after such a thing. The monarch of the blood heavens added some more energy, launching the bullet towards the boy, causing him to let out a loud cry. Immediately after that, he was thrown back, and large burns appeared on his body. Twirling the orb on his finger, the old man laughed, saying that all the boy's efforts were futile despite his status as the White Sword God's heir. Satisfied with the size of the orb, the monarch tossed it towards Lee Si-woon, who was still sitting on the lotus platform. Seeing the danger to his companion, Tae-Mu Kwan let out a loud cry. Wanting to protect him, the boy, without thinking long, rushed forward, covering his partner from the giant ball. He thrust his hands forward, trying to keep the orb away from the redhead for as long as possible. The veins on his body swelled as pink and purple lightnings ran down his arms, scattering all over his body. Looking at this, the old man clicked his fingers with satisfaction, hissing that now the boy was finished. At that second, an explosion rang out, which raised a cloud of pink-colored dust into the air. Grandfather calmly walked forward, but found only a broken lotus platform, on which small pink lightning still ran. In search of the boys who had disappeared, the monarch of the bloody heavens quickly shook his head in different directions. Lee Si-woon was squatting on the ground, smiling crookedly at the old man. Next to him lay an unconscious and burnt Tae-Mu Kwan. The shocked old man could not understand how he was able to survive his reception, which was called the Blood River Wave. However, all of the red-haired man's attention was fixed on Tae-Mu Kwan, who still had small lightning bolts running around his body. He put his hand forward, releasing his chi that looked like a light blue light. Immediately after that, he was able to feel the heartbeat of his partner, analyzing his health. After removing his hand, Lee Si-woon knew that in such a terrible state, if he continued to fight, nothing good would come of him. Popping the pill into his companion's mouth, the redhead thought that since he had tried to save him, he should do the same to hear the end of the story. Returning to the old man, the boy asked if he had correctly heard the name of the technique used by him. With a sly smile, the red-haired man added that in any case, there was someone in Marima who used such tactics, which would help to find out about the grandfather. Gathering a new dose of energy, the monarch of the blood heavens thought that the redhead knew too much. Taking a fighting stance, the old man directed a violet-pink beam towards the boy. Immediately after that, an explosion rang out at the place where the redhead was standing, and a cloud of dust and wood chips rose up. Absolutely not reacting to the falling fragments of stones, the old man headed towards his opponent along the broken side. Lee Si-woon was lying on the bare ground, face down and one arm extended forward. Raising one eyebrow up, the old man thought that he could not believe in such a quick and low death of such an insolent boy. He stepped on his outstretched hand, pressing on the toes with the heel of his boot. Immediately after that, the boy's body completely lit up with blue light. When it dissipated, the monarch of the bloody heavens uncomprehendingly stared at the empty spot where it had been lying a moment ago. One of his henchmen entered the room, telling him that the passage to the dungeon had begun to collapse. Turning his head, the grandfather ordered the soldier to hand over the squad to everyone so that they would retreat. Casting one last glance at the floor where the body lay, the old man quietly added that he would find both boys and kill them. Meanwhile, Lee Si-woon scrambled out of the ground, clawing his way through with his bare hands. Grabbing the ground with his fingers, he pulled himself up, pulling his body out of the hole. Following this, he dragged up the body of Tae-Mu Kwan, who was still unconscious. Grimacing, the red-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, thinking about what transgressions in his past life he was being punished for. Hitting the ground, Lee Si-woon began to exhale tiredly and loudly. Tae-Mu Kwan was breathing heavily, and his body was covered in wounds and burns. Remembering the generator of gravitational waves, the boy gratefully thought about the fact that thanks to him, he knew where the building would not collapse. Looking at the body of his companion, the red-haired man thought that he could not die so easily. He guessed that he might have been poisoned, so he planned to put him in ice stasis, which should have saved his life. Raising his fingers to his mouth, Li Siwang let out a loud and long whistle. Immediately after that, at his call, the soldiers of the Black Lion detachment began to descend. They were all glad to see their commander safe and sound and that he was finally back from the dungeon. With a smile, Sabu Xiong turned to Li Siwang, noticing that he was still alive. Raising his hand, he answered with a tired smile that he almost died. When he returned to the city, he was greeted by Sangwan Hu with a broad smile and Secretary Jiang Murian at the entrance of the trading desk. Responding to the master's greeting with tears streaming down his face, Li Siwang apologized for making them worry. However, becoming serious, he added that now it is more important to find a doctor, showing how the Kornilev people are dragging the stretcher with Thay Mu Kwan's body. Sangwan Hu leaned over the unconscious boy, asking his friend if he was a member of the Murim Alliance. The red-haired man agreed, but promised to explain everything later, and now asked to call the doctor. After a while, the boys were sitting at the table, and Sangwan Hu wondered aloud that he had heard about the Jiangshu who performed magic in the name of their cult. Sabu Xian added that he managed to catch those masked boys, but when they were ambushed, they started killing themselves, injuring the investigation team. Looking seriously at his companion, Li Siwun replied that the Murim Alliance would place the responsibility of the problems on them. Remembering the research team, the boy thought that they must have gone to the Alliance to report on the situation. The guys said that another team would be sent, which would have to clarify the details. Li Siwun, crossing his arms, asked if the group had returned to Murim, to which he received an affirmative answer, but the archer added that the group's condition was poor. And Yang Hochun turned the situation around to accuse their squad of suspicious relations with the sect. So Jaegal Xiopun was now in prison. Upon hearing this, Li Siwun cursed that Yang Hochun was not sitting still, to which Sabu Xian replied that he still remembered the attack on the redhead. The fourth master turned back to Sangwan Hu, asking how things were going with the main school, to which he informed him of a message from them. He handed the red-haired man a blue scroll tied with a red ribbon, adding that he was asked to hand it over to him personally. Unfolding the scroll, Li Siwun read that Azdan Ruslan had been killed, which did not come as a big surprise to him. Now, according to his plan, they were postponing the expedition to establish the divine cult in the dynasty, just as the second master would have done. Upon hearing that their commander was proposing to postpone the Middle-earth campaign, Sangwan Hu and Sabu Xiong looked at him in surprise. When asked if they would be returning home, the redhead said no, as they were to remain in the city until further notice. Suddenly the boys turned towards the door, glancing at the visitor. Secretary Jiang Murian bowed, informing the young master that a doctor had arrived for Thay Mu Kwan. In the rooms where Thay Mu Kwan was lying, the doctor, having examined him, said that the boy had practically no chance, but he had no idea what had happened to him. He added that the poisons inside the patient caused a high fever, but his body was cold. The red-haired man thought that he was cold due to ice stasis, so he asked the healer if it was possible to neutralize poisons. The old man replied that it would be more correct to call the substances in the boy's body toxins, not poison. He explained they were alive, they had their own will, so it would be difficult to get rid of them with acupuncture and medicine. Looking at the unconscious Thay Mu Kwan, Li Siwun thought that the toxins had to be removed since the ice stasis had certain limitations. The old man added that healers from the Murim clan could help the boy. Meanwhile, the monarch of the bloody heavens was listening to the report of his squad, which had managed to find traces of the escape of the two boys. In response to accusations that they let them escape, the squad leader fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Small lightnings flashed over the old man's body, and his eyes filled with a pink glow. The squad commander's eyes widened with fear, and his face was thickly covered with sweat. The old man snarled, ordering his minions to find all the information about the redhead and bring it to the divine master. They humbly fell on their knees, bowing to their master. An image of a red-haired man appeared in his memory, with an impudent smile on his face. The old man thought with hatred that the prophecies had to be fulfilled according to plan, and he would not allow it to be broken. At this time, Secretary Jiang Murian asked Li Siwang if he was sure of his decision to go to the Murim Alliance himself. The redhead replied that he needed to find a holy healer there who could help Thay Mu Kwan. To this, Sangwan Hu offered to send himself to the alliance, which looked much simpler. Rubbing his neck tiredly, Li Siwun replied that he understood him, but given Thay Mu Kwan's condition, they might lose the opportunity to lure him. Such a plan greatly surprised his companions. and Sabu Xiong clarified if it was because of those people acting on their behalf. The redhead explained that their troops were now concentrated in the rear because of the situation in the dynasty, which threatened possible sabotage. With such a schedule, the Murim alliance could simply send troops to Xinjiang, which could end in unknown ways. Hearing this, Sang Guanhu looked at his friend with wide eyes in fear. Sabu Xiong reacted more calmly at that time, but his facial features became more rigid. Secretary Jiang Murang gave the boy a determined look, wondering if he was going to personally prove their cult's innocence. Crossing his fingers, Li Si-woon replied that this was exactly what he planned to do, even though there was some risk involved. The boy thought that he should first wake up Tae-mu Kwan to inquire about the unknown warrior and then reduce the risks of armed conflict. Li Si-woon remembered his grandfather and thought that there might be more people with such abilities in the Murim alliance, a bigger threat than Tae-mu Kwan. Scratching his chin, the red-haired man thought about the fact that depending on his actions, the plot of the novel continued to change. Secretary Jiang Murang suggested that they might have many questions since he was already a suspect in the cult's affairs. Li Si-wong leaned forward a little, answering that there are 3 important factors to rely on when conducting business. All 3 companions looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The boy began to raise his fingers, saying that the first aspect was family ties, the second was academic ties, and the third point was personal relationships. At this time, in the house of the Sichuan Tang clan, the young patriarch was sitting at the table with Tang Ga-myong. Suddenly, the boy couldn't stand it, and with all his might he kicked the table, overturning the cup of tea. He shouted as he inquired from the elders how the Tang clan could remain so indifferent to the fact that Hyuk Ryong-un had never returned from the cave. Calmly sipping from his goblet, he replied that the experiences of the young patriarch would not be able to change the situation in any way. Tang Xiaogong slapped his knee in frustration, saying that if he hadn't passed out, he would have made it to the boys. To this, the elder replied that it was precisely because of this that the master made the decision to remove the patriarch from research in order to get rid of the suspicions of the alliance. Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but shout that Li Si-woon and Tae-mu Kwan were not spies, as he himself had seen how the others covered up their affairs. At this, the elder just as calmly put his finger to his lips, showing him to be quieter. Tang Xiaogong shook his head, wondering why only the Murim alliance could judge, and his clan only had to watch silently. Tang Ga-myung got up from the table, saying that it was time to learn something new about the world around him. Tang Xiaogong was walking down the wide corridor of the Tang clan residence, and there was no one around. One of the guards approached him, informing that visitors had come to the young patriarch. Passing by, the boy threw over his shoulder that he was not in the mood for an audience right now, so the guard could convey that to the visitors. However, he did not calm down, adding that the guests persistently asked to hand over the note to him. Looking at the scrap of paper received from the guard, the boy froze in fascination. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on his face when he realized that Hyuk Ryong-un was alive. While at the Chongqing port, Li Si-wong stretched out his legs as he waited for his companions and the ship. Tang Xiaogong approached him, asking how he managed to convince people of his cult, and also told him that it would take 2 days to travel to Wuhan. Suddenly, Sabu Xiong joined them, informing them that they had a problem. Li Si-woon and Tang So-gun simultaneously turned towards the archer, hearing that the vessel they were planning to travel on would be undergoing repairs for a few more days. The red-haired man waved his hand at his companion, ordering him to find another vessel. After talking with Sabu Xiong, Li Si-wong's attention was drawn to the stall of a merchant selling various consumer goods. Having come closer, he began to carefully examine the product that he was offering. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the mirror, fearfully looking at his reflection. He saw Hyuk Ryong-un in the mirror, but one who looked very much like the real him. Watching himself in the mirror, Li Si-woon thought about how he seemed to gradually merge into this world. Tang Xiaogun approached him and asked if he wanted to buy a mirror and if he was all right. Suddenly, both of them turned to the direction from where Sabu Xiong was calling them loudly. The archer stood in the middle of the harbor, waving to them and shouting that he had found a ship for them. Hearing this, Li Si-woon shouted that in that case they could leave immediately. As he ran to the pier, the redhead thought that he would be able to think about what had happened to his face later. There were so many people on the ship they were traveling on that there was nowhere for the apple to fall. No one even paid attention to the boy who was sitting on the floor with his arms crossed over his chest and a conical hat covering his head. Li Si-woon and Tang Seo-gun were standing on the bow of the ship, staring intently into the river's distance. While enjoying the river scenery, the redhead said that he thought they would reach their destination tomorrow. However, there was an anxiety in his mind that something bad would happen, because the main character of the novel was in a very terrible state. Suddenly, several forked hooks flew out of the water, spraying water in all directions. Li Si-woon watched them, trying to understand what was going on. The hooks caught on the side of the ship, digging into the wood and leaving scratches and cracks. A man rose from the water on ropes, greatly perplexing the passengers on deck. A whole gang of robbers climbed aboard the ship and looked at the future victims with predatory eyes. Looking at the sailboat with red sails, one of the passengers exclaimed that they were Yangtze pirates. Placing his hands on his sides, Li Si-won let out a loud breath as he thought in disappointment of what he had hoped for a peaceful journey. Tang Seo-gun turned to him, asking what they should do now. Meanwhile, one of the pirates jumped up to the elderly passenger, swinging a sword at him, from which he tried to cover himself with his hand. The rest of the robbers at that time, having opened a large bag, stood on the deck and waited for the passengers to drop their wealth there. Rolling up his sleeves, Tang Seo-gun began to move towards the gang, determined to deal with them. However, as soon as he took a few steps, someone firmly grabbed his shoulder, holding him in place. Li Si-won whispered that the pirates would kill him if he moved without their permission. And then one of the robbers turned to them, rudely asking why they were standing in one place. Li Si-won, stammering in fright, handed him a bright orange bag. At the same time, the boy did not miss the opportunity to admire the power of the pirates, completely ignoring the extremely angry Tang Seo-gun. However, in a moment, the robber's eyes shot towards the patriarch of the Tang clan, and the man called out to him, demanding to show his face. He raised his eyes, giving the pirate an angry look from under his forehead. The man approached him, taking his chin and lifting his face up, asked him if he was sometimes a girl. Another pirate also joined him, saying that their captain would love it. Watching the enraptured looks of the robbers, Li Si-woon thought that they had no idea what they were getting into. Tang Seo-gun, barely restraining himself from his rage, tried to squeeze out even a word, until the pirate, putting his hand to his ear, leaned towards him. This was the last straw for the boy's patience, and he snapped at the men that he was a boy. They only grimaced, skeptically examining him from head to toe. In the next moment, the bassy, rolling laughter of the two robbers, who absolutely did not believe the boy, spread across the deck of the ship. Hearing that the pirates' plans had not changed, Tang Seo-gun angrily threw his arms out to his sides, releasing his chi. Looking at this, Li Si-won let out a weary sigh, realizing that they would definitely not have a peaceful journey. Suddenly, all the pirates on the deck began to be hacked by the passenger, who had been sleeping inconspicuously between the bags. Looking at this, the patriarch of the Tang clan opened his mouth in a daze, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the unknown man withdrew the hand in which he held the sword back, preparing for a new duel. Looking at him, Li Si-woon was mesmerized as to who it could be. At that time, many miles away, on a stone path leading to one of the mountain lakes, a young man stretched out his hand, calling a falcon to him. In the gazebo itself sat the master of melodies in Bi-ryong, who was playing a pleasant melody on her instrument. When the bird alighted on his hand, he said that something serious must have happened if the golden falcon had flown so far. Wai Ji-chun, the lord of the divine army, turning to the falcon, asked him to tell what had happened. He reached for the bird's leg, pulling out a thinly twisted note from its strap. After unfolding and reading it, he breathed out that the ban of the Yayul clan had failed. In Bi-ryong abruptly removed her hands from the instrument, which caused the beautiful song to stop just as abruptly. The girl rose to her feet, questioning about the information she had just heard. Wee Ji-cheon turned back to her, replying that he had received a message from the Heavenly Tiger, to which he was reminded that the Heavenly Army had just left for the Yayul clan. The young man replied that the army's plan was to use the tomb of the Holy Spirit against the Orthodox sect and start a war in Chonmal. At this, the brunette noticed that the plans made by the bishop never perfectly matched the prophecies. He held up the note he had received from the falcon, saying that he did not understand even half of what was written in it. In the next moment, the note burst into flames, scattering into ashes, and said that he would have to personally ask the Blood Army. Hearing this, Ying Bi-ryong was frightened and asked the Lord if he was going to leave the palace. However, immediately after this question, a strong wind blew up, and the girl covered her face with her hand. A shout came from the sky, and they raised their heads to look where the sound was coming from. A large, bald eagle landed on the bridge near them and looked at the young man with big blue eyes. While the bird was looking around, Weiji Chun walked up to him, breathing out his name. As he looked at the eagle, he thought that it was the only creature in the world capable of killing him. After making one big leap upwards, Weiji Chun mounted the bird, straddling it and patting it on the head, commanded it to fly. Ying Biryong watched with admiration as the lord, riding an eagle, rose into the air, and a strong wind was removed from the flapping of the bird's wings. Carefully looking ahead, riding on a white-headed eared eagle, he flew over the mountains and went in search of the one who was supposed to destroy the prophecy. At this time, on the ship, the pirates watched in horror as an unknown villager hacked members of their gang to the right and left. The captain of the team, coming to his senses, ordered his subordinates to attack. Hearing the commander order to kill the stranger, the band of robbers rushed at the man with a wild cry. Seeing this, Tang Seogong rushed to meet them despite the unknown warrior. One of the pirates froze in fear, looking at the picture in front of him, but not understanding what was happening. At this time, the patriarch of the Tang clan was standing in front of him, releasing his chi in the form of green sparks. In the next moment, his hand flew to the bandit's face, crumpling him in the onslaught of the blow. The force of the blow was so great that the robber, who was not small in size, flew away for several steps, loosening his head in different directions. Realizing that they were masters of martial arts, the robbers turned pale, and their faces were abundantly covered with beads of sweat. The team looked at the fighters, holding weapons in their hands but not daring to attack. One of them, cowering in fear, tried to command the others to attack, but no one wanted to die. Suddenly, one of the team members turned his head and shouted loudly, seeing something in the distance. The brigands immediately began to shout joyfully, rejoicing at the arrival of the Lord of the Water Dragons. They laughed, pointing a finger at the fighters and promising them a very quick end. Listening to what kind of torture they promised them, the passengers gasped in fear, while Li Si Wong thought thoughtfully. He tried to remember who he wrote the unknown warrior who looked very familiar. From the sailboat that approached the ship, 2 crossbars fell on board, loudly slapping against the wood. A new batch of pirates, ready for bloodshed, descended on the deck of the passenger ship. Behind them moved a massive male figure with a long black beard, holding an axe behind his back. Lim Gongmo, the leader of the 18 Yangtze Pirates Alliance, known as the Yangtze Water Dragon, forgave anyone who dared to oppose them. One of the subordinates rushed to the master, pointing a finger at the heroes and betraying them in opposition. Exhaling loudly, the water dragon walked up to Tang Seogun and gave a predatory smile as he looked at his face. Listening to the subordinate talking about the fact that this is a boy, the commander thought that he would definitely enjoy torturing him. Looking sternly at the stocky man, Li Si-woon remembered that he liked to torture all the beautiful ones, regardless of gender. Suddenly, the same unknown man stood in front of the Tang clan patriarch, taking off his hat and saying that he just wanted to pass by. However, he raised his sword after that, saying that he did not expect to meet him, so the fact that they are here can be considered fate. Tilting his head, the water dragon marveled at the audacity of a man who not only knew who he was, but dared to challenge him. Raising his weapon higher, the man introduced himself as Gu Chongyi of the Quanzhen sect. Upon hearing the name of the unknown warrior, Li Si-woon jumped up in excitement, his mouth agape. After learning where he came from, the water snake laughed, surprised that the Quanzhen Taoist sect was still alive. Suddenly, the smile on Li Si-woon's face disappeared, and a drop of sweat ran down his temple as he remembered what was about to happen right now. According to the plot, Gu Chongyi went to the Alliance to report on the plan of the Order of the 7 Perfect Stars, but died when he encountered a water dragon on the way. Grabbing his head, Li Si-wong wondered why the man didn't hide when he was going to hand over such an important operation. At this time, the water dragon and Gu Chong clashed their weapons, coming together in a deadly duel. Blocking one of his opponent's attacks, the man let out a loud growl, clenching his teeth. Li Si-wong watched this intently, thinking that it was because of Gu Chong's death on this ship that the great demonic war had started in the world. Once again attacking the opponent, the water serpent roared loudly that the Quanzhen sect was worthless. Taking a fighting stance, Gu Chongyi watched as the massive figure of the pirate leader flew towards him. The force of his punch caused the floor right under Gu Chong's feet to crack in large cracks. However, the problems did not end there, and in no time the entire deck was riddled with large and small cracks. Seeing this, the passengers on board were frightened, starting to panic and run away from the cracks. Grabbing one of them by the scruff of the neck and completely ignoring his thanks, Lee Si-woon angrily snarled that they should not destroy the ship. He turned to Tang Seo-gun, asking him to make sure that the passengers were not harmed. He himself rushed to the water serpent, remembering that Thay Mu-kwan should have killed him, but in this situation, he had no choice. Swinging his axe, the pirate leader growled that he knew that the members of the orthodox sects could do nothing but hammer with their tongues. Suddenly he froze, and the smile abruptly left his face when he heard some sudden movement behind him. Returning, he put the axe in front of his face, shielding him from the strong gusts of wind. Covering himself in sweat, the water snake snarled, trying to find out who had dared to attack him. Gu Chongi stared in amazement at the picture unfolding before his eyes, trying hard to catch his breath. Holding out his sword, Lee Si-woon introduced himself as Hyuk Ryong-woon, the owner of the Five Virtues tea shop. Looking at his deputy, Gu Chongi quietly told him to run away until he stopped him. Looking at him, Lee Si-woon replied that he should therefore value his life more, mentally asking how cute he was acting. After following their dialogue, the water snake mumbled that the redhead was no ordinary man. Holding his axe forward, the man menacingly promised to show him his hidden key. However, Lee Si-wong jumped into the air, bringing two swords at once for an effective attack. The water snake looked scared at the redhead, trying to stop him while he prepared himself. However, Lee Si-wong, clenching his teeth tightly, completely ignored his opponent's words as he approached him. In the next second, he slashed at the water serpent with his sword, giving it a fatal blow, knowing that without him it would all be over. The water snake, trying to find a foothold, raised its hands, flying to the edge of the board. Hiding his sword, Lee Si-wong watched as the thug crashed into the water, sending up a huge splash. Looking overboard, the red-haired man quietly told him to follow the bright route, adding that the one who strikes first wins. At the same time, the boy thought about the feeling he felt a little earlier, as the water serpent died earlier than he expected. Despite the admiring glances of the ship's passengers, Lee Si-wong headed towards Gu Chong. He froze, mesmerized by watching the red-haired man with his mouth wide open and his gaze full of admiration. The next moment he fell to his knees, bowing his head low and bowing to the boy. Lee Si-woon looked embarrassed at the man who was bursting with wild thanks for saving his life. The red-haired man lifted Gu Chong from his knees, answering him with a smile that he simply struck the opponent, whom he had kindly tortured. He began to make excuses, reasoning that the boy was very modest, which is not typical for his age. He looked at the red-haired man with big eyes that just shone with admiration. Suddenly, Lee Si-woon looked up in fear as he heard an unusual sound behind him. Turning his head slightly, he saw a massive figure of a water serpent land on board. The passengers, seeing her, screamed wildly in fear, realizing that they were still in danger. However, something changed in the man. His skin took on a bluish-gray color, and veins stood out all over his body. Picking up his swords again, Lee Si-wong wondered how he could have survived if he knew for sure that he had cut him. However, looking at the creature more closely, the boy realized that he was able to defeat the pirate. But he turned into a jiangshu. The creature, hopping around the deck, rushed at the red-haired man, swinging an axe. Feeling it sweep him out of the way, Lee Si-wong thought that the water serpent had suddenly become much stronger than it had been. With absolutely no loss of speed, Jiangshu tore down the railing on the deck, jumping into the water and dragging his opponent with him. Seeing this, Gu Chongi let out a loud and desperate cry, his face covered in profuse sweat. Tang Seo-gong also watched in horror as his friend was thrown overboard by the huge bluish monster. Lee Si-wong, meanwhile, was rapidly descending to the bottom, still held by the water serpent's Jiangshu. Holding his breath, the boy thought that it was already difficult for him to breathe, but now he understood what kind of feeling he had after the fight. The water serpent's aura resembled the aura of those Jiangshu they had fought in the dungeon. At last, he felt the bottom beneath him as the monster, holding his shoulder, loomed over him, bringing the axe down. Lee Si-wong raised his sword, and as hard as he could, sharply drove it into the water serpent's shoulder. The boy watched as the creature, releasing him, suddenly began to rise upwards. Looking around, he realized that the jianshi that the water serpent had turned into was much stronger than the ones in the tomb. Realizing that he was unlikely to be able to make a decent fight back in the water, Lee Si-wong raised his hand upwards as he rose to the surface. He rose, but was immediately met by the water serpent, who swung his axe, pinning the redhead underwater. Lee Si-wong mentally cursed, not understanding what he wanted from him and realizing that there was very little air left. Crossing his swords, he held them out in front of him, blocking another attack from the Jiangshi. But it was so strong that the boy again flew through the water column, hitting the bottom with his back. At the impact, Li Si-wun reflexively opened his mouth, letting out the remaining air in his chest, realizing that he could no longer breathe. Watching the water serpent approach him, the redhead thought that he didn't want to die like this. He thought that death by water would simply erase all the suffering he had experienced so far. Suddenly, the boy's eyes opened wide, and small blue lightnings began to run over his body. At some point, he was again in weightlessness, and there was impenetrable darkness around him. In front of him was the figure of a Jiangshi water serpent swinging his axe at him, a red glow emitting from his pale blue skin. Focusing on it, Li Si-wun saw that it turned out to be the heart of a creature with 3 rays swirling around it. Seeing this, the red-haired man thought about the fact that these rays could be the reason that the water serpent came back to life. Realizing that he had nothing to lose, he swung his sword, charging at his opponent, testing his theory. Yelling wildly, the boy swung his sword several times, making cross blows. Immediately after that, Jiang Shu's body was pierced by many blue rays, and his axe was rapidly heading towards the bottom. Li Si-wang at this time landed on his feet again, resting on the bottom and preparing to jump. Suddenly, everyone on the ship saw a giant splash that rose directly between the passenger ship and the pirate sailboat. Tang Xiaogong and Gu Chong watched with their mouths wide open in fascination as the water splashed around them. With a loud intake of breath, Li Si-wang emerged from the water, still holding his swords. Seeing his friend, the young patriarch of the Tang clan happily waved his hand, glad that he had survived. The red-haired man, wet as a puddle, looked in fear at the place from where he had just got out. He looked at the place where the circles on the water diverged, and wondered if it had anything to do with the ultimate chi fluctuation he had learned. Once on the deck of the ship, Li Si-wang knelt down heavily, taking a deep breath, and Tang Xiaogong was already standing over him. Gu Chongyi also ran up to him, asking why the water serpent had managed to come back to life, and the red-haired man replied that it was definitely gone now. In the head of the boy himself, the thought that something wrong was happening around persisted. He asked in surprise why he ended up on the water serpent's sailboat, to which he heard that they had borrowed the pirate ship instead of the wrecked one with Tang Xiaogun's power. The young patriarch of the Tang clan approached his friend, asking him once again what exactly he had done during the duel with the Jiangshi. Looking at the boy, Li Si-wun replied that he himself could not explain what had happened. Gu Chongyi approached him from the other side, staring intently at him with wide eyes. Panicking, the red-haired man asked a little rudely why he was yelling at him. Suddenly, he became extremely serious, addressing him by name, which embarrassed the boy. Grabbing his hand, the man began to rehearse, begging for help for him and all Murim. All the passengers present, including Li Si-wun and Tang Xiaogun, looked at Gu Chong in alarm. Looking at the boy in awe, he continued that he had a task to complete and asked for help delivering the message to Murim. After listening to Gu Chong, the red-haired man jerked his hand out of his hands, ordering him to let go. After hearing about the secret assignment, Tang Xiaogong looked at the man suspiciously. The rest of the passengers, hearing the word secret, gasped in surprise, pricking up their ears and listening more carefully to the conversation. The robbers tied to the mast also joined the conversation, asking for information of interest to them. Only Li Si-wang closed his eyes angrily, trying to control himself so as not to kill Gu Chong on the spot. Realizing that everyone around him now knew about the secret assignment, the redhead bit out what the world stood for behind his long tongue. Arriving at the Murim Alliance, Li Si-wang thought about the fact that they had finally arrived as Gu Chongyi was impatiently hopping by his side. The red-haired man took a deep breath as he repeated to him that he was the hero who would save Murim. Only the thought of how such a talkative bird could be entrusted with such an important task was swirling in the boy's mind. A memory flashed in my mind about how the man couldn't shut up all night and kept playing tambourines in his ear. Looking at Gu Chong, the red-haired man thought that he couldn't even imagine that he would follow them. Exhaling, Li Si-wang once again returned to his thoughts on how the water serpent had managed to return to life. He remembered very well that according to the plot of the novel, Fei Mu Quan was supposed to kill him only once. Remembering the pale blue monstrosity, the redhead assumed that this was all the work of the grand plan, just like the tomb. They went forward, but at the arch of the passage they were stopped by a guard who informed them that all visitors must introduce themselves and state the purpose of their visit. Lee Si-woon stretched his lips in a wide smile, agreeing with the Alliance's rules in a dignified manner, guessing their scorn like this. He knew he would be asked his purpose, so he stepped aside, giving the guard a view of Tang Seo-gun and his entourage. Returning to his friend, the red-haired man began to call for him to come to the guard. However, he was immediately interrupted by an angry Gu Chonggi, who rushed towards them and growled his frustration. Lee Si-wong even covered his ears so as not to be deafened by the powerful voice of the man calling the guards idiots. However, when he began to tell about the red-haired man's victory over the water serpent, the boy promptly closed his mouth with his hand. Already starting to regret saving his life, Lee Si-woon put a hand on his shoulder, asking him what he was shouting about. However, the final word had been said, so the guards approached him, asking if he had really killed the leader of the 18 pirates, and that they hadn't heard of it. Looking at the guard, the red-haired man thought that the rumors of his death had not yet spread through the city. Suddenly, a menacing voice rang out from behind, and the guards turned their heads there in fright. Seeing the chief, the guards folded their hands and humbly bowed their heads, greeting him. Folding his hands on his chest, Yang Ho-chun barked that he was already unhappy with the demotion for an unsuccessful expedition, and then his subordinates arranged a Macarena. After looking at the newcomers, the man asked one of the guards if the noise was caused by them. Totally not expecting to see Yang Ho-chun at the gate, Lee Si-wong froze, staring at him with wide eyes. Seeing the red-haired man, Yang Ho-chun froze, unable to find words and wondering how he managed to survive. Taking out his sword, he shrieked, asking what he had come for while calling him a bastard of a demonic cult. Screaming wildly, he threatened to kill in revenge for his comrades who died in the dungeon. He barely had time to finish when he saw Lee Si-woon coming at him with a clenched fist. With one sharp blow, the boy slammed his fist into Yang Ho-chun's face, crumpling his cheek under the pressure. A predatory grin spread across the redhead's face, as he replied that he was happy to meet the leader of the Azure Sky Squad again. Lying on the stone slabs, the man was surprised at how strong the boy's blow was. Looking at his opponent in fear, he shuddered, realizing that he was hiding his true strength. Lee Si-wong approached Yang Ho-chun, towering over him, only to find that he was lying on the ground unconscious. Watching the scene that unfolded before them, the guards thought with surprise that the leader had been knocked unconscious by a single blow. Looking at the unconscious Yang Ho-chun, Lee Si-wong kicked him in an attempt to wake him up. He started stomping on him with his foot, reminding him that he had saved his life and completely ignoring the bewildered guards. Finally, one of them came to his senses, growling for him to stop kicking the commander, who was already unconscious. Lee Si-wong turned his head towards them, questioning, while the boy had a very predatory and creepy expression on his face. The guard looked at the redhead in fear, realizing that only a demonic cultist could be with such a demonic face. Immediately after that, they ran under the arch, shouting that they were being attacked by the demonic cult. Coming to his senses, Lee Si-woon looked up, thinking that he wanted to pass peacefully, but lost control when he saw the squad leader. He looked at Yang Ho-chun's body, and his gaze came across something that caught his attention. One of the books that described the fake techniques they found in the tomb was sticking out near the squad leader's chest. However, just as he was about to reach for her, Murim Alliance guards surrounded him, ordering him to raise his hands. Seeing this, Tang Seo-gong rushed towards the guard, trying to stop them while the commander ordered the redhead to be arrested. He suddenly turned around hearing the boy approach, and pointing his sword at him and Gu Chong, ordered them arrested as well. Already being handcuffed, Lee Si-woon awkwardly said that it was obvious that now they would all end up in prison because of him. Tang Seo-gong and Gu Chonggi were covered in beads of sweat profusely, realizing the mess they had all gotten themselves into. A little later, all three were standing in the office of the leader of the Murim Alliance, Danli Moxion. Clasping his hands in a lock, he exhaled as he spoke about how the redhead had just arrived, how he managed to cause a lot of trouble. He apologized to Lee Si-woon for the espionage accusations and ordered the release of members of Thai Mu Kwan's squad who had been accused by Yang Ho-chun. Bowing his head, the red-haired answered that he did not hold grudges, mentally adding that he was indeed a member of a demonic cult. When the formalities were completed, Danli Moxion asked him how he knew about Yang Ho-chun's mastered demonic arts, and while the battered leader of the Azure Sky Squad was being treated with acupuncture, the red-haired answered that he suspected the presence of a spy in the dungeon. What's more, during the duel between them, The boy felt a dark energy that a member of the Orthodox sect should not have. That is why he decided to tell the leader of the Murim Alliance about it. But he could not even imagine that the demonic art would be released by the leader of the Azure Heavens. The red-haired man himself thought about the fact that he had sinned against Yu Wan-Q, not Yang Ho-chun, by stealing one of the techniques. A memory appeared in Lee Si-woon's mind, where he had burned the book with the technique even before he was captured by the guard, thereby destroying the evidence. Tang Seo-gun clenched his fist angrily, confirming that he had suspected Yang Ho-chun of belonging to a demonic cult ever since the attack on Hyuk Ryong-un. The leader of the Murim Alliance laughed briefly, answering that everyone was suspected of belonging to a demonic cult, and no one was to be trusted. Here Gu Chongyi entered the conversation, saying that the technique might not belong to the demonic cult. Everyone present looked at him, to which he replied that the 7 stars wanted to tell him something about recent events. Tang Seogong suddenly reminded the man that he had talked about a secret message on the ship, but did not go into details. The man began to talk about rebels, hidden events, the era of chaos, enemies who will become friends, friends who will become enemies, and the star of the hero. Hearing the words of the hidden and enemies becoming friends, Lee Si-woon remembered the subversive fanatics and the pseudo-Hyuk Ryong-un. Rubbing his beard, Danley Moxian asked if the 7 stars thought the demonic cult had nothing to do with the recent events. At this point, Tang Seogong stepped in, noticing that the fanatics were praising the demon cult, as if specifically inciting the conflict. At this time, Lee Si-wong was thinking about what he had done right in sparing Gu Chonga's life, thus prolonging the Orthodox demon war. To the speech of envoy Danley Moxian, he strictly replied that the study of this issue should be approached more carefully. He added that the divine doctor of 1,000 skills was taking care of Tae-mu Kwan, who was attacked, and Yang Ho-chun, who had learned demonic arts. Suddenly he returned to the prophecy, remembering the righteous hero that the 7 stars spoke of, not believing that they did not see who exactly he would become. Lee Si-woon, because he knew the plot of his own novel, looked at the man boredly, but Tang So-gun was interested. Gu Chongyi replied that on the contrary, the 7 stars were very clear in their predictions about the hero, because they said that his path would be the same as that of the messenger himself. The young patriarch of the Tang clan jumped up to him, with a joyful expression on his face, asking him who the righteous hero could be. Lee Si-woon took a breath, realizing that Gu Chongyi knew for sure, because this was how his meeting with Tae-mu Kwan was supposed to go. The messenger enthusiastically announced that the 7 stars were right, because he had indeed met the promised hero on the way here. However, in the next moment, Gu Chongyi called Hyuk Ryong-un a hero, which made the red-haired man look at him in fear. Not believing what he heard, the boy pointed a finger at himself, questioning whether he had heard correctly, at the same time covering himself with sweat. As they left the audience of the head of the Murim Alliance, Tang Seo-gun was raving excitedly that he had turned out to be the prophesied hero. In the end, tormented with thoughts, Lee Si-woon turned his tired face to his friend, looking at him with a disappointed look. The red-haired man pondered with sorrow why exactly he became a hero and what it all meant. When an idea dawned on him, he raised his head in a huff, realizing that it was all because Tae-mu Kwan was now lying unconscious. Remembering the monarch of the bloody heavens, the boy thought that if he became a hero of the Murim Alliance, he would fight again with his kind. Clutching his head, he thought about the fact that he barely made it out of the tomb alive, and all he wanted was to go home. Suddenly someone called him, and he raised his head, looking surprised in the direction of the call. Tae-mu Kwan's squad was heading toward him with a smile, rejoicing at meeting their friends and freedom. Jagal Siopun had already started to thank him for helping them get out of prison, but when he felt someone push him, he fell silent. Lee Mu-seung and Bang Ryo-yeon stared dumbfounded at the picture that suddenly turned around in front of them. Seal Su-yeon rushed forward, hugging a shocked Lee Si-woon tightly and snuggling into his chest. Blushing profusely, the boy thought about the fact that he should probably stay a little longer in Murima. Laying her head on his shoulder, she whispered with tears in her eyes that she was very glad he had survived. She suddenly became aware of how she looked to the side and backed away from the dazed Lee Si-woon, coughing into her worried fist as he fell. Jagal Seopung, Lee Mu-seung, and Bang Ryo-yeon watched the two of them, barely holding back their smiles. Lee Si-woon scratched his neck awkwardly, surprised that Seol Su-yeon was worried about him and not Tae-mu Kwang. The girl clenched her fist furiously, thinking aloud that it was necessary to quarter Yan Ho-chun in the dungeon. Thinking about the leader of the Azure Heaven Squad, Li Mu-sen remembered the red-haired man's fight with him right outside the gates of the Murim Alliance. The fourth master remembered how the leader of the Murim Alliance asked to withhold information about the mastering of the demonic art squad leader. Without laughing, the boy replied that he simply could not control himself after Yang Ho-chun's antics in the dungeon. He added that he had heard that the squad leader was currently being treated by a 1,000-skilled divine physician. Jaegal Seopung gave a thumbs up, replying that this is the way it should be and giving a thumbs up to praise Li Si-wong. After that, he put his hand to his mouth conspiratorially, asking in a whisper if he wanted to tell what happened to them in the tomb. Hearing such a question, Li Si-wong tensed up, wondering what he meant. However, he laughed loudly, forcefully patting the redhead on the back and calming him down. After that, the man asked how Tae Mu Kwan was doing, who was being treated by the same doctor, and about whom nothing was said because he was in quarantine. However, Li Si-wong placed his hand on his chin and thought that Jaegal Seopung might know something about the ancient empire and the Yelu clan. Staring at the man, the boy asked if he had any information about the empire on the border that had been destroyed by the rebellion of the feudal lords. He scratched his head in confusion, pretending not to understand what he was talking about, but the red-haired man added that the Yelu clan was among the feudal lords. Hearing this, Jaegal Seopun was thinking, during which a happy Ban Ryo-yeon approached them. Finally, the man slammed his fist on his palm, answering that he had read about a similar story but was not sure of its truth. Lee Si-woon smiled triumphantly, realizing that he was not disappointed in Jaegal Seopun's mind. He said that thousands of years ago there was a country called Dijiang, in which several large feudal lords chose a person with secret abilities as their emperor. The Yelu clan was responsible for education and magic in Dijiang, and the Yuchi clan, whose members were extremely talented in martial arts, was responsible for military affairs. The words that the Yelu clan was in charge of education echoed in Li Si-wong's mind. So then, in the place that was hidden in the tomb of the Holy Spirit, they found exactly the legacy of the Yelu clan. He was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Jaegal Seopun, who asked him why he was so suddenly interested in the ancient empire. The boy laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, and replied that he just really liked the story. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Li Si-wong wondered if he knew anything about the emperor of the Dijiang Empire. Jaegal Seopun thought about the fact that there was only one emperor from the foundation of the empire until its fall, though he thought that was an exaggeration. He tried to remember the emperor's name, and the mention of the divine ruler popped into his head. Upon hearing this, Li Si-woon froze in fear, lashing out at Jaegal Seopun, sweat pouring down his face. He mentioned that this was apparently what the members of the Grand Plan called their leader. A while later, standing in the port of Wuhan, Li Si-wong thought about how the grand scheme had turned out to be related to an ancient empire that they could be about to revive. The boy understood that he could not oppose them yet, and in general, at their next meeting, he would be lucky to survive. Hearing him being called, the redhead turned his head to see Sa Bu-xiong and Sang Wan-hu approaching him. When asked by the latter about his victory over the Yangtze water serpent, Li Si-wong explained that he expected more from him while simultaneously congratulating his friends. Sa Bu-xiong asked the commander if he really planned to open a branch of their tea shop in Wuhan, to which he replied with a smile that all the information needed to implement their plan was collected in Wuhan, so the base must be made here. Shrugging and looking around, Sang Wan-hu asked the redhead if they were close to the Murim Alliance, to which I received an answer that he did a great job in Sichuan, so he will be able to do it here as well. Hearing such praise from a friend, he immediately got excited about the idea of a tea shop in the port, assuring that he would try very hard. Li Si-woon smiled as he concluded that they could stop there, also recalling his recent request. At this time, after the fight with the redhead, the Jiangsu body of the water snake washed up on the shore, throwing it on the river stones, and now a figure in a hooded cloak was standing over him, carefully watching the body, as if pondering what to do next. Standing nearby was Wee Ji-chan, his eyes closed and lost in thought. Beside him on a stone, skeptically raising one eyebrow, watched the cloaked figure, asking what he was thinking. The thousand-faced fox, who had been watching the body, replied that the water serpent was dead and the spring had been destroyed. Looking at him blankly, Wee Ji-cheon asked if he didn't usually approach each of his operations with great care. The thousand-faced fox laughed, reminding that the one who violated the prophecy had now appeared, so it was necessary to act quickly. Wei Jichong recalled that according to the prophecy, the Quanzhen sect was not supposed to reach Murim, and Gu Chongyi was supposed to be killed on the Yangtze. The grandfather, crossing his arms on his chest, noticed that again everything did not go according to the boy's plan, and his words seemed to be the will of the divine ruler. Looking at Jiang Sha's body, Wei Jichong questioned whether the source had indeed been destroyed. The thousand-faced fox asked if they should kill the one who started it all, to which I received the answer that he knows the secret arts of Yelu. Then he may be interesting to the divine ruler, so it is worth keeping an eye on him. Hearing this, Shimi gave the boy an annoyed look, not daring to contradict him. Li Si-wang was walking to his rooms, slowly walking through the narrow streets of the night city. He thought about the fact that everything that is happening around him now, all this is real. The boy remembered the words of Sangwan Hu had told that the bloody arts from the blood heavens of the grand scheme belonged to a group of exiled traitors. He then mentioned the texts that were written in the tomb of the Holy Spirit, which also belonged to the sun and moon cult, and all of this could be somehow connected. Suddenly, Li Si-woon stopped, looking surprised at the front door, where an unexpected visitor was waiting for him. At the entrance, in the light of the night moon, stood lonely Sil Su-yeon, who heard footsteps and turned towards him. Seeing the redhead, the girl smiled, greeting him. When she approached, the boy asked what she was doing here, not believing that she was here waiting for him, to which she said that she had something to tell him. When he asked what happened, Sil Su-yeon said that the leader of the Murim Alliance wanted to entrust him with the role of leader of the White Dragon Squad. Upon hearing this, Li Si-woon paled as he asked the girl if he had heard the name of the unit correctly. He remembered that this squad was mentioned in the novel when Tae-mu Kwan became popular, and he was supposed to become its leader. He remembered how Gu Zhongyi had talked emotionally about how Hyuk Ryong-woon had defeated the water serpent. It can be seen that the words of the messenger who brought the news about the prophecy of the 7 stars had a strong impact on the leader of the Murim Alliance. The guy was embarrassed and began to scratch his head, saying that this was too important a position for him, thinking about his espionage at that moment. To his words that Tae-mu Kwang would be perfect for this position, Sil Su-yeon replied that in her opinion, it was the redhead who deserved such an honor. To his surprise, she replied that he not only saved everyone in the dungeon, but also defeated the leader of the 18 Pirates Alliance. Who else but him? Laughing loudly, he began to list the reasons, among which was the small number of people in the corral, but the girl did not let him finish. She squeezed out a small smile, saying that she still could not understand the breadth of his horizons, which puzzled the boy a little. Looking at his uncomprehending look, Sil Su-yeon added that there were plenty of people in the White Dragon Squad, and it was unclear why he would think otherwise. She informed that after their victory over Yan Ho-chun, his position became vacant, and the members of the Azure Sky Squad would be transferred to the White Dragon Squad. Upon hearing this, Li Si-woon lashed out at the girl, realizing that this was never even close in his short story. Suddenly, Sil Su-yeon froze, anxiously looking at the interlocutor's face, which changed in an instant. Li Si-wang pondered as he placed his hand on his chin and thought of Tang Zhong. Remembering the short man and his sly look full of hatred, the boy asked if he was a member of the Azure Sky Squad. Not understanding what Hyuk Ryong-un was thinking about so intently, Sil Su-yeon stutteringly confirmed that he was joining the squad. Li Si-wang stretched his lips in a wide, predatory smile, realizing that becoming the leader of the White Dragon Squad would make him Tang Zhong's commander. Since early morning, the boy had already been standing outside the Doctor of 1,000 Arts house, waiting for his permission to enter. The smile of the happiest man on earth beamed across his face as he remembered his new status. In his mind, the boy was already growling at Tang Zhong for not being able to handle his task, and somewhere behind them, dead tired from endless training, lay a half-alive Yeagle Mayon. Looking at the sparrows, the redhead thought that being the leader of the White Dragon Squad was not as bad as he had imagined. Suddenly, a healer appeared on the doorstep, and the boy's face suddenly became serious as he was pulled out of his reverie. Stepping inside, Li Si-wang bowed, checking if he had summoned him. The old man smiled and turned into the corridor, ordering the boy to follow him. Leading him to his chambers, the healer cautioned that Tae-mu Kwan had not yet recovered from his injuries, so he should not worry too much. Lee Si-woon walked into one of the rooms where he saw Tae-moo Kwan sitting on the bed with his head down. Seeing the visitor, the boy raised his head and smiled cheerfully, glad to meet his companion. Smiling back at him, Lee Si-woon replied, expressing his joy that he was finally awake. Seeing that everything was fine, the Thousand Arts heavenly doctor left the room with a soft smile, leaving the boys alone. Tae-moo Kwan said that he had already heard that the redhead had arranged for his treatment when he passed out, so he owed him his life. Lee Si-woon calmly replied that he was protecting himself, so he was simply obliged to help his companion in return, to which he smiled and said that maybe so, but the red-haired man not only saved him, but also drew him to the Murim Alliance to find a healer. Scratching his neck, Lee Si-wong smiled sheepishly as he scratched his neck and thought he was just following his plan. Suddenly, Tae-moo Kwan rose to his feet and loomed over the redhead, causing him to tense up a bit. But he simply folded his hands and bowed, promising that he would treat Hyuk Ryong-un like an older brother for the rest of his days. Hearing this, Lee Si-wong raised his hand up, asking what had suddenly popped into his companion's head. Suddenly, one detail in Tae-moo Kwan's promise made him stupefied, namely that he called himself Yuchi-moo Kwan. He explained with a smile that all this time he had been using the name Tae-moo Kwan as an alias to avoid his enemies. Wondering where he had heard such a name, Lee Si-woon remembered Jaegil Seopun, who told the story of an ancient empire. A guess crossed his mind, and he followed on the spot, overturning the stool with a wild crash. Looking at his companion, he snarled at him to confess his affiliation with the bastards belonging to the Grand Plan. However, he just didn't understand and snapped at him, asking him to explain what he was talking about. Looking sternly at Tae-moo Kwan, Lee Si-woon asked if he knew anything about the divine ruler. Hearing the name, the boy's expression changed, he became harder, and his eyes filled with hatred. He pounced on the red-haired man, grabbing him by the shoulders and began to shake him, demanding to know how he knew the name repeated by the killers of his parents. After these words, Lee Si-wong looked at his companion in a daze, realizing that things were much more complicated than they appeared. While they discussed everything and the redhead explained everything, night fell on the city. Walking down the street, Tae-moo Kwan asked if he believed the people who served the ruler of the ancient empire were responsible for killing his entire family. The redhead replied that he wasn't sure yet, but remembering the novel, he knew that they were the only ones who could pull something like that off. Here, Tae-moo Kwan mentioned that the Yuchi clan was historically one of the feudal lords in Daejeon, so killing them was pointless, to which Lee Si-wong reminded that the records indicated that the Daejeon Empire had fallen due to a rebellion, and the Yuchi clan might have been one of the instigators of the rebellion. Seeing that Tae-moo Kwan hesitated, the redhead added that he was saying that the killers had taken something from his father. Already sitting in his room and looking at the casket, he thought that Tae-moo Kwan's family held the White Sword God's legacy and the assassins took it away. Letting out a sad sigh, Lee Si-wong then thought that even though he was the author, he himself had no idea if there was anyone in this story who was not related to Daejeon. However, then it became clear that Tae-moo Kwan had not found the cave by accident. In fact, he was just looking for a way to learn the martial arts of his ancestors. Staring at the patterned box, Lee Si-wong pondered what the Grand Plan could take away from the Yuchi clan. Suddenly there was a soft but very insistent knock on the door of his room. The red-haired man opened them and saw Gu Chong at the door of his room, which surprised him a lot. He looked at him loyally, apologizing for such a late visit. Lee Si-woon grimaced slightly as he thought about why the man had come to him at such a late hour. Realizing that he had been silent for too long, the redhead asked what he could do to help him, to which he replied that his mission was complete. Upon hearing that Gu Chong-yi was leaving for home, Lee Si-woon bowed, wishing the man a safe journey, to which he started talking about peace and the hero again. After these words, the boy shyly scratched the back of his head, scrolling through the thought that he was not at all the hero he should have been. Gu Chong-yi coughed into his fist, adding that he wanted to tell the redhead who saved him something. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he leaned closer to the boy, covering his mouth with his hand, and said that the alliance leader had asked for a message. Standing on his tiptoes, Gu Chong-yi whispered something heatedly into the ear of Lee Si-woon, who didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly his eyes widened in fright as he realized the meaning of the man's words. Suddenly the boy rehearsed when he heard that the leader of the alliance wanted him to become a representative at the Orthodox Demonic Conference. The Wuhan branch of the Five Virtues tea shop was crowded as the announcers announced a 50% discount to celebrate the opening. Lee Si-woon put his finger to his lips, motioning for Sang-won-hu to be quiet as he was reacting very violently to the news of the conference. Frowning, Sa Bu-xiong was surprised that the commander had become so popular that out of all the possible options, he was chosen as the representative. The redhead replied that the leader of the alliance was not a member of any of the major sects, and many did not like the prefix demonic, so they chose an outsider. He said that the leader had already sent the letter, so their job was just to make sure the conference went smoothly. The boy turned a serious look at his friends, adding that those who count themselves in their cult will not want to let her in. Sa Bu-xiong and Sang-won-hu's face showed wild determination as they realized that their commander's plan was well thought out. At this time, in the divine demonic palace, Hyuk Ryong-jin and Hyuk Ryong-wol were standing in front of their father in the throne room. He held in his hands a gold-black scroll, decorated with various ornaments, which testified to his belonging to the Murim alliance. Looking at the children, Hyuk Ryong-moon asked them what they thought about what they had just heard. Hyuk Ryong-wol raised assumed that the leader of the alliance has lost his mind if he is holding a conference now, and they should start conquering the Central Plains. The man looked at his son, asking his opinion, and whether he also thought it was worth starting a war. Hyuk Ryong-jin hesitated, considering each possible course of events. Finally raising his head, the boy said that he thought they should focus more on the information that Hyuk Ryong-un had given them. He added, despite his sister's questioning look, that there was someone trying to undermine the relationship between the divine cult and the Murim alliance. Hyuk Ryong-jin frowned as he tried to understand what those his younger brother had told him were up to. Already standing with his father on the balcony of the palace, the boy added that it is quite possible that the traitors are already among them. Therefore, in his opinion, there was no need to hurry with the war, since the opponents expected it. Hyuk Ryong-moon smiled as he looked at his son and noticed that he was thinking straight like his brother, and added that he was asking to accept the alliance's offer. He also did not forget to warn that Hyuk Ryong-un will participate in the conference, but on behalf of the Murim alliance. Hyuk Ryong-jin opened his mouth in shock at the note from his younger brother, surprised at such news. The cult leader said that he handled the border rebellion well when he teamed up with the new queen, so he trusts him with the conference. He smiled and ordered him to take his men with him and head to a destination where he could demonstrate his leadership skills. Hyuk Ryong-jin folded his hands and bowed to his father, obeying his decision. The thoughts of the boy himself were occupied with the fact that Hyuk Ryong-un was appointed as the representative of the Murim alliance at the upcoming conference. He remembered how Lady Sarah had praised the fourth master, without whose help she would never have been able to become queen. Hyuk Ryong-jin thought that the more he learned about his younger brother, the more he seemed like a different person. Stretching sleepily and yawning, the members of the squad with which Lee Si-woon was going to the conference asked the leader if it was necessary for them to go at night. The redhead wouldn't mind getting a few extra hours of sleep himself, but replied that the rest of the alliance members shouldn't know about their trip. Hong-soon was worried that they were leaving Tae-mu-kwan, which he immediately told his comrades, to which Sil-su-yan replied to him that according to the heavenly doctor he had not yet fully recovered. Bang Ryo-yan reassured the merchant that if they could deal with everything quickly, everything would be fine. Sitting on his horse, Lee Si-woon confirmed his words with a smile, adding that the sooner they finished, the sooner they could return. The squad spurred their horses and galloped off towards the gate, raising a light cloud of dust. One of the guards, whom they ran past, asked his partner in surprise where they ran, but he replied that he did not know. When asked again if the redhead had really killed the water serpent, the man asked if he still didn't understand that he was the new leader of the White Dragon squad. He was about to start a tirade about the fact that their duty was simply to guard the gate, but when he heard the clatter of hooves, he turned his head in interest. Two figures, whose clothes seemed very familiar, were approaching them, riding on horses. When they got closer, the guard asked Lee Si-woon why they came back. He calmly replied that he had returned because he had forgotten to convey something to the leader of the Murim alliance. When asked where his companions were, the boy smiled and said that he had sent them, and he himself had an important business here. His partner, who came with him, was silent all the time, not sticking his head out from under the hood. The guard moved out of the way, allowing the leader of the White Dragon squad to enter the territory of the Murim alliance, for which he received thanks from him. The men entered the gate slowly, so as not to make a lot of noise from the clatter of hooves and arouse suspicion. As soon as they did, the man who looked like Hyuk Ryong-un a moment ago turned into an old man with a long white beard. A gust of wind picked up outside, blowing the hood off his companion's head, revealing blue-green hair. The companion turned out to be Wee-ji-chan, who carefully studied the surroundings, admiring the night city. The leader of the Murim Alliance was sitting in his office, forced to get up in the middle of the night to schedule an audience with Hyuk Ryong-un and his companion. The man looked at the red-haired man, somewhat annoyed, asking why he came back instead of going to Qinghai. Suddenly he turned his attention to the man accompanying the boy and asked who he was, completely ignoring the red-haired man's predatory gaze. The boy looked up at Danley Moxian, wearily wondering why he was holding an Orthodox demon conference. He looked at his attorney in surprise, recalling that he himself had heard Seven Stars predict that the demonic cult might turn out to be a friend. The redhead smiled wryly, exhaling that he shouldn't have received this prediction at all. After these words, the leader of the Murim Alliance suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbing the hilt of his sword. The man pointed the weapon at the guests, strangling them so that they would confess who they were. The old man removed the illusion of Hyuk Ryong-un, announcing with a smile that he had set up a chi barrier so no one outside would hear them. Pounding the table with all his might, Danley Moxian cleared his throat, questioning how they dared challenge his skills. Grabbing the weapon more conveniently, the man jumped up from his chair, activating his ki, causing his eyes to glow with yellow light. Wee-ji-chan rushed forward to block the Murim Alliance leader from striking. Blocking his attack, the boy thrust his sword forward, blocking Danley Moxian's strike, causing a sheaf of sparks to scatter between their swords. Wee-ji-chan gave a predatory smile, telling the man that his lunge was very cocky. When he struck, the leader of the Murim Alliance thought in fear that he could not even think that there were experts of such a level. He fell to his knees right in front of his opponent, letting go of his arms and coughing loudly, spitting up blood. Wee-ji-chan, towering over the man, brought his sword in, saying loudly that it was all for the sake of that day. Danley Moxian could not say anything, kneeling submissively and coughing violently. An empty and fanatical look appeared on the boy's face as he, without thinking for a long time, lowered his sword on his opponent. A loud and beautiful melody swept through the night city, flying into the open windows of the residence. Hearing her, Tae-moo Kwan, who was lying on the bed in his room, opened his eyes sharply and frowned. Without thinking long, he jumped out of bed, wondering where the music could have come from in the middle of the night in the territory of the Murim Alliance. For a moment the boy froze, his eyes widened, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. Feeling a great pain, Tae-moo Kwan clutched his chest, coughing sharply and realizing that he was being attacked by musical arts. Suddenly the door to his room opened, and someone's bloody hand slipped into the crack. In the doorway stood the heavenly doctor of 1,000 arts, holding his chest, and his clothes were stained with blood. Seeing the man fall dead on the floor, Tae-moo Kwan rushed towards him in fear. Cursing, the boy grabbed his sword and rushed into the corridor, realizing that something had to be done. As soon as he ran out of the room, the front door to the healer's house opened wide, banging loudly against the walls. Trying to understand what was happening, Tae-moo Kwan stared at the door in a daze when he noticed his opponent. Before him stood the old man with whom they had fought in the dungeon of the Tomb of the Holy Spirit. Seeing the old man, Tae-moo Kwan cursed loudly in his direction, causing a predatory smile to bloom on the old man's face. Without waiting for him to attack, the boy swung his sword, and swearing at the old man, charged. At this moment, Shimi was calmly standing in the city, raising his head slightly and watching his opponent. Finally, he held out a clawed hand with a predatory expression, noting that the boy's manners remained just as bad. Immediately after that, Tae-moo Kwan coughed loudly and the veins on his face swelled. He was suspended in the air, his body stitched with several dark purple threads released by the old man. When he took them away, the boy's body fell on the stone floor, and the old man said that he would now deal with them properly, trying not to kill him. In Bi-ryong came out from around the corner, holding her tool in her hands, and asked the old man if he had found the owner of the tag. The girl approached him, while he, watching the unconscious Tae-moo Kwan, replied that he had to wait for the others to do their part. There were shouts in the street that the Murim Alliance was under attack, and Shimi turned his head in the direction of the shout. Ying Bi-ryong let out a slight smile as she said that the Heavenly Lord couldn't let them down. Meanwhile, a cry spread through the night city that Hyuk Ryong-un had killed the leader of the Murim Alliance. Sitting in front of the fire at a break, Lee Si-woon wondered what made him so cold all of a sudden, prompting Seol Su-yeon to ask if he was okay. Looking at the fire, the boy replied that nothing terrible had happened, and at that moment he was thinking about why he was so worried now. In his head was the thought that if the conference was successful, they would be able to stop the Orthodox demonic war. At this time, the advisors of the leader of the Murim alliance in his office were talking about the fact that Hyuk Ryong-un had escaped, but it was not too late to issue a warrant for his arrest. Danley Moxian, standing with his arms crossed and leaning on the table, repented that it was all his fault. He looked in front of him, angrily adding that Hyuk Ryong-un will definitely know the fury of the Murim Orthodox alliance. The advisors looked at the leader in surprise, asking him if they had time to catch him if he escaped to the demonic cult. Looking at one of them, Danley Moxian replied that there was a secret squad that he had personally deployed, much to the counselor's surprise. The Murim clan leader's eyes flashed with a purple glow, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he confirmed his words. Meanwhile, while the sun was rising, a whole troop of cavalry was moving along the road, raising the dust with their hooves. At the head of the iron-sided squad was a middle-aged man with light wheaten hair and a black and white military uniform. In the eyes of the leader, who was called Karl Byrne, nicknamed the Dark Knight, there was a fire of rage and a thirst for battle. The next day, after a good rest, the squad led by Lee Si-woon set off, continuing their journey to Qinghai, where the conference was to be held. After a while, Jae Seopun shouted to the redhead to take a break because he thought Hong Sun was having a hard time. He stopped his horse, agreeing to take a short break on the road and rest. However, the boy's speech was interrupted mid-sentence, and his eyes widened in fright when he saw the chase. They were being pursued by a squad which he could not see until they were far from them, but the smoke from the horse's hooves was clearly visible. As they approached, he sharply drew his sword, taking a fighting stance and shouting that the squad belonged to the Grand Plan. Upon hearing this, the members of Lee Si-wong's squad followed suit and raised their swords in preparation for battle. Suddenly, the leader of the iron-sided squad put his hand out to the side, ordering his subordinates to stop the horses. With that, Karl Byrne took out his spear, pointing it at the redhead and asking if he was Hyuk Ryong-un. Lee Si-woon, eyeing the man suspiciously, suggested that he also introduce himself. Tang Seo-gun and Lee Moo-seung studied the Dark Knight closely as he said that he had come to arrest Hyuk Ryong-un, who had attacked the leader. Hearing about the attack, Jagal Seopun was surprised to ask who attacked him and when exactly it happened. It was then that Tang Seo-gong entered the conversation, who repeated that he had never heard of the Black Dragon Squad, doubting that they were members of the Murim Alliance. Karl Byrne smoothed his hair with a wry smile, adding that he had expected such disbelief. Exhaling loudly, he leapt from his horse, his armor rattling loudly, and added that their doubts did not matter. After that, the Dark Knight took out his spear and added with a predatory expression that they would all perish now. Snarling, the man swung his spear, sending strong gusts of wind around him. Lee Si-woon froze in fear as he stared at Karl Byrne attacking him and pondered his next move. The Dark Knight watched as the giant explosion sent a pile of dust into the air where the redhead stood. Surrounded by smoke, the man was certain that this was the end of his match with Hyuk Ryong-un. When it started to dissipate, he looked in front of him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Lee Si-wong sat on his horse, sword in hand, exhaling heavily as he replied to the wheat-haired man, who gave him a good scare. Karl Byrne slung his weapon over his shoulder, replied that he could not understand how Shimmy could fail the task, and now he was surprised that he parried his attack. Holding his sword tightly, Lee Si-wong thought that judging by the ki that was as strong as the old man's, the Dark Knight was one of the leaders, and although he had been fighting all this time, he had great doubts that he would be able to defeat such an opponent. Looking at Karl Byrne's eyes filled with excitement, the redhead thought that he could resist now, but action must be taken immediately. He drew his sword, giving a battle cry, and directed his horse towards the Dark Knight's squad. The Ironsides, seeing the redhead attacking them, prepared by raising their shields. Karl Byrne reacted to attacking Lee Si-woon with delight, anticipating an imminent showdown. Lee Si-wong swung his sword, launching a blue shockwave at his opponent. Looking at the cloud of dust that had risen in the aftermath, he stopped his horse, turning it around. The Dark Knight stared questioningly at the pit that had formed in front of him, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The red-haired man loudly commanded his squad to flee, as he understood that now they urgently needed to retreat. Wasting no time, Li Siwang's team set their horses into a trot, trying to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Driving his horse to catch up with the leader, Li Musen asked him if he knew who those warriors were. However, Jagal Siopun answered him, assuming that these are reptiles from the Grand Plan who want to start a war with the Murim Alliance. Behind them came a heavy thud of hooves, signaling the approach of Carl Byrne's squad, who ordered the fugitives to halt immediately. Li Si-woon turned his head and threw him over his shoulder, asking if he would stop in his place in such a situation. Suddenly, hearing Sil Su-yeon's voice, he turned his head towards her and saw her pointing at something in front of him. It turned out that they were rushing straight to a cliff, behind which a wide mountain river spilled. The Dark Knight also noticed the change in the landscape, so he decided that the redhead had deliberately lured him and his squad here. Looking cautiously at the wheat-haired man, Li Si-wang pondered over what they should do now and whether they should try to break through the enemy squad. When the boy looked forward again, his eyes widened in fright and a large drop of sweat rolled down his face. A ship was moving along the river, on which he could make out the figures of Sa Bu-xiong and Sang-wan-hu, who was waving his hand, attracting his attention. Noticing that the squad was being chased, the man shouted loudly, driving his friend and his companions. Seeing his friends on the ship, Li Si-woon waved to them, noting that he had noticed them. Tan Seo-gun asked who they were, to which Jagal Seopung was surprised to reply that they were Hyuk Ryong-un's bodyguard and a tea-stall waiter. Hong Sun's shout was heard from behind, which informed that the pursuers were already on their heels. Sa Bu-xiong loaded his bow with 5 arrows at once, and after taking good aim, he drew the bow with concentration. In the next moment, the arrows, having reached their goals, aimed at the iron-sided warriors, getting under their armor and knocking them off their horses. However, the arrow intended for Carl Byrne was shot down by the wheat-haired man with one swing of the spear. Sang-wan-hu threw a rope to Li Si-woon's squad, helping them quickly reach the ship. They obediently grabbed the ropes, after which they sharply descended onto the ship that was waiting for them. Once on the deck, Li Si-wang rehearsed loudly, ordering a quick retreat, trying to break away from his pursuers. Looking after the departing ship, the Dark Knight spurred his horse, not risking continuing the chase without transport. The enraged man dismounted from his horse, not letting go of his spear. He snarled with hatred in his voice as he addressed the redhead and channeled some energy into the water, sending a water vortex at the ship. Seeing this, Sang-wan-hu cried out in panic, wondering what the hell it was. Jagal Siopun cursed, saying that if a whirlwind hit the ship, they would all go to the bottom together. Li Si-wang brought his sword forward, thinking that if he was able to repel the wheat-haired man's attack once, he could try again. Everyone on the deck looked at the vortex of water that was approaching their ship like a wall, letting the redhead know that now his technique was not going to work. Hong Sun let out a loud cry, tears welling up in his eyes. The wave of water that rose from Carl Byrne's blow was probably 5 times higher than their ship, but it suddenly stopped. Watching this, standing in the midst of splashing water, everyone looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. In the sky, the team saw a dark figure of a man, holding a sword and riding a large-eared eagle. Everyone raised their heads, watching the unknown stranger on the giant bird, not understanding who he was. The Dark Knight looked at the eagle rider with a mixture of anger and childish resentment. Wee Ji-chun looked back at him, sternly reminding the wheat-haired man that he ordered not to kill the boy. Carl Byrne couldn't help himself, and eventually screamed at the young man, asking him what it all meant. Wee Ji-chun let go of his pet and jumped, landing quickly but smoothly on the ground. He replied to the wheat-haired man that the ruler had already entrusted him with all matters that were somehow related to the prophecy. However, the Dark Knight was not particularly satisfied with such an explanation, so the boy added that he decided that they would need the redhead alive. Everyone who was present on board the ship stared numbly at the shore, trying to understand who this eagle flyer was. Li Si-wang looked at the 2 men standing on the shore, feeling extremely pressured. Carl Byrne ordered the Heavenly Lord to leave, to which he reminded that his words were the will of their ruler, which he probably did not want to violate. The Dark Knight angrily replied that the ruler's orders were to kill anyone who violated the prophecy, so he would either leave or be considered a rebel. However, Wee Ji-chun drew his sword and swung it, saying that he could not do that, as a faithful servant would not allow the Lord to make a mistake. Carl Byrne tightened his grip on his spear, more comfortably grasping its hilt and prepared for battle. He lashed out at the Heavenly Lord, saying that for someone who belongs to a family of traitors, he speaks too well. To which Weiji-chan replied that he was completely unlike the previous feudal lord of the Yuchi clan. From the ship, everyone could watch how a loud and bright explosion rang out at the point of collision of the two men. Standing on the bow, Sabu Xiong ordered the crew to turn the ship so that it would not capsize in the oncoming wave. At that time, on the shore, Weiji-chan and Carl Byrne met in a brutal duel, sending a sheaf of sparks into the air with each blow. Lee Si-woon, holding onto one of the ropes, watched the match, trying to understand what was going on between the two. Jegel Siopen, trying to drown out the noise around him, asked the redhead if he knew these two. At some point in the battle, the Heavenly Lord's sword suddenly ended up at the Dark Knight's throat, and he suddenly froze. Looking sternly at his opponent, Weiji-chan wanted to say that he would inform their ruler himself. However, he did not have time to finish, because at some point he froze with wide-open eyes, looking at one point. The weather suddenly turned from a sunny, clear day into a gloomy, pre-rainy one, and the sky was covered with heavy leaden clouds. A black chasm opened in the space between them, shining with a blood-red glow. A gray-purple foot stuck out from there, and at the same time a menacing voice rang out, which answered him that there was no need for this. Against the background of storm clouds stood the figure of the ruler, with torn skin in places, who announced that the beginning of the orthodox demonic war was set. On the ship, Sabu Xiong and Sangwan Hu stared at the creature with eyes filled with terror, not understanding what it was and assuming it was a zombie. However, Li Si-wong, also keeping his eyes on the figure, quietly replied that her energy was out of this world. The boy understood very well that in front of him was none other than the head of the Grand Plan, Bishop Shima, Carl Byrne, and other such scumbags. The appearance of the ruler was accompanied not only by clouds, but also by a strong wind, due to which the sail of the ship was stretched so much that the ropes rattled. Not far from the redhead, Sangwan Hu slumped down, clutching his head tightly and moaning softly. The same thing happened to other members of the Black Lion squad. They fell to their knees, clutching their heads and moaning in pain. Seeing Hong Soon fall unconscious on the floor, Yegel Xiaopun shouted loudly, trying to call him. Lee Si-woon's face was covered in profuse sweat as he cursed and pondered the point of it all, and the Lord turned out to be nothing but a monster. Meanwhile, Weiji-chan knelt before the Lord, asking what brought him here and reminding him that using energy could harm him. He just smiled and asked why he was so worried, because very soon he would have a new body. Looking at the Heavenly Lord, the Lord wondered why he did not let the Dark Knight carry out his order. Bowing his head low, he replied that if the war was started, there would be no problems, and the disposal of the forces of the Yelu clan would help avoid large casualties. To which the Lord asked why it was necessary, if the Xinjiang people were also the heirs of the traitors, and in the end, they would all obey him. The Heavenly Lord said, raising his hands to the Lord, that they were only their heirs, but not traitors. Looking hopefully at his Lord, the boy said that if he had given him a chance, he might give a chance to others as well. However, in the next second, Weiji-chun lowered his head, staring blankly at the master's dark hand in his chest. The ruler, with a predatory smile on his face, replied that he was also the heir of the traitors. Pulling his hand from the chest of the Heavenly Lord, he added that he had spared him only then. Weiji-chan put his hand to his chest, trying to stop the bleeding, and lowered his head, began to cough violently. Bringing in his clawed hand, the Lord said that although he did a good job, but since he now has a good body, he is no longer needed. In the next moment, a loud bird's cry was heard among the storm clouds, and a long-eared eagle swooped down from the sky, exposing its paws. The bird grabbed the barely alive Weiji-chan, lifting him into the air and carrying him away from the Dark Lord. He silently watched, raising his head, as the eared eagle rose higher and higher, carrying away the Heavenly Lord. Completely unconcerned about this, he held out his hand, gathering his dark chi around it. At one point, even before he managed to bring the bird down, his eyes widened, and something that looked like fear flashed through them. Carl Byrne immediately ran up to him, holding the owner by the shoulders, and trying to find out what had happened to him while he was coughing up blood profusely. Barely on his feet, the Lord answered that they were coming back, to which the knight said that they couldn't just let Weiji-chan go. While the eared eagle chased the ship, the Lord said that when that day came, they would all die, so everything was going according to plan. At this time, in the tomb of the Holy Spirit, under a pillar of bright blue light, a body lay in a circle in the center of the room. Thay Mu Quan, slightly battered, was lying on a stone slab. The bandage on his forehead was gone, so his mark was visible. Already well removed from the place where they had seen the master, Sabu Xiong and Sangwan Hu discussed what had happened. The archer looked in the direction of Li Shiwun and frowned, trying to understand what was in the commander's mind. The members of Thay Mu Quan's squad, meanwhile, were heavily discussing the high probability of the redhead belonging to the demonic cult. Ban Rioyong noted with a smile that they were now all considered traitors to the Murim Alliance. Tang Seogong asked if their pursuers really belonged to the Murim Alliance, to which Li Mu Sen expressed his doubts. Sil Suyon raised her head and suggested that the team trust Hyuk Ryong-woon. At this, a gloomy Jagal Sopun, waving his hand, said that he did not even understand with confidence why he had taken another passenger on board. Lee Siwoon, meanwhile, was standing over the same passenger who happened to be the injured Weiji Chan lying on the deck. The man raised his head and smiled as he saw an ice crystal lying on his wound. He looked up at the red-haired man, but with a smile told him that he did not expect him to save him, and therefore he did not understand why he saved him. Folding his arms across his chest, Li Siwang looked at the Heavenly Lord and calmly replied that he was the only way to know about the grand plan. The red-haired man added that he simply wanted to prevent the orthodox demonic war and avoid very senseless deaths. Weiji Cheon looked at the boy carefully, considering what he had heard about him, as if the fourth master was a frozen fool. Li Siwoon on how to get information from an unscheduled passenger. So he said the ice crystal only stops the bleeding, but without medical help it won't last long. Looking at the beaten Heavenly Lord, the red-haired man added that if he told everything, he would arrange for help from the Tang clan. However, Li Siwoon's mind was spinning that he was taking on too much, and he should go back home and find out the situation there. However, hearing that the leader of the Murim Alliance was dead, the redhead turned pale, realizing how dangerous it could be in the current situation. And the exhausted Weiji Chan tiredly continued that very soon he would declare an orthodox demon war in front of all orthodox sects. However, Li Siwoon was still hung up on the information that the leader of the Murim Alliance was dead, so he asked again if he had heard correctly. The Heavenly Lord added that he was absolutely sure of his death, since he had killed him with his own hand, and now the thousand-faced fox was there instead. Li Siwoon knelt before him, asking if he could kill the young warrior he once entered the tomb with. Weiji Cheon replied that the marked boy had been chosen as a new body that was currently being prepared and could already be captured by the divine ruler. Red-haired, who did not want to believe what he had just heard, rushed to the Heavenly Lord, demanding to repeat what was said. Thay Mu Quan's team, who had been quietly watching their conversation from afar, returned and Li Siwoon's voice. When he approached them, Jagal Siopun was the first to pounce with questions, immediately starting to ask about the latest events that had happened. Stopping the flow of questions that didn't stop, Li Siwang held up his hand, asking him to stop and give him a chance to explain. Everyone present from Thay Mu Quan's team looked at him intently, waiting for the promised explanation. The redhead began his explanation by admitting to his companions that he did indeed belong to the demonic cult. The entire team looked at him in shock, but Sil Suyan looked the most shocked. Bowing, the boy officially welcomed them as the fourth young master of the Sun and Moon Divine cult, Hyuk Ryong-un. Then Ban Ryo-yong stepped in, asking in surprise that it wasn't the name of the fourth master they saw during the attack at the entrance to the tomb. Li Siwoon agreed, and added that since then, he has been pursuing a group called the Grand Cult that had planned the Orthodox Demon War. He then pointed to the wounded Weiji Chan, calling him their leader, and adding that he was Thay Mu Quan's blood relative. Hearing this, Jagal Siopun frowned and looked at the red-haired man with wide eyes. When asked why he suddenly remembered Thay Mu Quan, the boy scratched the back of his head, recalling their recent conversation about Dijiang. Surprised that the story about the emperor was true, Li Siwoon explained that he lived an eternal life, parasitizing the bodies of sacrifices from the feudal lords. Li Musen didn't really believe it, but Sil Su-yan, remembering how the master looked on the shore, assumed that he could already be moving into a new body. The redhead explained that he couldn't transfer into any body because only one heir with a stronger body could receive his power. After hearing that a suitable candidate would have a mark carved on his forehead, Tang Seogong looked at the boy in fright, wondering what kind of mark he was talking about. Pointing a finger at his forehead, Li Siwun confirmed his guess, saying that he was talking about the scars on Tei Mu Quan's forehead. Meanwhile, in the tomb of the Holy Spirit, the divine ruler stood looking at his future body. All his associates stood behind him, anticipating the event for which they had been preparing for a long time. Waving his hand, the bishop ordered one of the servants to bring the necessary item. The thousand-faced fox slowly approached the pedestal in the center of the room. The old man handed him the casket, humbly bowing his head before the ruler. He impatiently reached out his hand, receiving the box that contained the essence of his soul. He opened it, explaining that after losing it in battle with the White Sword God, he had to stay in the dying body he was in now. Looking greedily at the blue glow in the casket, the Lord added that after killing the Yuchi clan 20 years ago, he had finally reclaimed it. The thousand-faced fox listened to his ruler with his eyes tightly closed and his head bowed low. The divine ruler continued that the old man had then let little Tei Mu Quan go, causing him to be unable to find a body to hold his power. Instead, he raised the baby Wei Ji-chan that the thousand-faced fox had brought, but he was never able to grow strong enough. Now looking at the grown Tei Mu Quan, the Lord concluded that the body meant for him had finally returned to him. A predatory smile appeared on the divine ruler's face, showing his fangs. In a moment, a loud and uproarious laugh rolled through the cave, and the Lord announced that now everything was in his hands. When it was already dark, the ship pulled up to the shore, disembarking its 2 passengers. Tang Seogun bowed to Li Siwun, asking him to protect him and wishing him to meet soon. The red-haired man replied in kind, asking the boy to be careful on the road and also not to forget his request. As he said this, he looked at the battered Wei Ji-chan, who was sitting on a horse with his chest bandaged. He smiled slyly, fervently assuring that he would never forget him. Continuing the journey, Jigal Sopun wanted to say that he had never thought of going to a demonic cult, but noticing the looks of the Kornolovites, he fell silent. After that, he corrected himself, calling it the divine cult of the sun and the moon. Ban Ryo-yong, throwing his dice again, smiled, adding that he was delighted because it was as if they were going to save the world. Jagal Seopun immediately flew up to him, asking if he really believed the whole story, and adding that if he hadn't heard it from Hyuk Ryong-un, he wouldn't have believed it himself. Sil Su-yeun replied that someone who was called a divine ruler was like someone who had crossed the border of different worlds. However, a skeptical Jigal Sapun said it could have weight-reducing powers or was just an artistic trick. Here, Hong Sun intervened in the conversation, who suggested that in the event of the death of the leader of the alliance, they would be immediately executed by order of the grand plan. He put his hand on his colleague's shoulder, replying that since they are with Hyuk Ryong-un, their fate is already decided. At this, Li Mu-sen, crossing his arms, noticed with a smile that when he was offered to return to the alliance, he himself refused. Scratching his head, Jagal Seopun replied that he simply did not like the hypocrisy of the Murim alliance. He also added that Hyuk Ryong-un saved them when they were in the tomb, so he was actually their savior. Looking at the way he interacted with Sabu Seong and Sangwan Hu, the man admitted that he would like to believe him again. When they got off the ship the next day, they were already met by a whole delegation from the divine cult. It was presided over by Hyuk Ryong-jin and Hyuk Ryong-wol, who were walking to meet their brother. Seeing them, Li Si-wong smiled happily as he waved at them in greeting. Coming closer, Hyuk Ryong-jin put his hand on his younger brother's shoulder, welcoming him back. Hyuk Ryong-wol folded her arms on her chest and smiled, sweeping, that during the time they did not see each other, the brother managed to make friends. Li Si-wun bowed in greeting to his brother and sister, and replied that he was glad to see them again and had a lot to tell them. However, he added that first he must meet with the leader of the divine cult. In some time, the red-haired man was already standing in the throne room, where Hyuk Ryong-moon was sitting on the throne in front of him. The leader of the divine cult praised him for his efforts, but he did not understand the reason for their private conversation. Closing his eyes, Li Si-wun exhaled as he replied that he had asked everyone to leave the hall as he wanted to ask the leader one question. He frowned, asking his son what question he wanted to ask him. Finally, getting up the courage, the fourth young master inquired whether the Hyuk Ryong family was one of the feudal lords of the ancient state of Dijiang. Hearing the question, Hyuk Ryong-moon looked at his son in surprise, asking where he heard such information. After receiving permission to ask one more question, Li Shi said that the Rahu clan was good at spells and calculations, which was against the cult's policy. It was because of this that the members of this clan were always looked down upon somewhat, but at the same time they were not excluded from the 6 great clans. So the boy asked what was the probability that the Rahu clan was one of the Dijiang clans, namely part of the Yelu clan. Realizing that the conversation would not be short, Hyuk Ryong Moon invited his son to the table to have a normal conversation with him. He said that when he became the patriarch, he heard something about the Hyuk Ryong clan being the heir to Dijiang. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-woon was surprised and asked why no one knew about it if he had known about it for a long time. The cult leader replied that the less people knew, the better, but he himself did not believe the story to be true at all. He could not believe the story of the return of the divine ruler and the destruction of the world that would follow. At one point, Hyuk Ryong Moon's face contorted into a grimace of hatred. He slammed his mighty fist on the table and snarled, blaming the grand plan for the death of Rahu Yeon-gwa, Hyuk Ryong-un's mother. Lee Si-woon remembered how Hyuk Ryong-woon sat and cried over the body of his murdered mother as they searched for an heir with a strong body. Red-haired added that the Pazapaks looked for the heirs of the traitors and punished them, but they did not go to the Hyuk Ryans, which were a branch of the Yuchi clan. Hyuk Ryong Moon exhaled, catching his breath and calming down a bit, and turned to the question that Hyuk Ryong-un wanted to ask him. The man stood up, raising his fist, and offered to simply kill the members of the Orthodox sect and the Grand Plan who were preparing to attack them. However, Lee Si-wong, upon hearing such a plan, jumped up, trying to explain to the divine cult leader that it would not work. He angrily looked at his younger son, trying to understand his thoughts. The guy explained that opening the door to another world is worth a lot of sacrifices. This is precisely why the Grand Plan wanted to provoke wars. Hearing this, the leader of the divine cult restrained his ardor a little, asking his son what he proposed to do in such a case. Lee Si-woon replied that according to his plan, they should try to save everyone and not let anyone die. At that time, a lot of people gathered in the square on the territory of the Murim Alliance, who were noisily discussing the reason for which they were gathered. Seeing a warrior next to the leader of the alliance, they recognized him as Tae-moo Kwan, who until now was considered a henchman of Hyuk Ryong-un. However, this time, when they looked at him, for some unknown reason, they felt an extremely dark aura wafting from him. Danley Moxian cleared his throat, stopping the roar of the crowd to deliver his speech. Seeing this, the entire crowd, which was made up entirely of warriors, fell silent and stood still, preparing to listen to their leader. The leader of the Murim Alliance began that everyone present had heard about the recent attack by Hyuk Ryong-un. Everyone listened intently, as the man explained that he had learned something terrible about the redhead after the investigation was done. Danley Moxian snarled angrily that Hyuk Ryong-un was not just a member of the demonic cult, but also its 4th young master. After these words, a mixed wave of angry, surprised, and frightened shouts rose in the crowd. The leader of the Murim Alliance continued that the son of the cult leader committed an unforgivable crime against their Orthodox sect. Tae-moo Kwan, as soon as he learned this truth about his companion, regretted his alliance with him and joined their march to the demonic cult. Danley Moxian raised his fist, adding that he wouldn't just leave it at that, so he gathered all the warriors to go to Xinjiang for the demonic cult. He wanted to make their people regret how they had treated the Murim Alliance, so he asked the warriors if they would go with him. Expressing their support to the leader, the crowd raised their fists, showing that they were ready to go with him to the demonic cult at least. The 1,000-faced fox in the form of Danley Moxian and the divine ruler in the body of Tae-moo Kwan watched this with joy. Vladika thought with a predatory look that soon the big day would come, and his plan would be fulfilled. In Xinjiang, Sa Buxiang saluted with his hand, welcoming the commander and informing the other members of the Black Lion squad of his arrival. The entire squad, standing in full gear, lined up at Strunko's stand, welcoming Lee Si-woon. The same man was standing on the stairs, admiring his own squad, which he had assembled and armed not without the help of his friends. Lee Si-woon thought that he created this squad to protect himself from Tae-moo Kwan, but he couldn't even imagine that they would end up protecting the world. The boy addressed the soldiers, saying that he had received a report of the diligent training under General Chan. And finally the day has come when they will be able to demonstrate its results, but with a slightly changed plan of action. Sa Buxiang and Sangwan-hu listened intently as their friend said that instead of the plains, they would fight in Xinjiang to protect their enemies. He held his fist up, saying that protecting Murim was an honor that would stop real enemies, so he had no doubts about his squad's abilities. After the call to show the power of the strongest unit of the divine cult, dozens of fists flew into the air, supporting the leader. The boy turned, watching as the squad members chanted praises in his direction. Suddenly he stopped when he heard his speech being called stunning. Smiling, the girl asked him if he would push an inspiring speech in front of their squad. The redhead smiled, replying that he wasn't sure about the need for that, since the fact that he was a member of the divine cult had already been revealed. After her words that there are those left who trust him, he remembered that he wanted to give something back to her, so it was good that she was here. Sil Su-yeon looked at him in surprise, not understanding what exactly he wanted to hand her. Lee Si-woon pulled out the ice dragon sword, handing it to the girl and saying that he thought she would need it more. Sil Su-yeon began to actively refuse the gift, thinking that if she accepted it, the boy would be left without a weapon. However, he smiled as he raised the half of his cloak and displayed the heavenly demon sword, replying that there was nothing to worry about. This finally removed her doubts and she drew her sword, swinging it in front of her, which caused sparks to fly through it. Staring in shock at the gusts of wind that came from the sword, Lee Si-woon thought to himself that he had no idea that the sword would suit the girl so well. Sil Su-yeon hid the sword in its scabbard, and blessing her hands, bowed to the red-haired man as a sign of gratitude for such a gift. Not looking up at her at all, Lee Si-woon asked if she definitely didn't object to him being a member of the divine cult. The girl replied that in her opinion, the fourth master of the divine cult was no different from the Hyuk Ryong-un that she knew. In addition, she added that she believes that Hyuk Ryong-un is a good person. Upon hearing these words, Lee Si-wong opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in shock, a completely crazy thought forming in his head. They started down the hall, and when they took a few steps, Seo Su-yeon asked him what exactly he wanted to tell her. His face was covered in profuse sweat as he thought about how to start the conversation he had in mind by offering her a walk. The boy was doubtful, but decided that if they were to die, he wanted at least Sil Su-yeon to know the truth about him. Lee Si-woon looked up at her, saying that his story was the pure truth. But if she didn't believe him, she would at least listen. He confessed to her that he wasn't even Hyuk Ryong-un, and then briefly told her the story of how he got into this world. Sil Su-yeon listened to him without interrupting, then concluded that an unknown force drove him to another world. When she clarified that they were in the world written by him, the boy replied that he thought so himself at first. However, remembering the past events that happened to him here, he could confidently say that this world is very different from the one described in the novel. He saw a picture of Hyuk Ryong-jin approaching him anxiously, and he added that there were many stories here that he didn't know about. And after remembering how he and Sil Su-yeon were looking for the entrance to the tomb, he concluded that now he was absolutely sure that this world was not the one he had invented. However, it seemed strange to him that when he was writing a short story, the words came to his head by themselves, and he did not exert much effort. Lee Si-woon explained that when he was writing the novel, he sometimes wondered if he was really the author because he was writing in one breath like he was possessed. To this, Sil Su-yeon replied that in such a case, a possible option was that this world itself helped him write the words. After hearing the guess put forward by the girl, Lee Si-wong himself wondered if it could be correct. He replied that he would never have thought of such a thing himself, but it could very well be true, to which she asked why this could happen. After hearing the words that this world had forced him into it, Lee Si-wong, with wide eyes, began to analyze the events leading up to that event. He remembered how the tower of boxes, which had been standing peacefully and evenly before, suddenly collapsed on the floor. Then a bright screen of a switched-off laptop appeared in my memory, which turned on without help. However, he did not have time to find the answer to why he was the guy who got here, because his conversation with Sil Su-yeon was interrupted. Secretary Jang Murian reported that someone claiming to be the patriarch of the Tang clan had come to the cult, who had very important news for the young master. The boy looked in front of him, thinking that Tang So-gong and the Heavenly Lord were already here. The three of them sat down in the training cave, where Lee Si-woon sat down directly on the ground, under a pillar of blue light with his legs crossed. Wee Ji-cheon, crossing his arms over his chest, noticed that the redhead's appearance left much to be desired, and this despite the fact that he was holding in his hands the legendary divine pill of Tai Chi, which was similar to the sign of Yin-yang. Lee Si-wong clutched it in his hand, reasoning that it could only be prepared by combining the ice crystal and the 10,000 flower of the Tang clan. He looked up, sternly looking at his companions, who decided to look in just as he himself wanted to confess everything to Sil Su-yon. Wei Ji-chun called out to him, asking if he would take the pill, and if not, he would rather give it to him. The red-haired man smiled widely, asking what sweet he would give it to and adding that he would drink it immediately. Shoving her into his mouth, Lee Si-woon thought that it was not yet time to get lost in the thicket of amorous affairs. Wei Ji-chun placed his palms on the redhead's shoulder blades, and the redhead was immediately able to pick up on his train of thought. As he released his ki, he thought of the divine ruler wanting to destroy everything as he hoped for the restoration of Dijiang and peace in Marima. In order to destroy the source of power of the ruler with the soul of an immortal, the Yelu clan's secret manual on crossing the boundaries of forces is needed. And Lee Si-woon was the only one who knew him, but he was not a worthy rival not only to the ruler, but also to the heavenly lord himself. Tang Seogong watched all of this in fascination, his mouth agape, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Wei Ji-cheon said that he would help the redhead absorb the energy of the Tai Chi pill so that he could stop the divine ruler's scheme. Meanwhile, on the field where the battle was supposed to take place, the divine cult army, led by Hyuk Ryong-moon and his son, was already standing. Seeing the army of the Murim alliance, the leader of the cult called out to his subordinates in a very mocking manner that the fools from the orthodox sect were approaching. Hyuk Ryong-jin, meanwhile, expressed doubt that they would be able to do it all without killing anyone, at least until Hyuk Ryong-un returns. The man smiled, turning to his son and telling him that they had to defeat them all before he returned. The gray-haired man humbly bowed his head, answering with a slight smile that he was absolutely right. Hyuk Ryong-moon returned to his warriors, saying that Urumqi is the land of their cult, and although they will not kill the enemies, they will teach them a lesson. With a predatory smile, the divine cult leader added that as long as the warriors' attacks were non-lethal, they had complete carte blanche to use them. These words were met by the divine cult army with wild shouts and the desire for battle in their eyes. Meanwhile, the army of the Murim alliance, led by the thousand-faced fox in the form of Danli Moxion, rushed towards them. Trying to fuel his army's fervor, he shouted that they would be the first to defeat the demonic cult. Calling on them not to be afraid to engage in battle, the man leaped up, simply drawing his sword in the air and attacking the divine cult leader. However, that gaw didn't catch, so he braced himself for it and swung his sword, launching a bright red shockwave. Between the leaders of the two armies, there was a sudden flash, which raised small particles of grass and earth into the air. At this time, the armies of the Murim alliance and the divine cult converged on the battlefield, striking each other and blocking enemy attacks. Surrounded by sparks, Hyuk Ryong-jin asked who the master of the fake leader was with a predatory smile on his face. However, his opponent, continuing to bend his line, snarled that he was talking nonsense because he was Danli Moxion, the leader of the Murim alliance. Hyuk Ryong-jin fought against Shimi, who, true to his traditions, fought using his iron claws. Glancing at his opponent, the gray-haired man asked if he was the grandfather his younger brother met in the tomb. To this, Shimi advised the boy to keep his mouth shut, complaining about the lack of culture of the demonic cult. Having offered to see if he is as good with a weapon as he is with a tongue, the old man waved his hands, causing purple threads. Meanwhile, Hyuk Ryong-wol used her sword to repel the shuriken attacks that were flying in her direction. Looking down, she held her sword forward when she saw In Bi-ryong in front of her, holding a zither in her hands. When the third lady asked if she was going to sing a song, the girl answered with a smile that no matter what, more conveniently intercepting the instrument. Bang Ryo-yong jumped into the air and swung his sword, deflecting the attacks that flew at him. Jagal Seopun, with wild excitement in his eyes, swung his weapon, trying to catch as many enemies as possible. Letting out a ferocious roar, Dan Pyong whirled through the enemies like a hurricane, sweeping away everyone in his path. Sa Bu-xiong, not letting go of his trusty bow, fired arrows one after another, trying to wound but not kill. Carl Burns swung his spear, aiming it at an opponent with whom fate had already pitted him against, so that a wild desire for revenge shone in his eyes. Sil Su-yon glared at the wheat-haired man with hatred as she held out her sword that had been given to her by Lee Si-woon. She angrily spat in his face that she would see how long his hideous smile remained on his face.